Hello, everybody. Everybody, hello. What is going on? Welcome to the Copy That Whetstone stream, the only stream that happens to be a Whetstone and also a stream. Well, if you don't know what these are, chances are you've found us through the magic of the algorithm. These Whetstone streams are basically just me and my three other business partners getting together on stream to review the copy that has been submitted to us by our patreon.com/slash the copy that show supporters. Now, I do have some significant news, I think. This is going to be the second to last Whetstone stream. That's right. It is the end of an era. It is time for us as a business to go on to greener pastures, to uh, go over the hump, as it were. No, we had a serious discussion about everything that we were doing as a business and all of our products and all of our services and lineups. And we were looking at everything from a cost benefit analysis and trying to determine where we could provide the most value at the most reasonable costs, and then where we could also provide a little bit extra value for people that had the resources, that had the time, that had the experience to be able to respond well. And one of the things that we sort of sussed out and figured out during that conversation is that the Whetstone streams that we have been doing every other Wednesday ish, sometimes weekends, for the last 2 years, um, the amount of time and value that we are giving in these streams relative to the money that we were making as a business just no longer makes sense. And what can we do instead? What can we do instead of that business? Well, I'm going to show you some of the things that we are working on today. One of the things that we were working on is something that I alluded to while we were doing our Black Friday campaign. During another time when we had just closed two of our entry level products, our Platinum collection of master classes, as well as our CCC, the Copywriting Career Copilot. You can no longer buy those, as it were, on the front end. We completely shut off the order forms for those because we don't want money, apparently. That's kind of the reason. The real reason is that, let me jump over here, is that we are trying to revamp our product lineup with an aim towards simplifying it for people, adding value for people, making things more sensibly priced for people, and then ultimately restructuring our business in basically throughout 2026. So, one of the big things that we are working on right now is rethinking, you know, okay, we have our free content and the mega course, and that gives everybody a sort of solid foundation, the 0 to 1 thing that we promised. That's there. But what we've really learned and seen is that people want more. By the way, I appreciate that. I'm definitely not a goat. Thank you though. Yes, this is your last chance to wet your stone if you've not started wetting it already. Um So one of the things that Alex and I and Rod and Lindsey have been doing, and I've been working with Kaylee on this too, is really sort of breaking down and thinking like, okay, if we wanted to have a product that had everything that you needed to know that's in the mega course and beyond, that doesn't just take you from 0 to 1, but maybe takes you up to the point where you are getting your first client as well as, actually competent in this business in 90 days, what would that look like? And so we've been really sort of drilling down to fundamentals, asking ourselves, like, what are the big challenges that copywriters face today that we can uniquely help people with? What are the very big mindset things that people have? Can we license some books from people and pay for that so that newbies don't have to pay for it? What can we do in terms of concepts that go a little bit deeper than what we currently have on the free side? And then also, how can we expand and go deeper into not only the psychology? Obviously, anybody who's seen the mega course has seen, how we talk about, desires, notions, identifications, characteristics, as well as promises, gimmicks, and ideas. Hello, happy Wednesday. The other thing too is, we have relationships with people. We don't really talk about Nesby in the mega course. We don't really talk about spin framing and reframing. We don't talk about objections and how to overcome them. We don't really talk about the distinction between cold, warm, and hot traffic, and also the different ways that you need to speak for all of them, and how all of them also have different states of awareness and sophistication as well. Thoughts on meme marketing? If you're selling memes, don't. If you are trying to use memes, they are great scroll stoppers. Good pattern interrupts too. The hook that we're working on for this. Oh, and the other big thing too is that because one big thing that was missing from the mega course that I really want to add is a discussion about action triggers and attention triggers. And action triggers are basically, what are the sort of like root psychological things that cause compliance? Like, how do you get somebody to actually buy something? What are the triggers for that? Loss aversion, unity, the human desire for reciprocity. And then we're looking at attention triggers too. How do you stop the scroll? How do you get people to pay attention to an email? Things like that. So we're looking at, the triggers that you can sort of use in copy to trigger somebody's survival instincts or their desire for novelty or associations. Rod is really good at that one. So one of the things, we're the research, we want to go even deeper. What's missing from the research section of the mega course? What's missing is what I would call primary source research, or rather synthesizing original research. For example, whenever I write a promo or do some sort of big project, oftentimes what I will do is read a book, but more often than not, what I'll do is actually go interview an expert or call people. I've in many cases, there was one time I was doing a white paper on how to like reverse mortgages and whether they were good for retirees or investors. For most people, they're not. And so what I did was I actually called up a few reverse mortgage companies and spoke to their sales teams and literally wrote down how they were trying to sell me on these things, which of course gave me a lot more insight than copy could, because most reverse mortgages are not sold online. So, there's levels to this game, and I think that what we want to do in this particular thing is, oh, and the other thing missing from the mega course, like we omitted a ton of content on ideation, invention. We don't mention what a USP is through the entire mega course, which is like, in any copywriting book, USPs are super important. We don't even talk about it. But there's also layers to that too. There's unique mechanisms, and then unique mechanisms are split into two. There's unique mechanisms of problems, and there's unique mechanisms of solutions. Journalism, but also one of the things that I've really excelled at in my career is actually, you guys have the whole process of writing a real promo type video in your catalog? We have, I have a few walkthroughs of promos that I wrote. We don't have any like soup to nuts, like here's how to write a promo over my shoulder thing. And that's something that we want to create too, but that's something that we're going to do for what we're going to have on the back end of this. Anyway, so yeah, so we're going to have a whole module on invention and ideation, and this is where we get into the real meat and potatoes. And so I really started breaking down like all the very crucial persuasive like concepts, tricks, copywriting techniques, from storytelling to open loops to intensification and gradualization, dimensionalization, value stacking, anchoring, things like that. Each one of these deserves its own little like lesson or mini masterclass. And also, I think importantly, missing from the mega course is examples from copy that worked of how anchoring can be done, of how intensification can be done, how different ways open loops can be done, things like that. And so we want to have a whole bunch of stuff on each of these different things. Most of you probably have not heard of the Kuleshov effect. Kuleshov effect is so important in copywriting, and nobody ever talks about it. Anyway, we also want to talk a little bit more about like AI for writing, what it's good for, what it's not. It's mostly bad for newbies 99% of the time, but there are certainly cases where you can use AI for some things, most of the time not. But anyway, so the other thing too that we want to do in this, the new version of the CCC, is actually give assignments along the way. And this is something that I've been noticing, like, people talking about in the Discord, where it's like they're watching the mega course and they're like, "Oh, I just finished the first 3 modules. I feel like it's time to start practicing now, and so I'm going to do that." And I feel bad because the how to practice copywriting section of the mega course is in module 5. It's in the 5th chapter. And so people are giving up before they ever get to the point where I teach people how to practice copywriting so that they can practice copywriting. So one of the things that I want to do is at each one of these stages is actually have guided practice, actually have swipes that are worth studying in relation to the various things that we're teaching. And then the other thing that I want to do is really dig into the different types of copy that we advise newbies to learn. And we want to sort of give not only the basics of this, but of emails and sequences, but also sales pages, video ads, things like that. The real things that copywriters are getting paid for today, just to give people the basics, a good foundation in each of those things. Now, in terms of marketing, what we want to do is, like, for example, for like sales pages and then sales letters and stuff like that, we want to have a separate academy. So hear me out on this. This product that we're mapping out right now, the CCC 3.0, the whole angle of it is going to be $90, 90 days. First 30 days is going to be, really drilling in fundamentals. The second 30 days is going to be really drilling in at least one particular type of copy and, practicing it until you are very, very competent at that type of copy. And then the final 30 days is going to be, basically a roadmap, like everything that you should be doing every single day to get a client in 30 days. Your mileage and results may vary, of course. So one of the things that we're going to do is really just sort of take the mega course, the content of the mega course, and use that as the sort of skeleton of this, and sort of expand off of it and give people sort of more guided practice, more learning, more things that they can do on a daily basis to hit that 90-day to paid copywriter goal. Yeah. Here's the thing. A copywriter with AI, like, is never going to be a particularly good copywriter, but a great copywriter with AI is going to be an even better copywriter. And that's mostly as a result of scale. And so one of the things that we want to do is sort of like teach that, like how to do that. All right, I'm halfway through the mega course. Still wondering if I should go into copywriting, but I definitely learned a lot about copywriting. Listen, I don't talk about this enough, about why copywriting is one of the best skills that anybody can learn if they want to make money in their lifetime. Copywriting at its heart is persuasion in writing, selling people on ideas, selling people on yourself, selling people on stuff. And now think about, like, what middle-aged workers do on a daily basis if they, studied copywriting but then don't go into copywriting. They have to write memos, they have to write emails, they have to arrange for things to happen, they have to coordinate people, they have to be persuasive in writing, they have to talk to their supervisors, they have to manage their subordinates. Copywriting is so useful, and the concepts of copywriting are so useful for basically any job you can ever do. If you are a plumber, you have to sell your plumbing services. If you are HR resources person, you have to sell your supervisors on having a party that your company doesn't need. Like, copywriting is such a in teaching to teach pedagogy, it's a transferable skill. So even if you don't become a copywriter, copywriting is worth studying. So this is something that we want to do too. There's ways to get into this. We also have a number of master classes currently in the Platinum Collection, and I think in the YouTube membership area, that where Rod actually teaches some concepts related to brand, a company voice, and how to generate ideas and how to ideate and things like that. So those are very, very valuable resources if you are interested in learning more about brand. You said you are one of the best guys on research. Why not add this as well? Yes, I thought I already mentioned that is something that we are going to be doing. And how are my eyes today? Better than any day for the past, Christ, 40 days. I'm serious. There was about 2 weeks in November where I was not able to see at all. And then up until 2 days ago, I was functionally blind in this eye. Like, I would cover this and everything would look sort of like a kaleidoscope. So today is the first day that I'm in a very good mood in a little while because I think that I might actually not go blind. So I'm very happy about that. So let me go through the questions really quick and then talk a little bit more about this. Oh, yeah, because the whole plan behind all of this, again, is to give people everything they need to get paid to do this, either an in house job, a freelance job, an agency job, or to be able to stand up their own sort of like mini agency where they can partner with businesses, especially local businesses. And so what we want to do is, like, for example, teach people emails and how to become a really good email copywriter and how to sell email services to businesses. But we want to have a separate thing, an email academy. And we want that to go even deeper and go even more intense. And here's what we want to do that separates ourselves. I was researching other copywriting businesses and looking for gaps, looking for and researching where they are failing. One of the best, I think, newbie copywriting businesses is probably Copy School by Copy Hackers. I do not think that the quality of their content is as good as some of the stuff that we have put out, but their stuff is definitely more polished, is packaged better, and is definitely presented better. One of the things that they offer is a certification at the end of their courses. But really, to get that certification, all you need to do is sit with your butt in a chair and watch a few 7-minute videos, and then bingo, bango, you're done. And I thought, well, that kind of sucks. That kind of sucks. Like, a certification should be merit based, right? And so, what I want to do, sort of on the back end of this, the CCC 3.0, is actually start academies, like real academies that really go deep into everything you need to know about email marketing, video ad creation, et cetera, sales letters. And then what I want to do is have a capstone project for people that are, willing to pay for the privilege. Maybe we can have like two tiers of it where people, can either audit the class and get the information. Other people can like go for the certificate. And what is entailed by the certificate? Well, Alex, Lindsey, Rod, and I started an agency this year, and we have taken on clients. We also have businesses of our own. And so one of the things that we can do, I think, uniquely compared to like copywriting businesses like Copy Hackers or Alex Catoni and things like that, is actually give people projects, paid projects. And then we can say, hey, if you want to be a certified copy that email copywriter, you have to send this email to this list. It has to generate this number of sales minimum. And it has to generate this many opens and this many clicks. Go. And then work with them to sort of polish it and improve it. Go back and forth until it's time to release that. Maybe do that 3 times and then bingo bango. If they can hit those KPIs, they deserve the certificate. And so that is, I think, what I want our business to be distinguished about. Another thing that I was thinking about was for this, the CCC 3.0, and I'm sort of like testing this with what we did for the Black Friday bundle, is wouldn't it be cool if for this introductory product that we gave people everything they needed to build a really strong sample portfolio? And also, wouldn't it be cool if there was a bonus attached to this where we reviewed and helped you improve your sample portfolios so that by the time that you got to the end and were reaching out to clients, you had a really solid base of samples that you could send out to people? That's really cool. But also, that's going to take a lot of time, and it's going to require a lot of effort and just time on stream reviewing people's copy. And that is one of the reasons why we are going to be ending Whetstone critique streams at the end of the year. So there's going to be a lot of logistics in that. Like, for example, the people that are currently on the Patreon, like they will be fulfilled through the end of the month for sure. We'll come up with some way to, because you do get master classes and other resources as a result of your subscription to that. So I don't want to like take anything away from people, but we do have to sort of sunset the critique streams. So I want to make sure that I do that ethically so that everybody sort of like wins and gets the most out of this without, how should I say, suffering needlessly. that might involve refunding some people. That might involve just like pausing Patreon payments for like a couple months and just giving a few people like free access for a few months to those master classes. Yeah, yeah. So these are all the things that I'm thinking about that we are working on behind the scenes, and also why we are going to be ending the Whetstone series. The other thing too, all these modules, as you can see, they are going to require us to record a ton of new content. And one of the things that we were most productive at doing in 2024 was creating a pipeline of content where we would go live for free to let everybody have a chance, at least one chance, to get stuff for free so that we aren't demanding money from everybody all the time, and then editing that and putting it into our paid products. So that way we're being fair. We're giving people a chance if they don't have money to get access to the paid stuff. But ultimately we are using these streams to create content that can make our paid products more valuable. So these are all the things that we are working on. The other thing that we are going to be starting with is what we are launching this month, an actual mentorship program. We are reopening a new version of the incubators and boot camps that we launched, and then through work and iteration sunsetted, and then decided, we need to figure this out. So Alex has been working on the actual copy, and so we are going to review first an Alex email, a copy that email written by Alex, and we are going to see if we can actually improve it before we send it out to the copy that list. So before we get into that, though, let's answer a few questions. Oh, thank you, Paula. I appreciate you. Okay, meme marketing. I meant companies posting memes on their Insta or Facebook pages, restaurant, FF spots, desert spots. I don't hate it. My big gripe with social media in general, and also those sorts of, how should I say, vapid, low effort, low thought posts, is that engagement very rarely, almost never, translates to more dollars. So just because a restaurant can build some goodwill by posting a few jokey jokes on their Instagram page, that doesn't mean more people are going to be going into that restaurant. And so I think if you're a social media manager, if that's the kind of marketing and copy that you want to do, I think it's fine, because your job is basically to get engagement, regardless of how it performs or what that engagement translates into. But better, in my opinion, is to do stuff that actually forces people to engage with the business. Um, Not to beat a dead horse, but Alex Hormozy actually talked about this in a something relatively recently, where he was talking about how like they had a whole content arm and they were doing a lot of stuff like, Alex's meals that he eats during the day, or like his morning routine, or like, they did a lot of like jokey joke stuff. And what they realized through testing and looking at results was that the quality of lead that came in as a result of those efforts was so much lower and so much more worthless for what they were trying to accomplish, that they just decided, why don't we just get fewer views on stuff, but also reach the people that we're trying to reach? Oh, hey, that is good business. That is a good use of marketing and social media. And that is something that, like for copy that, for example, like we don't get the most views on our videos, but the people that come in through our videos, because of the way we architect our content, the way that we talk to you and share with you, we have better customers and better leads and better people watching this stream right now than I would say any copywriting guru on YouTube. Facts. You guys rock. So, anyway, yes, that is going to be a thing. Just hearing from a financial copy chief that AI enhanced copy was not converting better at all. Yeah, it's that's the thing that a lot of people have to contend with. We So our agency, Copy That Agency, we had two clients who wanted like the cheap but high volume, like helped with AI content. I want 200 variations of this with the help of AI. It did not take long for them to realize that that is a siren song, and that ultimately they would rather get one or two very good ads that didn't use AI. Because I think people are starting to realize and wise up to the fact that AI is not good. As far as it has come and as far as it's going, AI is just bad for copywriters and it's bad for marketing in most cases, not all. There are certainly some good cases for it. Anyway, ba, 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 ba. No, it's a reference to a Wallace Stevens poem. It's very nerdy. Kaylee might I so some of the copy that we're going to be reviewing today, I'm going to need some input from Kaylee because of the design stuff, and so she's in that room over there, so I'm going to give her a holler and ask her to come in. Um, yeah, self doubt, absolutely. What if I'm a lazy person? Listen, I actually think that lazy people have the power to take over the planet. What is it? There was some famous like general or like rich person who said that like the best thing that you can have is a smart lazy person, because the smart lazy person is going to try to invent ways to do less work, and those inventions then go on to basically create lots of other stuff. Laziness is actually a superpower because it forces you to think of ways to get away from work. So are all your paid courses exclusive on Patreon? No, no. Patreon is like a small little sliver of the stuff that we have on offer. So this is accurate. Learning coffee for a month, and I'm using AI as my mentor since I don't have the means to invest in real mentorship. How good or bad of a process is this? I am going to go ahead and say that I do not think it's very good, but for the same reasons that I think that mentorship is not useful for most newbies. What do newbies need? They need a strong basis in theory, but not too much because then they get stuck in the weeds. They need to study ads that are working in the world and see what's working in the world. And they also need to develop critical thinking and their own sort of like idiosyncratic sense of what works and what doesn't, as well as what kind of copy they like. Now, the problem with AI is that it is sycophantic for one. It's always going to lean towards telling you that you're great or being very polite to you. Um, so that's a problem. That's a problem if you want to learn and grow. What is it? Pressure creates diamonds. So you need some of that. Steel sharpens steel, as they say. The other thing with AI that's problematic for this particular use case is the fact that you have to think about how AI is trained. It's trained on everything. It's an average of everything. Now, let me ask you this. Do you want to have something training you that is the average of everything? All writing, all that sort of not knowledge, but like words structured in a very common order. Like if I was on the stream and I told you, listen, hello, I am the world's most average, mediocre copywriter, and you should listen to me as I critique your copy. Everybody would click off this stream, right? That's what AI is. So that is something that you have to absolutely consider. It is a slurry slop of everything that is out there, good and bad, but mostly bad for a very simple reason. The best marketing and the best copy out there in the world, they're smart. When their pages are done, when their pages are deadlined, when their copy is deadlined, it's not put on the internet. It's not kept on the internet. Landing pages get taken down. They also have like no index, no follow, so that landing pages don't end up in Google search or in AI learning tools. Email copy. Most AI is not trained on email copy, good email copy for that matter. No, like look into the data sets that these AIs are trained on. It's just not there. So you're effectively learning from something that is, again, the slurry slop average of everybody who doesn't know what they're talking about. Womp womp. How long do you think somebody should stay in house before switching to freelance full time? You should stay in house until you have a fairly good network of people that you can reliably pick up the phone and call and say, hey, I just left so and so, and I have always enjoyed working with your business, and I've always known that you've needed this. What do you say? The point of working in house, like the biggest benefit that you can get from working in house, is that you get to become friends with and partners with, and then eventually like colleagues with your vendors, your affiliates. I can tell you the names of so many people who like worked in house for like 10 years and then they went off and freelance on their own and they built their own agencies, and all they did was just sort of like work with the same people that they were working with in house but making way more money. So that's the point when you should switch from in-house to freelance. It's when you know for a fact that there's people that you've been working with, that you have a relationship with, that you can make a lot of money with. So, yes, it was not pleasant, but thank God for accessibility features. Will you ever make a course that focuses on fully e-commerce? Yes, that is something that Alex is actively working on. Not only that, but one of the things that he and I have been talking about is the fact that like we want to sort of basically start standing up and investing in e-commerce brands and businesses of our own, and doing it live, like on YouTube, like recording vlogs, like starting an e-commerce business for fun and profit, day 38 or something like that, and then actually show like, okay, it's time to start emailing the list and talk about everything that goes into that. So and then using that as a way to like get people into e-commerce academies that we would want to build on the back of that. Basically using our own experience and like the things that we're actually doing as proof that not only do we know what we're talking about, but also that our academies have the information that would help you accomplish the goals that you have, which is the goal of all of this. So, um, well, what I'm trying to tell you guys is that we're actually removing some of our courses. We're reducing the number of things that you can give us money for. There will be fewer things and less money that you can give us. The thing that is the most, I think, valuable that we're launching first out of everything is going to be our inner circle. Basically, our just we're going to have like a little incubator of like people that we talk to every single week. Where we review not only their copy but also give like life advice, career advice, stuff that's a little bit more intense, and also like share with people like what we're seeing in our careers and in our businesses that's working. Stuff where if we put that stuff out on YouTube, our clients and our partners would be a little mad at us. So that's what is going to be in the inner circle, along with like a ton of other test projects and work and things like that, and networking as well. Yeah, and this is really like what we want, how we want to differentiate. Like you are not just taking up another flippin' copywriting course. We want to do two things. One, give people real experience so that they can learn from it and grow from it, and also be like, hey, I don't have imposter syndrome because I have this certificate. I already know. I have proof that I can do this. That's what we want to give people. We also want to, with our paid stuff in our academies eventually, is really just kind of give people like a very clear curriculum. Like all of our stuff, all of our products, the biggest problem with all of them is it's sort of a grab bag. It's all sort of thrown in there. I want to give people a through line. This is what you do on day 14. Write 1,000 bullets. I'm kidding. That's a joke. It's not a joke. Anyway, review my cold email. I'm a non-member. Why? Because it's about how I hacked. No, my time is valuable, and if you aren't willing to pay for my labor, I'm not interested in providing it. All right, Dove. Thank you so much. Yes, merit-based academies. I'm looking forward to that. And yes, I will need at least 5 Lambos to advertise all of it. Um, that is something that we're excited about doing. We have a few ideas for like wacky hooks, like anti-lifestyle things. With the what I was showing you before, the CCC 3.0 roadmap. Um, what I'm thinking about doing is what I really wanted to do is something that Copy That has never done, which is we've never built a product that would be good for cold traffic. And so that's something that I want to build. something where we can actually like profitably drive traffic to from Meta, from Google, from Outbrain, from Taboola, from YouTube ads, all that fun stuff, and affiliates as well. So obviously, we need one Lambo per marketing channel. That's just logic. Yeah, low AOV. Meta right now, man, is such a mess. Their advertising, like their business suite has always been just miserably bad. Um, and yeah, like I was having a conversation with a business owner like a few days ago, and she was remarking about how like they've just never been able to make Meta work as a channel. And I said, honestly, I'm not surprised. The people that are on Meta are broke. The people that are on Meta are not there to spend money. People on LinkedIn, not only do they have money, like most of them are professional, but also like they are looking to network. They're looking to learn. They're looking to grow. They're looking to like, you know, commingle. They're looking to, show off and, whip out prestige and things like that. Whereas most people on Meta are like doom scrolling and feeling bad about not being as good as the other people that they're seeing. Those are not your best buyers for most products. For most products, especially like premium and luxury products, like stuff for really really rich people. Um, not to reveal too much, but we actually just sent a proposal to a new business. I don't want to be, I don't want to expose too much, but it's for a product that is custom made to a individual person's like body, and it costs $30,000 per product. And they sell. They really, really sell. And they sell off of like really not super good like marketing or copy, simply because like it not just the brand, but like because it is the best. And sometimes people just want to pay for the best. And the people who want to pay for the best, they ain't got time to doom scroll. Somebody who's going to pay for a $30,000 product or something is not going to be stopped by a meme on Instagram. And so one of the things that, I was talking to my wife Kaylee about this is like, okay, how do you reach people like that? Where are the ultra rich people? And I remember a story that I heard about Rolls Royce. Everybody associates Rolls Royce with the cars. Few people realize that Rolls Royce was originally an engine company, a plane engine company. And so what they would do is to show off the quality of their engines, they built cars. The precision, the power of a Rolls Royce jet engine in your car. That's why they're so expensive. That's why they're so like precise and like really hard to maintain too. And that's how they would market it. They would go to trade shows where they would sell private jets, and then hey, over there behind the veil is a Rolls Royce car. Why don't you hop inside? The people that are at private jet shows, they want to buy a Rolls Royce. And that's how Rolls Royce got it. So for this $30,000 product, I was thinking like, why not have a booth where like at a yacht club or at a private jet show, not a McLaren Lamborghini show. Like the people that would buy this product are not going to be there. There's a difference between like Rolex money and Patek Philippe money. So how do you get to those Patek Philippe money? Maybe it's not internet marketing at all. Maybe it's getting into trade shows. And that's what we're putting together for that person. Anyway, sorry for rambling on that. That was a little mini masterclass on marketing to super affluent, super rich people. People have paid me a lot of money for those sorts of insights in the past, and we're giving them for free on these Whetstone streams. What the hell are we doing? That's why we have to end these. I just reveal too much. I joke. All right. Let's see. Just to pick my marketing mind, how would you market a Froyo shop to get more sales via customers coming to their shop physically, since they don't do delivery, using organic social media, if not memes? Wait, okay. So are you trying to get more sales from in-store visitors, or are you trying to get more sales from utilizing social media? Because if you're utilizing social media, I mean, the best thing that you can do to utilize social media is to, one, show the product, demonstrate how great the product is. If you have a special, like you just released like a special limited time like add-on or ingredient for the froyo, make a post about it. If you have a promotion, 2 for 1, make a post about it. If it's Halloween, like show off some crazy concoctions and creations. Invite people to actually like tag your business, and then you will reshare and repost their crazy froyo concoctions and creations on your social media. And if they do, they can get 10% off their next order. Things like that. That's going to get people not only engaged with your business, but also coming back. What I just described is actually a social media marketing tactic utilized by a company called Voodoo Donuts, I think in Oregon. So look them up. They are very, very good and worth studying. And there are a number of little, small, little, like, they have 1 or 2 stores types of businesses that do stuff like that very effectively to get more people going to the store. The thing that you want to do is you want to get people excited about the product. You want people to be scrolling through, maybe a little stoned. You want them to look at Froyo and go, "Oh my god, I need Froyo right now." Get in the car, go get some Froyo. Or like, "Hey, like let's go get this discount," etc., etc. That sort of engagement is typically positive for a small business. The thing that you have to keep in mind, though, is it will not get the most likes, it will not get the most shares or the most comments. But if you track it well, there are ways to do that. Some of them are hard. Um, you will add money to the business. So, PPC, organic content, definitely generative pages. This is something that's relatively new. Alex is actually an early, he doesn't talk about this in this way, but he's actually an early pioneer in this of actually like integrating dynamics like pages, like landing pages, and then having like a call out to like an API with ChatGPT or Gemini or whatever that pulls in information about a business live on a web page for people to see and learn everything that they need to do about a particular business, a pharmacy in a particular location. And so what you're doing is you're using AI to create a new on-page experience live so that you can answer everybody's questions, so that in reality what you're doing is stealing web traffic from the people that want that web traffic, because yours is always going to be better because yours is getting the most up-to-date information from their pages because you're using Gen AI instantly to modify the pages that you're creating. Bingo bango, all of a sudden, anytime you search for like pharmacy near Leeds, your pages are going to be the ones that show up and not the actual pharmacies themselves. So that is a relatively new strategy that is being utilized, and not very many people are really plugged into that yet. And so my 2026 is going to be spent convincing Alex to actually talk about and frame some of his innovations and like big marketing breakthroughs as such. That's all good for AI. I'm not going to hire a team of people from a third world country to write 20,000, pharmacy landing pages for my website. AI is just going to do it better. But AI ultimately, again, it's, what is it that Nietzsche said? Public education is always going to be mediocre for the same reason that large kitchens produce bad food. AI is a big, large kitchen. It's always going to produce bad food. Edible, but bad. All right. That's no good. Okay. Finally got laid off and finally decided to start taking the Career Copilot course more seriously. All I have to say is I'm seeing way more interviews this week alone. That we need a screenshot of this. I'm going to screen cap this because like that's amazing. We need to be better about collecting testimonials now that we're taking the business more seriously. Holy crap. There we go. Amazing. I'm saving that. You're amazing. And I'm so glad that it is working for you. I'm so glad that the program is working for you. If you're interested in the copywriting career copilot, it's not available for sale right now. We took it down after the end of our Black Friday promotion. So if you have it, please, seriously, use the advice that we have. it does work if you take it seriously. Um, so one of the things that you have to understand is that what you're doing, this gathering of a bunch of copy concepts and principles, you're creating a problem for the AI. It's called context rot. Context rot. LLMs, once you get above 5,000 tokens, hallucinations go up and quality of returns goes down because what you're doing is you're using an inference model. You're not training it in anything. All you're doing is just calibrating a few little doodads, what are called nodes here and there. So how does rhetoric play into copywriting? Tremendously. Would you recommend I learn more of it? So uh, go read scientific advertising first. One of the things that he says in scientific advertising is that you need to be suspicious of most rhetoric because people are attuned to it. They are suspicious of it. The moment you start speaking highfalutin rhetoric is the moment that people are like, wait a second. However, there are a number of different rhetorical tricks and tropes that are pretty much invisible. Dimensionalization, for example, is pretty much invisible to people, and it enhances your writing and persuasiveness. So, you're not going to learn dimensionalization from the Flowers of Rhetoric. It's going to be called any number of different Latin names. And so I learned rhetoric, old school rhetoric, that way. I studied the Flowers of Rhetoric. And look, Google that. Go look up. It's like Silva Rhetoris Kai. I'm bad at with my Latin. It's been like 20 years since I took it. Um, so yeah, go study rhetoric that way. But also, like, you'll find as you start studying copywriting that a lot of copywriting concepts, especially when it comes to like how ideas are presented, structured, or written out in one way versus another, a lot of that advice is really just a it's just a marketed or repackaged version of an old rhetorical idea, for real. Like for example, there was a whole big trend in the late 2010s called what was it, neuro linguistic processing or something like that. It was like a sales technique where you would use words in a certain way to architect people's synapses and brain meat and stuff like that to get them to comply with whatever you wanted them to do. There was a great book called Sleight of Mouth, Sleight of Mouth. Um, that book was pretty good, but also when you read it, and if you know rhetoric, you realize like, oh, this is just classical rhetoric. So, yeah, it's useful, but also like you got to be careful. Like for example, if you're writing a sales letter, don't use chiasmus. Most of you are like, what the hell is chiasmus? What the hell is he talking about? I'm telling you, don't do it. All right. Yeah, steel sharpens steel. I like steel sharpens. I learned that from Busta Rhymes of all people. Um, let's see. Amazing. Look, this is another testimonial. This is Paula. I'm gonna record this. That's amazing. Oh, maybe I should make my face better. There we go. Paula, I'm so proud of you. You were so cool. That's amazing. Yeah. So meta ads, I don't think we're ever going to do like a meta ads boot camp or a media buying boot camp just because like these, like for example, I was teaching my wife, Kaylee, I was teaching her like Google ads and she was learning it and she was like setting up a Google campaign for a client. And in the process, the 1 month process of setting up a campaign, they completely changed the user interface and everything that she had learned up to that point was now no longer valid. Terrible. I am 73% of the way there. We're getting better. I'm regaining vision in this eye, which is great. More sales from people out of bed and coming to the shop and buy Froyo. Yep. Luxury product that costs $30,000 and catered. Is it English perchance? No, it is. I don't want to reveal too much, but it might be a type of European product. We are just answering some questions and hanging out. And I was sort of like revealing like what Copy That's plans are for 2026. Oh, I just answered that. The answer is of course no. So I'm acquainted with, I have met Perry Marshall, who wrote for me the best book on Google Ads that I ever read. It was called The Ultimate Guide to uh, AdWords or whatever the hell it was. And it was like the third edition or something like that. And it was released in, I want to say 2019, 2018, 2019. And he has not updated it since. And I think that Google Ads and AdWords has gone through 20, 30 interface changes since then, multiple algorithm changes, different bidding structure changes, and so like the concepts in there overall are good, but the tactical stuff, it's not usable anymore. And so unfortunately, the very second that we take the time to make and launch a media buying course is the moment that it will be obsolete. The best way for people to learn media buying is to get in with a little bit of money and an offer that they feel comfortable driving traffic to and start tinkering. The second that you can bring on leads at a lower cost or increase the actual take rate, like actually decrease your CPA, your cost per paid acquisition, you're cooking. You're great. You'll learn a lot. That is incorrect. Sales pages are super popular. They are amazingly popular. I've purchased from I think at least 30 over the last month. Black Friday. It's crazy. Can we be A-lister copywriters without being experts in long form sales page writers and just writing landing pages, emails? Sales pages are landing pages. I think that you might be confusing terminology a little bit. Yes. The answer is yes. Again, I'm gonna lean off the AI stuff. There are ways to get it to be a little bit more spicy, but it's whenever you ask AI or try to get AI to be interesting, unique, or whatever, it's always done so in a very, if you've read enough, uh, cliche way. So, what do you think of a copywriter that also designs emails should offer to increase their value to e-commerce brands like fashion? Criminy. Um, Probably list management. Like if you're already familiar with a CRM, you might as well like also give them some segmentation advice. Like go into like a fashion brand and you notice that like their buyers are being spoken to like everybody else. Screw that. Create a segment of your best buyers and then set an offer that's just for them, an early bird drop, for example, a early access. We're about to launch this. Do you want to pre-buy it? Because you have purchased from us so much in the past, we know that this is something that you're going to like. Those types of emails and offers work really, really, really well in that particular niche. So, and that sort of strategy, that sort of thinking, we teach it in the EMP, which is still available for purchase. Yeah, you'll make a lot more money, and it'll make them a lot more money too. No, I just snapshotted it, but I love a testimonial from you. Yes, yes, that is absolutely the case. They need to get their act together on that side. Can you guys get a link in bio page for all your paid stuff, or even a Google Doc would be fine? Yeah, I mean, a catalog page has been in the works for a long time. If you actually click the link in the description below, what you're going to see four things. I'll just show you. This is the page that you'll go to. If you click the link that is in the banner at the bottom of the screen, then also in the description, this is a wait list. This is a waitlist squeeze page. So we're inviting people, like if they want to hear about our inner circle, they can sign up. But also right now, we have three main paid things that people can interact with us on. One of them is the YouTube Premium membership, 100 plus, extended streams, videos, masterclasses, things like that, including retired content, like stuff that we've taken down that nobody can see anymore. We've also invited people to join our Patreon. One of the things that I think I'm going to do is probably turn off the Patreon at the end of the month so that nobody is billed for it anymore, or at the very least, they're only billed for the master classes they have access to. And then there's the eMarketer Master Plan that's over here. And that's what we got. That's what we got. And we'll have other stuff relatively soon. Um, each hour has value, but I cannot stop feeling like it's not enough. Go watch the mega course. There's a section. It's in chapter 5 during the How to Practice Copywriting Masterclass that talks about how to divide up your day. So if you only have 1 hour, there's a way to arrange it so that you learn and do the most. So I talk about that. Thank you. Very cool. Which courses of yours would you recommend? I would recommend waiting for. Listen, they're all great, but we're sort of obsessed with like making them better. And so CCC 3.0, like I want that to be the best, like paid for like newbies going to like into this world course that exists. Is a lofty goal. But that's going to take at least a month or more for us to build. And so, one of the things that you might consider doing is even determining if our teaching style is right for you. There is a YouTube membership program. There's a join button you should see right below this video. And if you take a look at some of those masterclasses, well, it only costs a few bucks to see if our deeper knowledge is something that you're interested in. And if it is, then we invite you to come deeper into the funnel with us. One thing that we're going to be doing, and once I start reviewing copy, we'll be talking about an actual mentorship program. We are launching a true back-end service, our first, that is sort of built off of our previous boot camps and incubators. We've been trying to refine this back-end product for a long time. So, yes, that is true. He and I was talking to him and helping him with. He's trying to make Peribot. And I have a little bit of experience with machine learning and also RAG databases and things like that, the things that make LLMs work. And so I know how to build all this stuff. I was doing this crap before ChatGPT was even a thing, when it was just a twinkle in your dad's eye. And so one of the things I was trying to help Perry with was this notion of like the Peribot. And what they were trying to do was basically create a bot that was trained on all of Perry Marshall's content over the years, that could answer questions. And I said there was a problem with that. And I explained the context rot problem that most LLMs face. And so if you don't have like a knowledge base and a RAG, RAG, you guys can look that stuff up. I knew that it wouldn't work. And guess what? Nary has anybody heard of the Peribot since. I was in with all these like, A-list, like, sold $1 billion copywriters, and they were all sort of geeked on AI at the end of 2023. And I was telling them like, all of you are going to market this and all of you are going to stop marketing this within a year. And I was 100% correct. Amazing. Yeah, 100% true. I shift from interacting with AI for learning and simply focus on consuming copywriting letters. I think that you should follow the daily practice, for a while until you start really recognizing and identifying common patterns. What is the daily practice? You read a piece of copy per day and analyze it carefully. You write 1 page of copywriting per day. And you can do multiple days where you continue the same thing over the course of multiple days. Or you can just do like, a page of bullets or something like that. It doesn't have to be much. And the third thing is you write down an idea per day. What is an idea? An idea might be what I was talking about earlier. Hey, this really expensive luxury custom product, why don't we showcase it at yacht shows? That's an idea. Oh, hey, dividend stocks. I've never heard of anybody frame those as like checks that you can get, almost like paychecks, like adding 12 paychecks per year to your income. That's an idea. Oh, hey, I've noticed that people like at the end of sales letters, they'll have a high price and then drop the price and then drop the price and then reveal the real price, something called price anchoring. Well, is there anything that we can anchor, but like anchor it up? Like, for example, can we take a product where there's no guarantee or no refund policy and then anchor that? And then later on, let her say, and for this deal, this offer only, We're giving you a 30-day refund period, a 30-day guarantee, a satisfaction guarantee, things like that. So you anchor the opposite direction. That's an idea. These are all ideas. And by the way, everything that I just talked about are all things that you can do and think about, and the stuff that will make you money and improve your copy. So that's what an idea is. And that if you do the daily practice, you are going to get better. Not because you're learning from AI, which is obviously going to miss a whole lot of subtext. It is what it is. What I would suggest is really leaning on AI only for stuff that you want to iterate, or for like knowledge that is easier to look up on ChatGPT than on Google. Like, for example, has there ever been a Warren Buffett quote about this thing? And ChatGPT will find that for you better than you can with Google. So, the answer to that is yes. All right. I am a newbie. I did a copy for copy of that. How can it be reviewed? If you are a member of the Patreon currently, I'm going to be pulling up. We have 10 things to look at after I look at Alex's email. Couldn't make it work for hours. Yep. Then finally wrote it in 2 minutes while I was pooping. Life of an experienced copywriter. One of the things too is when you're a new copywriter, you don't really know what good copy looks like or feels like to write. Alcoholics refer to it as the click. You have your first drink of the day and you wait for the click. When you're a good copywriter and something's really working, you can hear the click. It's a metaphor for like something really falling into place. And it takes time and effort and energy and like exposure to really start to feel and hear the click when it comes to good copy. I got to be honest with you guys. I, again, have been working with machine learning and AI probably longer than most of the marketers shilling AI have even heard of it. I can tell you something. I have never read a piece of like AI copywriting or gotten a piece of AI copywriting that I was trying to pull where I heard the click, where I felt the click. It was always just passably good enough at best. And sometimes that's all you need. So, I'm not gonna knock that. Like, perfect is the enemy of the good, as they say. If you were a member of the Patreon, yeah, absolutely. Hard technical skills like programming is more valuable. Actually, I disagree 100%. I actually think that what people are going to realize very quickly, like people are already starting to do it, the coders are going to get fired. The coders are done. Like, code is so replaceable by a really good LLM. Copy, people are starting to realize, is not. Like, it's really hard and counterintuitive for a lot of people. A lot of people don't really understand why this is, but a lot of businesses that I've worked with, they're hiring back their marketers and their copywriters. What they're firing are their devs. You don't need to pay $100,000 to a dev anymore to put a little bit of JavaScript or CSS on a fucking web page. Sorry, that's probably on GitHub somewhere already. LLMs are trained on it. Most of those problems are solved. So, how often does finance stuff you write also buy into? Obviously, you can't invest willy-nilly when you are the editor. Yeah, so I cannot invest in anything that I recommend until at least 48 to 72 hours after I recommend it. But one of the things that I try to do, and I try to talk to my readers about, is every single thing I recommend is something that I buy. It's something that I want my kids in. It's something that I would want to hold as long as I'm recommending that people hold it. I'm a very firm believer that every single financial editor, person making financial recommendations, should have their own skin in the game, should be at risk along with their readers. I firmly believe that. And so I put myself at risk along with my readers. And, I could show you my M1 account where I have little pies with all the stocks that I've ever recommended. And it's gone up. It's gone up quite a bit, quite a lot. And I'm very, very proud of the work that I've done there. Do I think AI will take over the world in the future? That is a distraction. I can spend an hour talking about that. We're already an hour in. I haven't even reviewed a piece of copy yet. All I've done is talk about like how we're ending Whetstone streams, how we're launching a new product, how we're launching an inner circle, and then answering some questions. So that leave that for the end if you are still around. Your study copy video and rods that is on the Patreon is both about sales letters. The same logic and principles apply. Obviously, structurally, they're going to be a little different, but one of the things that I want to do is redo that particular video and show people, like, I might just release a YouTube video and the only, like, I'm just going to all caps and it's going to be how to study copy. That's it. That's gonna be the title of the video. Just like not optimized for YouTube at all. It's only gonna be for the real ones. It's going to be free, and it's literally gonna be like, all right, we're gonna spend the next 3 hours and we're gonna go over all the concepts that you need to know in order to study copy well. We're gonna go over all the different types of copy, or at least the ones that you can easily get. We're gonna go over like how to identify good copy versus bad copy out there in the wild. We're gonna find out how to like maybe sneakily get some numbers. We're gonna go through all of it. The title is just going to be How to Study Copy. I'm going to write it like a Cro Magnon. That's coming in 2026. You watch out. Yeah, coding is rules and math, and computers can do that better than humans most of the time. I think that there will always be room for coders and developers who are creative, who can come up with novel solutions. Like, for example, if you want to find out like how, like, what a good innovation in coding is that like an LLM will never be able to do, look up how, I believe it's Doom, coded the way that light is traced. I could be getting my details a little wrong here, but like there's probably a video on YouTube about this. But like they had a problem where it's like it's Doom. It needs to run on like a friggin' crappy piece of computer that has like 4 bits and like a kilobyte of RAM, and that cost like $10,000. And so what they had to do was they had to figure out like, okay, well, light tracing is vectors, and there's all sorts of problems when it comes to like tracing rays of light. So how did the Doom coders do that? Well, they had to come up with really interesting mathematical solutions to these problems and then configure that in code. So the people that can do that, that are able to be creative that way, they're going to be the ones who make even more money than coders do now. Because guess what? Once LLMs take over most of the coding jobs, you know, senior coders are going to be like, listen, man, you want my time, you want my attention. There ain't other jobs for me. So if you want the quality that I can bring, you're going to have to pay me for it. So that's the kind of stuff. Um, yes, I just talked about that. So, how can I know what is good and bad? The things that are good are typically the things that are landing in your inbox or that you will see PPC ads for routinely, regularly, and frequently. Why? Because businesses have to pay money in order to show you those things. And if it's not making money, those businesses are going to cut those promos and stop giving people access to it relatively quickly. So, that's what you want to keep in mind. Um, I am 23 years old, South Africa, unemployed, halfway into the 21-hour course, and it gives me hope on becoming a freelance copywriter. What would your general advice be? Again, watch the mega course and then come back. But listen, I have worked with a business. I've actually worked with affiliates and launched products in South Africa. I've become friends with a copywriter from South Africa. Shout out Matt Volkwin, and Callum and Emil Fick and the whole Matthew Volkwin team. Was it Copy Dojo or whatever? Look them up if you're not familiar. They are from South Africa and they've made it work. So, is it possible from South Africa? Yes. Why is it possible? Because not only is there a robust direct response market and a robust freelance market in South Africa, but also you have the unique advantage of being able to speak multiple languages reasonably well and fluently. So that means you have access to the Australian, the American, the Canadian, the UK, the Dutch markets, all these different markets. So there you go. There's just a lot of like South African copywriters, man. I actually think that being born in South Africa is, when it comes to this business, is a little bit of a cheat code. Why do I say that? because in order to get really, really good at copy, you need a little bit of hardship, a little bit of a chip on your shoulder, like something that drives you to want to leave some place, or a copywriter born in the Southwest Township, outside of Johannesburg, is going to want to leave, and so they're going to be motivated to learn. At the same time, because of where you are raised and born, you have access to not only different languages, but also there's a lot of different tiers and market strata in South Africa itself, which gives you access to not only really, really affluent and rich people, but also really, really poor people. So you can sort of understand the different psychologies of the two. Crazy stuff. So, and also, this is good advice as well. Take their money, Architecture of Persuasion. Architecture of Persuasion is one of the lesser Michael Masterson books. In my opinion, I think that Great Leads is probably his best about copywriting. Anyway, let's see. And serious question: if you're going in-house, but you're already set on the niche you want to get into, should the job you take be directly in line with that niche? I don't necessarily think so. Because here's the thing, like I I do firmly believe that trying to get perfect and best is often inferior to simply aligning yourself with the hard work and then doing what you need to do well, regardless of your interest in it. Because if you can do that, if you can show the grit, and then 2, 3 years in, then you apply to an e-commerce agency, or you start your own e-commerce agency, or you go to an e-commerce like conglomerate and you apply for a copywriting in-house position there. Well, now all of a sudden you have the proof and the cred that shows not only that you're good, but you also now have the ability to leave her like, listen, I spent the last 3 years doing this. All I've ever wanted to do is work for a business like yours. That sells people. That passion sells people. When combined with experience, it really sells people. So, okay. I think we're ready to review some copy. Amazing. All right. So this is an email written by one, I believe. Let's actually look at the present. I'm going to present a different thing. Present. Stop screen. Present. Share screen. Window. Discord. Share. So Alex and I have been going back and forth on like what this inner circle, this boot camp slash revision of the incubator should be, how we should price it, what the offer should be. It's been a steady like thing, and we've been going back and forth, and he's been redrafting it, based on suggestions that I've made. One of the things that I articulated was that like a lot of our offers are sort of like fired from the hip. But because this is like such a serious offer, we've taken a lot more time to really like want to try to get the messaging right. And then I literally said, can I review this on Whetstone today? And so that was the sort of motivation behind this. And over here, you can also see all the Discord messages and DMs that I have neglected answering, because I'm terrible about answering my DMs. Anyway, so over here, we have the actual email itself. Boom. So one of the things that you guys got to know is that Alex, the inventor of Rioa, uses Rioa whenever he writes a piece of copy. He still does to this day, 10 years in. So pretty good stuff. We have a few questions coming in. I'm going to focus on reviewing copy for the next hour or two. If you have questions at the end, please come back and ask. And yeah, there you go. So one of the things that I think we're going to do probably in the future, if we ever do revise the masterclass, I think that we're going to add an F to this. Reader, idea, offer, action, and format. I think format is something that is missing from Rioa, and I've been talking to Alex about it. And I think that format is something that people need to start adding to Rioa in order to like be aligned. What is format? So format would be like, video ad creative, email going to a segment of only like the best buyers and things like that. And then like having some takeaways like, okay, like how do I speak to this person differently because of the format? Because one of the things that we've been teaching a lot that other people seem to be really struggling with is context and the importance of context in copywriting. And that's, I think, something that we have to start like teaching. The F is just going to be the format, the context, and that's what we're going to do. So, who's the reader? Anyone who's opted in to hear about CT's higher ticket offers, boot camps and mentorships. We have a list segment where we've been collecting, people on this waitlist for a long time. Anybody watching this can use the link on the scroll below or the in the description below. And what you will do is you will go to this page. This is where we are sending people. I love the anime figures of us in the background of that I put. And really, what we're trying to do in the next year is one, start an inner circle, like an incubation mentorship program where we really hands-on guide people, do these Whetstone streams, but like crank it up to 11. And then the other thing that we want to do is also start launching stuff that's like specific for businesses, business owners, intermediate or senior copywriters that are looking to either like hop careers or ascend in their careers. I mentioned the certification programs earlier. If you want to scroll back, that's all stuff that we're working on. So the idea of this is that we're launching an inner circle to share unrestricted knowledge and find the best people to hire for our businesses, which that was the original hook for the incubator. I think that now what we're going to try to focus on is not just like find the best people to hire for our businesses, but also like really like, how should I say? This isn't just about us kicking you work or teaching you like that, like the inner sanctum. It's really about helping other people reach their fullest potential. And to do that, we had to do a different offer. Full candor. One of the problems that we had when we launched the boot camps originally, and then when we launched the incubator, was that I just don't think that for some people it was enough time. Everybody was entering these at like different levels of skill. And like for some people, like, they needed a month and then boom, they got a really high paying job and amazing opportunities. Like they did not need much time for us to be like, hey, fix these 4 things. And then for that person's career to go whoop. But then there were also people that like joined these really high priced boot camps who were literally brand new, like not watched the mega course, not familiar with our business, brand new. And for them, like, some of them are still struggling, to be completely honest with you guys. Like, some people, they just were not ready for that level of help and guidance. And so I felt bad about that. I don't want to launch products that people can't benefit from. I don't want to take money from people that can't benefit from the things that we teach. And so that's why we really reformed the incubator with an eye towards like either giving people access for a year and then breaking that up into like 90-day or 3-month installments. Because like one of the things with like $1,500 for 3 months is it feels a lot more reasonable than saying like it costs $6,000 for the year. 3 months feels reasonable. And then also this breaks down to about $17 per day. And I feel comfortable with that because I know for a fact that I can provide you guys more than $17 worth of value per day. Facts. So the other thing, so that's the offer. Here's the action. Click the link to go to the application page and explain why you want to join. So the other thing that we're going to do to avoid the we're taking a lot of money from newbies problem is we are going to have an application. You actually have to show us a little bit of your copy and you have to tell us why you want to do it. If you're a 15-year-old who's obsessed with, getting your third rollie, I don't want to teach you. But if you are like 31 and, or like closer to 40 and you are an accountant and you just want to learn like how to get more leads into your accounting business and your accounting practice, you are the person that I want to teach. You are the person that I want to work with. So, and because I feel uniquely qualified to be able to help people like you. So here's where we are going. Subject line, new, copy that's inner circle. Alex, because of his experience in ecom, he loves emojis. He does. If you are on our email list, which you can get onto at copythatshow.com, if you ever get an email from us that's emojis, it is either me and my wife being goofy or it's Alex. Nobody else. If it's Nicole, if it's other people, Aaron, one of our incubators that we recently hired for our agency, like sometimes he'll write for us, and yeah, it's Alex just loves emojis. Um, I wonder about this as a subject line. I don't know if I love it, but if we're going to segment it, the biggest news we've ever shared. I like this a little bit more because the people that are on this list, at the very least, have said twice that they want to hear from us. And so I think that this has more intrigue value than this subject line. I also think because there's about 1,000 people on this wait list, and so already. And so I don't know if there's a sort of like intrinsic demand for this. Um, you know, what are better subject lines that might be worth testing than this? Um, there's always the sort of gimmicky ones. What are the two biggest gimmicks that are working in email subject lines right now? One of them is like, important information about your account or something like that. Important updates about your account with us, things like that. The other thing, the other gimmick that's really working really well right now is there's the account based one, and then there's like uh like Y will give you X to cancel or drop Y. Y will pay you $1,000 to cancel all of your copy that subscriptions or what have you. So yeah, I feel like this robs some of the intrigue that's being built up here. So I prefer subject line two. Alex, he and I, because of our different experiences with different clients and different businesses, have actually been arriving at different conclusions as we've sort of been growing. He has started gravitating more towards be as direct as humanly possible, be as transparent as humanly possible, like more often than not, like the intrigue is in the product itself, which I think works really well if you're selling ecom, but not necessarily if you're selling info. Whereas because I work mainly in financial services and info and services in general, intrigue and gimmicks tend to work better over there. And so this is very much a going toe to toe, Alex versus Sean, which I sort of love. I'm not very competitive, but sometimes it can be. I do agree though that I think this is not the best. I think that this is probably better. I think subject line two hits hard because you guys have a lot of goodwill and it doesn't feel cheap opposed to people who use the biggest subject lines. Yeah, every single week. Yeah, I agree. Like we try not to use hyperbole in most of the stuff that we release. You asked us to let you know. Other things too is like there's the ominous angle. You asked us, and now something big is coming. Dot dot dot. Something like that. All sorts of different ways. And this is not going to be the only email that we send to people on the wait list, but this is a start. I personally prefer subject line two. All right. In the last 13 months, 57 copywriters and marketers have had the opportunity to get mentored by us personally. Interesting disruption. I love it. They joined private calls with us, took part in intensive boot camps, and even got paid to work for our businesses. Throughout that time, they got hired in the real world, working in their dream roles. I think that more specificity needed here. So one way that you can be more specific, they got hired in, at real world agency, like blah blah blah, Discord screenshot or testimonial down below, who now is earning Y amount of money. They went from never had a client to writing video ad scripts for one of the biggest publishing businesses on the planet. And then we can literally show, proof of that. They started earning more money from copywriting and marketing than they ever had before. And there we can, like for example, Aaron, who went from, a copywriting or copy that free viewer to incubator and now actually works for us. And parentheses, and just bought his first Rolex at 19 years old, which is true. So I think more specificity is needed here. And we can do that. You can frame that without being like the guru, like these are the promises. This is just what people have experienced. Um, Different conclusions is better for us people buying from you. You both have such unique teaching styles, so watching multiple experienced writers all throw ideas around is great. Wonderful. Yeah, a lot of copy that I think some of our best copy is usually when Alex and I are going like head to head and like really disagreeing about something. Because again, I think steel sharpens steel, and it's like once he and I start really like disagreeing or fighting over something that we're passionate about, that's when you start getting the best copy. Because like the only thing that sort of rises to the surface is what survives that disagreement. In total, those 57 people invested $107,000 over 13 months with us, but they didn't just do it for themselves, they also did it for you. Because after oh, I like that twist. That's a good angle. I like that. Because after concluding these guinea pig trials, I don't it- do you guys all feel like you intrinsically know what a guinea pig trial is? Like, do you have like in your brain, like I know I have an impression of what that is. Even if I don't know what that is, I feel like I kind of understand what that is. What do you think? I'm going to tell Alex to look at this again. Yeah, it's a common term. Okay. Not really. So we got one on this and one on this. I think the mentees won't like that. Wait, maybe I'm dumb, but each person invested $57,000. What do you mean? What's $107,000 divided by 57 people? The past ones, that is. What do you mean? Yeah. Here, I'm gonna turn on suggesting to clarify that confusion. Like guinea pig trials makes it, yeah, I agree that I've read this twice and it's rubbed me wrong the both times. And I think that maybe you're articulating why I felt a little squiggly about this term a little bit better than what I was able to say in the past. So for me, uh, value of experience past boot campers, incubators had, which is something obviously we do not want to insinuate. Yeah, I like using first names too in copy. I also when I don't have access to first names, I'll just do like reader blah. And so if you've ever read a long value email from copy that and you saw the words like reader, you know that I wrote it. Visually descriptive, yeah. It's so here's the thing, like I get it. Some people truly understand what this is saying, but also like there's something wrong about the way this is framed. So finally, after concluding these trials, we knew we could finally create something better for everyone else. Here's, I'm going to suggest this, and Alex is going to be free to push back against this. I think that better than framing it this way is sort of like what actually happened. Um, Rather than framing this as us purposefully experimenting, why not reveal a bit of the truth? We weren't exactly happy with how each was taught, and we were convinced we could do better next time. Which is that's the truth. We just wanted to keep doing better. That's why we went from a copywriting boot camp to an e-marketing boot camp, and then that's why we went from that to the incubator. We were looking for like what more value can we possibly give or frame, or how do we make this better for the people that are using it, and also better for us as teachers that we're trying to manage it. The single biggest opportunity we have ever offered to fans of Copy That After developing and refining our guidance throughout 2025, we are finally ready to reopen Copy That's Mentorship for 2026. Um, uh, Reopen access to Copy That's Mentorship for 2026. And just so you guys know, if you are writing in Kajabi, this is what the liquid object is. First name, bracket, bracket. I have to tell you, this is the biggest, most intense thing I think we've ever done, which is true. Let me ask you how this sounds. How would you feel if you had private weekly calls where you can ask any questions to the Copy That team, variable time slots so everyone has a chance to attend? No matter the time zone. Intensive copywriting reviews where we go deep on what you're working on. Think Whetstone streams, but dialed up to 11. I wrote that. That was a Sean copy. Recordings of all the private weekly calls, exposure to the Copy That team, the Copy That team are completing for real brands that you can swipe yourself. Regular guest experiences from A-list copywriters and marketing legends working across niches. This is true. So for the copywriting bootcamp, I got Kyle Milligan on, I got Mark Ford on, I got David Deutsch on. And I've had a few other people, like for example, Kim Krause-Schwam has reached out and said that she wants to be a guest. A number of people have reached out to me and said, "Hey, like we want to be on your little copywriting show." And I was like, "Why don't you come in and like coach people?" There you go. So, what we're going to do is start having a lot more like not just A-lister, but like legends coming onto into the inner circle to actually like help review copy, help answer questions, help give guidance, help share stories, stuff like that. If you've ever seen our interview videos, you know we're connected to some of the top players in copy marketing, e-com, and entrepreneurial spaces. Access to Copy That's private job posting channel where we look for copywriters and marketers to hire for our own agencies and brands. Quarterly copy contests and tournaments with cash prizes and real data. That's something I did for the original bootcamp that we didn't do again, and I've always wanted to do it again. For the original copy bootcamp, the OGs know what I'm talking about. What we did was I had a number of like, we launched a new sales page, and then rather than like write the email copy, I was like, bootcamp writers, let's learn email copywriting by seeing what types of emails actually win. And we sent out emails to the list, and we had a little bracket system, and people like eventually, I don't think we ever finished because it was like 57 rounds or something like that. Like we had to, in the future we're gonna have to like cap it or something like that. But all we did was just split test different like boot camp members against each other. You know, whose copy won, this or this, and let's talk about why. And people learned a lot from that. And then also like it was great because we were, any piece of copy that we ever send out from people that write for us, we always pay for. Unlike most other copywriting education spaces. So access to an existing network of 50 plus professional copywriters and marketers, many of whom have hired people. Yeah, it's a little too much. I don't even know what the Denso Cup is. Many of whom have hired or referred each other in the past. Access to Sean's private, curated, and ever-growing archive of copy worth wiping and studying. I added this to the thing. I don't share my swipe file because there's a lot of stuff that I paid several $1,000s for and which is copyrighted. But like, I feel comfortable sharing it with people that are cool. So friends, people I'm mentoring, and inner circle too. And so one of the things I've been trying to do is like organize and add to it. Let me just a lot of people have been asking me like, hey, like, do you have this particular sales letter? Copy swipe. Here, let me show you guys. So this right now is my unorganized swipe file. So I have stuff like not only stuff from the CC promo, but I have like, old print ads that you can't find online anymore. I have, copy that's been taken offline. I have ads from some of the greatest people, greatest copywriters that have ever lived. And then I have just all these sales letters, advertorial pages, emails, web page copy, literally a few thousand swipes of things that I know for a fact sold really, 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 really well, and that I have the data on. So this is all stuff that I'm in the process of adding to the bootcamp swipe file. Um, so yeah, there's that. Now, I guess the question that I have for you guys, those of you watching this, do these bullets feel compelling to you? Does this offer feel compelling to you so far? I think that's the biggest test that I really wanted to get out of this. Like, if you were in a position to join this, would this be compelling to you? I'd love the live feedback. All you need to do is join the inner circle. So yeah, if you guys have any thoughts like so far, because this is copy that's geared towards people that are like more in your position. So persuasive to you for sure. I think that one thing that I'd like to do is add more specifics to this, and that can come in the form of like either testimonials or images, like actual like things, uh, 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 Discord messages that people have left us where they talk about this. That's dope. That's super cool. Yeah, I just want to make something where we can sort of give people feedback more frequently and talk to people a little bit more commonly, like in these streams. Yeah, there's a wait list down below. The moment that we open this up is the moment that you're going to be able to do it. So yeah, I think really like, and I was talking to a former incubator, Aaron. Like the big thing that I think I want to sort of emphasize and add is um like this, where people can get like real world experience writing for our clients and for our businesses, such that if they either are looking for more work or want to like, test other niches and stuff like that, they have the opportunity to do that. It's going to be open within the next like week or two. So if you are not a newbie and you are ready to like really work hard with us, you'll be able to apply then. It feels a little bit more of the same. You have offered a lot of this before, so how is this different? That is a fantastic note. And I think that that is something that we've been wrestling with internally, to be completely candid and and like honest. Like a few of the things that I think, what differentiates this? We're ending these Whetstone streams. So if you want your copy reviewed by us in the future, it's going to be in private in the inner circle, unless you got the Black Friday bundle or one of our future products where we do advertise that we're going to be reviewing that stuff. And so a lot of the stuff, like, yeah, like what is the big differentiator here? And I think that what the big differentiator is that we have proven ourselves a little bit more. We just need to show that, not tell that. So that's different. And then the other thing that we're doing too is like giving people this sort of access where ultimately the learning is a little bit more free. Like for example, the person who asked this question was in our e-marketer bootcamp. She did amazingly well, and she actually is an amazing copywriter, marketer, and manager as well. And so one of the things that I'm really thinking about, trying to think about, is like, what is it that will really differentiate this, make this really, really special based on what we've learned? And I think what we've learned is that we need to give people a little bit more breathing room. So, but Maria, thank you very much for the note. I think that that's a very, very, very good one. Um, yeah, it's interesting, and I think that's something that we need to think about. Especially for the people that like have been with us for a very, very long time that have seen something like this before. I feel overwhelmed by the amount of things I can purchase and subscribe and the differences between everything. Yeah, one of the things that we're trying to do with this is like this is your one-stop shop. This is where you get everything as well as access to us. And so I wonder if like in this there's a way to like for example, one of the things that I've done through testing is like I've definitely crafted offers that like try to throw as much stuff at people as possible. Just answer every objection. Like, here's the thing, here's the thing, here's the thing, here's every single tool you need to succeed. And at a certain point, an offer that grows too big stops feeling valuable and starts feeling like work. And I'm wondering if, again, like I'm just going with my gut. This is all vibes here at this point. What are the things, if we had to drill it down and distill it to like the not only the key benefits, the key things that you get, but also like the things that differentiate it the most from our previous efforts that we have learned from and decided that we want to improve on, what would this be? So that's and that I think like maybe if we just like slim this down or maybe put some of this onto the order form page or the application page and like left the email with like, listen, like, it's obvious you're going to get the swipe file we don't share with this. Uh, that's a classic. That's a Sean rhetorical trick that I like to do. Obviously, we don't need to talk about this thing that I'm clearly talking about because I just wrote about it. Obviously, we don't need to talk about this thing because I just talked about it. What's most important is for us to talk about this thing. And what that does is it sort of, how should I say, allows you to sort of think about the stuff that I'm saying we're not going to talk about and highlight that by saying that I'm not going to highlight that. And then what it does is it props up in importance, like mental, psychological importance, the thing that you eventually turn to. And so I'm wondering if like a method like that rhetorically would be important. Like, we're not going to talk about, it's obvious that we're going to give recording, so we don't need to talk about it. It's obvious that we're going to, give you exposure to job offerings from the brands that we work with. That's all stuff from, offers that we've released before. Here's the big thing that we're doing differently. And then drill down into those things. That's kind of what I'm thinking about. Um yeah, I agree. I definitely think that there's got to be something there. What is it? Yeah, and maybe that goes into this. Like some of this just feels like for example, in my original launch of the copywriting bootcamp, and Alex swiped the email from that. The very first part of that original email was all built upon the trust, the faith, like the relationship that we had built with people for years. The brand equity and also like the rapport that we have with the people that follow us. I think that there's something there. And so I think that there's a combo of like the guru stuff. Hey, we did this thing. They accomplished these things. Aren't we great? I think that adding in a little bit more, if this is just a sliver of the bootcamp or incubator, it's going to be life changing for anyone who gets to participate. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Paul. We're hoping that it's going to be even bigger than that. But the thing is, like, we have to frame it as being bigger, but we have to make it so it's not overwhelming. At the same time, I do think that Maria has a really, really good point about like, our outcomes that we deliver to people are not necessarily why people follow us or listen to us. Hmm. The bullets, they feel messy. Well, it's an offer recap, so I'm not too worried about that. I'm wondering if like, is it worth doing fascinations? But fascinations, that's better for like long copy, and we're not exactly trying to speak to people that are like anything less than most aware. We're trying to speak to the most aware people and present them very specific things that they know what they get when they sign up. Um, Maria says, "I like you because you don't offer dreamland, but I'm also ready to hear the hard truth." I think that weaving in, Maria, your suggestions into this, which a lot of this was a revision based on Aaron's comments and my comments to this. I think we can have our cake and eat it too, where we really lean on that rapport and like why people follow this brand, copy that, as opposed to others, while also doing something we don't normally do, which is talking about outcomes, like implied promises, the things that people have accomplished. Um, what if I'm a newbie and hungry to work hard? Can I be eligible to join? Yeah, yeah. As long as you like submit a sample in your application and like talk about it, yeah, absolutely. You just have to apply. And if we don't think that this is going to be right for you, like if we think that like maybe you just need to learn for like a few more months, then we're going to say like, hey, like this probably isn't right for you yet. We don't want you spending this money. Go do these three things and then come back. I want personalized copy review. Right now, I have a client that I can't share my copy live with. Yeah. So the other thing that we're going to do with this is we're going to offer sort of two tiers. Like in the application, people can choose either the cohort or one-on-one, and we have one-on-one mentee. We had a one-on-one mentee offer before, and it just didn't work because again, most of our mentees that wanted one-on-one mentorship were brand new, like totally new. Like, what is a funnel new? Um, and I didn't like that. I don't like taking money from people that are in that state of their career. And so what we have been offering to people, one person in particular who's actually like very good and very skilled, who said that she listen, I'm not here for another info product. I'm here because I want somebody to coach me on copy, specifically me. We're going to have another tier above this that people will have access to. For me, your lower price stuff is knowledge, but people also begin to hoard knowledge and don't implement it. The higher price stuff is implementation while being guided by coaches. I think that's a fairly good note. Yeah, I think that maybe that's the key here. Like really it's not just like weekly calls where you can ask questions. How is that different from a Whetstone stream? Ooh la la, we're ending the Whetstone streams. And now you can get this thing instead. It doesn't track. But actually, like, in these Whetstone streams, one thing I can't do is I can't work with you for week after week after week and give you personalized guidance. Build a relationship with you, work with you, learn who you are. You know, Paula, I have a relationship with Paula. Maria, I have a relationship with Maria. One of the things that I've been talking to my wife Kaylee about is like, what can we do where we can actually kick some work to Maria's way because she is awesome. This is a real conversation that she and I have had. So like, this is all stuff that we're trying to do as a business is build relationships with real people that we want to work with. And so I think that just making this feel less clinical and maybe be a little bit more warm is the way to go. But also at the same time, like, you know, I don't know. It's copy. It's any given Sunday. I don't know what's going to work. Um, what is the application for the inner circle about? Well, if you want to join our inner circle, you can apply to do so. And what we're reviewing right now is the email that we are going to send that launches it. And what we were talking about is like really drilling down into like, what is it about copy that and the people that have sort of raised their hand and said, yes, I want to be on the wait list for this program where you give us week by week guidance, personalized guidance. Like that is something that we're really, really sort of like kicking around, like noodling around. And I wanted to share this with you guys because you are literally the target audience for this. Ideally the people that are like a little bit more experienced, but yeah, maybe we can do it like a warm versus clinical. Maybe like we'll send this to half the list and we'll send like a more relationship focused email to half the list and we'll see which one wins. But also at the same time, like the thing that you have to keep in mind, Maria, is that like the wait list itself it's 1,000 people. But one thing you got to understand is that once you have the smaller your sample size, the less reliable the data is going to be. So, and because like only a few more interactions on one side of the test is going to massively skew the data, and that can just be statistical noise. So, yeah, why can't I just attend a free stream on YouTube? What I need is someone to push me. I need a small group of people who progress with or without me. So I have no choice but to work. Like this is, this is IVOC data. This is voice of customer research right here. Like we can put this in the email, and so like I hope you're not offended that like we might just take this and put it into the email and actually say something like, what our viewers want is somebody to push them, a small group of people to progress with them, for us, Alex and Sean to like, and Rod and Lindsey when they're able to join, like for them to come in and sort of like say, hey, that thing that you're doing, stop doing it. Do this instead and give it a shot for a month. Something like that. Do you need to apply for the program and you'll handpick X amount? Yeah, yeah. We haven't really put a hard cap on how many people we're going to let into this because it's going to be again like more of a group call kind of thing. I was talking to Matt Volkwin about this, and he has in his inner circle about 100 people. But one of the things that happens for his like weekly inner circle calls is like sometimes only 2 people will show up. You know, and so that for me feels manageable. If like 100 people were showing up to every single call and every single person wanted copy reviewed, well, fuck. We're gonna have to coordinate that. So I think that what we're going to do is like every month maybe only open the doors like a sliver to let a few people in, and then see where the limit is. Um, but yeah, so basically only apply if it's right for you and things like that. Yeah, platinum twice when I bought the Black Friday offer. I really appreciate you. Here's the thing: with Black Friday offer, I hope that you use the coupon that we sent you for $150 off. Because what we tried to do is bring that down to like if we were to only release the bootcamp recordings individually, what would that price be? And so that was the discounting logic for the Black Friday deal. Yeah, I think what we need to do is really strip down like this is what worked in the past, but this is what makes this different. And also couch that in the relationship that we build with people. I think that's very important. How would you feel if you had all that without needing to buy multiple courses or follow different gurus? Plus, it lasted a whole year. I think that to make that angle work, how would you feel if you had this and this and this? Um, I think it needs to be framed in better bullets or better teases. So, like, rather than like, how would you feel if you had private weekly calls? What if instead the bullet was, how would you feel if you had a coach in your corner every single week helping you along your journey? How would you feel if you had a cohort of over 50 other people rooting for you every single day and providing not only the support, but also job opportunities too, whenever possible? The goal of bullets like that is to really lean into the things that people truly want, not just like, how would you feel if you sat in like the leather seats of a Lamborghini? How would you feel if you strapped that Rolex on your thing? There's a difference in outcomes there. One of them is more about relationship. The other one is more about like material outcomes. One thing that we try not to do is material outcomes because people who want material outcomes are usually bad customers. So, yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Very good point. If you bought any of our courses in the past and then you bought the Black Friday bundle, you should have gotten a coupon, like a coupon code in your email. So reach out to me, admin@copythatshow.com. And if you had a previous purchase and you should have received a coupon, let me know. I'll look you up and I'll see if I can refund you some of your money. All right. Let's see. Amazing. I really appreciate you. I'm so glad that like I just feel privileged and proud to make products that actually help people. Any specifics in the bullets, like you've hired people from the boot camps before, helped them get jobs. I mean, yeah, all that is true. Maybe name a brand or two they got hired to work for it. We can't do that because of NDAs, things like that, or hot niches they're working in right now. We can do that. E-com is probably the big one. Um, Maybe also that people would get to give their input. Well, yeah. So I actually had that in here. Where did I have that? The ability to alpha test our newest products, courses, resource templates, tools, and trainings while we're building them. So one of the things I want to do with this particular group is let people test drive. Like, hey, Alex is working on a new system for generating creative hooks, for example. Can you guys give this a shot? And maybe we'll test a few of them to see if it worked. Things like that. So, yeah. If it was your first time buying the Black Friday bundle, then and you got it at a really, really, really good price. We are never going to sell something like that for as cheap again. Oh, Leah, put your credit card away. Like, stop it, stop it. Happy to look at your copy and work closely with you. I'm really Leah is a new person who's followed us, bought our Black Friday bundle, had her portfolio reviewed by us, and then in DMs asked for some private advice from me about what she should do to frame an offer for a business, and then I was able to give her some advice that I mean maybe just even a little bit helped her get the job. So really, really cool stuff. I love doing stuff like that. Yeah, I think that what we need to do before we get into like this is what you get, like this is all stuff that could go on the order form. And I think what we need to do here, how would you feel if you had, is focus more on like the warmth, the relationship, the like softer kinds of bullets. Stuff that really focuses on like what differentiates this. Because all of that is exactly what we've been working on building for you, introducing copy that's inner circle. This is the culmination of the and I want to ask you guys a question. What feels more valuable to you? Copy that's incubator or copy that's inner circle? Yeah, that's exactly right. A lot of the stuff in the offer is stuff that I added with that in mind, but also at the same time, like psychologically speaking, I think that what we really want to do is like focus on results first before we go into like Johnny, tell him what he's got, sort of stuff. Maybe I should screenshot this testimonial too. I appreciate that. Hey, I love it. Um, what's the difference? The difference is in the name. What feels more enticing and provocative to you, an inner circle or an incubator? An inner circle, just to explain, this is a back-end product. What is a back-end product? A back-end product is where you're going to people that are either on the free side very familiar with your brand, or people that have already paid to be with your brand, and now you are selling them something again, another thing to monetize your existing list of most aware customers. They like your product, they like what you have. Now you're showing them something else that they can buy. Usually, logically, you want that to be a more expensive thing because your existing free and paid stuff proves the value that you can bring on the back end at a higher price point. And so, what are the things that sell on the back end the best? Bigger, faster, closer to the guru, easier, done for you, done with you. Incubator, for me, feels intrinsically, psychologically, like, what is the subtext there? That you are literally an egg that is being hatched, and we will help you hatch, that we will help you grow. Very done with you. Inner circle is psychologically, subtextually, closer to the guru. So there's those two different appeals, those two different back end appeals that happen. I think inner circle is more about like proximity to the guru, the relationship, as opposed to the incubator, which is more done with you. But again, if you guys don't feel that subtext, then that's what matters the most. The people who apply to the inner circle know you guys. Yep, they probably bought from you. Plus, inner circle is very personal. I don't want bullets. I want you and Alex to really speak to me. Yeah, agreed. I agree. Inner circle is way more intimate. Yep. People like inner circle. Okay, inner circle. I was on the fence about this. I was on the fence about this. So yeah. All right. Cool. You guys taught me something about y'all. That's interesting. Inner circle is my vote. Very cool. Inner circle gets the tea. Incubator gets the coffee. I'm a coffee drinker. I don't know about you. Inner circle feels more advanced. Incubator feels more newbie. Yeah, yeah, that's a very good point. I think that's a very good observation. I like incubator. It feels like it'll be trained in a very intentional environment for me to become what I want to be. Yeah, I mean, and I guess that's an interesting thing too, because like for academies, that's what we want those academies to be. So yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. Incubator makes me feel like a chicken egg. Inner circle all the way. Thanks, Jess. I appreciate that. Oh, that's funny. Incubator for sure feels like more like a beginner product. Okay, heard, guys, heard. What? So I guess question then. One of the things that we were going to do was we were going to call the copywriting career copilot. We were going to rebrand that and remake that product. We were still going to call it the copywriting career copilot. Do you guys think we should just call that the incubator? This sort of like the intro, $90 for 90 days kind of course. Do you think that like that should be the incubator? Yeah, I love talking this out too because again, like with copy, once you have the sort of the basics and the parameters, like then there's all this like this nebulous, like what are the implications of this word? What are the subtext of this word? Help me like feel this out. Like it's a lot of vibes because like you never know something until you test it. And so one of the things that you always want to do is have a community of people like our Discord where you talk to people that are working on this stuff with you, where you can sort of like bat ideas back and forth. And that's what really happens once you like ascend beyond the sort of like newbie status. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Training I ever got as a copywriter was David Deutsch Inner Circle. David is so cool. He and I and Lori Holler and my wife, I think, are going to grab dinner together in January. So that is on the books. I might actually go and see Lori Holler this weekend. So incubator gets more care. Inner Circle gets the note to work on their growth. Interesting. Interesting. Inner Circle feels more advanced. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to. Career Copilot is also better named than Incubator, in my opinion. Interesting. CCC feels like an upsell or more of the same product. It feels like there's going to be CCC 4. I would rebrand it and now just more than just the CCC. Interesting. I like talking to you guys about this. Copywriting career feels like a handbook, something where you take your time. Incubator asks for your attention. Interesting. It's interesting to see how people's lives impact their understanding of certain words. Oh, Leah, you have no idea. As a most aware audience type, I like the name to be as close to what it actually is. The offer is already great. You can sell me with copy review, job board, Sean Mentor. Yeah, yeah. Okay. All right. All right. I want to let you know, thanks to you, I was able to move it. What the fuck, man? That's amazing. Hold on. Hold on. That gets a screenshot too. That's so cool. God, I'm so proud of you guys, man. Like, because here's the thing, like, you guys are thanking us for that, but really it comes down to what you guys are doing. Like, we can't make you successful. You have to implement the stuff that we talk about. So it's 99% you guys. So I'm so thank you. You know, seriously, thank you so much, Kevin. I really appreciate you. Man, that's so cool. We need to be better about collecting testimonials, though. All right. Off topic question. When we're looking for samples for the application, how many samples do we need and how good are you looking for us to be? I'll give you a very specific example. We had somebody who joined our incubator It was the very first session, and they wanted some copy. It was some outreach copy reviewed, and it was very clear that this person was an English language learner, which I have no problem with. I actually have I'm one college credit away from a teaching English as a second language instructor. So I'm very good at working with people that are learning English. Um, but this person submitted some outreach copy to us, and it was very clear that this outreach copy was like that they had not internalized anything that we had taught on the free YouTube channel, that they had not, really learned or heard about any of the concepts that we really like tried to drill people on, that they were doing a lot of like, same cliches that we see in outreach all the time. And all like every single like line and every single sentence was had some sort of grammatical or like conceptual syntactic error, not just like a typo, but like a legit, this person didn't fully understand the nuances of clean written English. I don't care. I'm not a grammar Nazi. I I have put out copy into the world that has had grammatical errors, typos, mistakes, actual mistakes, and it has worked really, really well. I do not think for 1 second that grammar is the most important thing, but there is a difference between a mistake and something that confuses people. And most people, I think, are reasonably forgiving of mistakes. But a reader will never forgive you if they're confused because they'll just gloss over, move on, or drop off the page. So that is an immediate disqualification. Again, super cool with working with people all over the world. Super cool with like non-English native speakers. So long as it's like clear that what we are going to be able to teach like is going to have a positive impact. And so what we did with this person after the first session was we reached out to them in DMs and we were like, listen, you're amazing. We love your gumption, but we are refunding you all of your money right now because we do not think that we are able to help you. And so we don't want your money. So this person didn't even request it. We just gave them their money back. So that's why we're doing the application process this time. Good feedback from the chat. Yeah, copy that is probably responsible for most of the progress we made. Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of the people in the chat right now are like old hands, like people that have been with us for a while. Like, friggin' Herv. Like, I've seen Herv like for months and years. Like, so when Herv drops a comment, like I know to listen and to pay attention. So same thing with, Maria, with Kevin, and now Leah too. Leah's a new addition. Like I know to trust these names because I've been working with these names for such a long time. So can confirm I was there. That's amazing. Time to get an advocate. Yeah, probably. Anyway, so yeah, I agree. I agree with Herv here that I guess my problem with inner circle is it feels a little guru-y. Like I know that AWAI has their inner circle of success. I know that Cardinal Mason has an inner circle. I know that there's like a bunch of like inner circles out there in the world. But also at the same time, it's also one of those things where it's like when you see it, you know what you get, more or less. We are bringing you into the fold. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's like one of the things that I want to be is I want to be the type of business that is willing to give back $10,000 if we can't provide the service that $10,000 pays for. You know, culmination of 5 years of Copy That's existence, a chance for the most serious members of our audience to build their careers alongside us, an opportunity for us to find the best and brightest talent who we'd like to hire for our own businesses, and of course, a simple way to get the best possible mentorship available in the copywriting marketing world today. But we're not just opening this opportunity to anybody. Oh yeah, no, I scroll back early in this in the stream, and I was talking about a white paper that I was working on. So yeah, so here's the thing: you have to understand white papers or at the very least, the use of white papers in marketing is an invention. It was from the 80s. White papers have always been like this sort of technical thing. In the 70s and 80s, and I know the person who did this. I know the person who's responsible for this. They started how should I say, disguising special reports and fulfillment and calling it a white paper because people in the world now had this association of like a white paper as like this serious, like technical, you're going to learn a lot of stuff. This is for serious people with like serious ambitions. And so marketers started disguising special reports and even copy as white papers and then sending them out to people. So the answer is it's complicated. Yes, you absolutely can, as a copywriter, get hired to write white papers, but they are not technical writing white papers, if that makes sense. Yeah. So his name is even more powerful that way. I hope so. I really hope so. Um, oh, stop. This is not the complimenting Sean show. Stop that. I like this pivot to scarcity. I like this because it sort of like reframes stuff, but also like, and it very clearly says, this is a chance for us to find the best and brightest talent, a chance for the most serious members of our audience to build their careers alongside us. Love all this. It's a good emotional recap. I feel like this emotion is missing from the start. Um, don't worry, we're not asking you to complete a full project or write a new piece of copy. We simply want to answer 4 short questions on this form. Yeah. You have to apply. This will let us know that you are suitable or not. If you are, we'll invite you to join. If you're not, we will tell you directly. Yeah, this is all disqualification at this point. We don't want you to spend money on something we don't think, if we don't think we can help you. Again, that's the integrity that we bring to the space. So far, similar offers we've created, like our boot camps and incubator, have led to some life-changing results for the members who snatch up the opportunity to join. For example, and then these are real testimonials. Stop that. Ridiculous. Yeah, these are great testimonials from past incubators. But the boot camps and incubator were simply warm-up acts for what has now become, again, like reconsider framing. Yeah, because again, like I think that the boot camps and the incubators were really, really valuable, but something about the offer just felt a little off. I think it was a combination of like time frame. With the copywriting boot camp, I can tell you guys that like it was just too much. One thing I very quickly realized as we were going through like the different types of copy, from email to sales letters to this to this to this, we just could not spend enough time on any individual piece of copy. And also, not every person in the copywriting boot camp wanted to learn all those different types of copy. That was the big limitation of the boot camp, where it's like to teach sales letters, it requires at least, I would say, 4 months to a year to gain base level competence for sales letters in particular. Most people are not willing to devote that amount of time. And for a 12-week boot camp certainly was not a lot of time. And that was a big learning experience for me. Yeah, I don't want you to feel expendable. You were not expendable. Will there be projects, assignments, and greater work? Yes. Well, the projects and assignments, yes. And then there's going to be a track, a cheap track for people to like learn stuff and do stuff on their own. And then there's going to be a track where people can get like sort of like feedback, guidance, and like help building their first newbie portfolio. So that's something that we're building. That's going to be the CCC 3.0, which as a result of this conversation, we might actually call the incubator. So native English copywriting noob wouldn't benefit from weekly copy because there is a lot of copywriting and a lot of persuasion comes down not to just structure and ingredients, but above a certain level, there's also an issue when it comes to the nuances of language. Very, very, very finicky nuances of language. Like for example, I've been talking about how like warm up acts or like, treating the past stuff as like, guinea pig trials. Yes, for this framing, that makes this offer feel better, but it also, how should I say, diminishes the value of what we were doing in the past, which puts the wrong implications in people's heads, in my opinion. And that's like several layers of subtext and nuance and understanding that you kind of have to be able to be sensitive of. And like English is really wonky, weird in that way. And I'm saying this as somebody who writes a lot for the Japanese market. Like there is some subtext that just gets lost in translation. So I'm cool again, super cool working with people that are learning English and that are developing English. But if half of my comments has to be like, please add periods at the end of your sentence, you're not going to learn. Um, I teach people how to go like mayor for a living. So average person marketing is my friend, my very, very good friend, Oren. If you've watched us for a long time, there's a couple of interviews and a few Whetstone live streams where he has joined. He is a delightful friend. I'm going to be seeing him this weekend. Um, he's kidding. He has many clients that he has sourced. Um, yeah, I'm Oren has no trouble getting clients. So you're funny. Started my copywriting career in English, but after hearing Sean was playing on hard mode, I switched my native language. He was right. Now I'm stable trying English on free time. Yeah. Again, one of the things that I hate being is right all the time, to quote Ian Malcolm. Yeah. Yeah, we don't want to again, like I think that that's the biggest problem with this piece of copy right now is that it doesn't lean into the value of the brand, which is in the relationship that we have with our lists and with our viewers. That's the biggest thing. And that manifests itself in the way that we are talking about our past customers. But it also manifests itself in the lead, which I think is the right approach, but requires just a little bit more attention paid to that relationship. Yeah, exactly. So it's there's going to be an option here. Like I said before, what we realized with the boot camps was that for some of the stuff that we were teaching in the boot camps, it just wasn't enough time. 12 weeks was not enough time for some things, and it was too much time for other things. So there's that. And then when we did the incubator, it was like a monthly subscription. And 1 month is just not enough time to, again, like for us to really, really move the needle on somebody's career. And so that's why we came up with the offer of like $1,500 per quarter, which averages out to about $17 per day. And that's kind of where we landed on that. So, yeah. So analogies, like providing an analogy in terms of perspective and point of view, is definitely dimensionalization. Yeah, English is super weird. You're egging him on. It goes even beyond that. There's a great book by George Lakoff called what is it? Everything is a metaphor or something like that, or the metaphors of language, or it really talks about how like in English, because it is the combination of five different languages, we in English have way more nuances and subtext than most other languages on the planet, which is not a good thing. Just saying, just because we have more of that doesn't mean it's good. Um, go to any how should I say diner with a 50-page menu, and you'll quickly realize that maybe it's not the best thing in the world. Yeah, you were about to tell Oren about it. Yeah, that's funny. Will be master classes for these words or metaphors like guinea pig. Well, one thing that I want to do in the CCC 3.0 is actually have a module, maybe even a separate module on like going deeper into value edits, function edits, line edits, and then also one thing that we've omitted is proofreading, syntax, like grammar for copywriters. And I think that we should have like a very low cost grammar for copywriters product. maybe even a free video about it. But who's going to sit through 4 hours of me being like, okay, here's what I mean by front loading the details of a sentence. Here's how you can strengthen a bullet by switching the order of the predicate, and so on and so forth. Um, well, only looking for this kind of mentorship because the access we're offering is so valuable, and because we're going to devote so much time to mentoring you and making sure we give you as much support and all the attention we can spare. We do unfortunately have to charge an appropriate amount to make this offer reasonable for us too. This section of the copy, you should not have imposter syndrome. Just going to put that out there. A lot of the people I know that have imposter syndrome have two things going on. And this is what makes imposter syndrome difficult to talk about. Half the people who have imposter syndrome, or say they have imposter syndrome, just suck. They should have imposter syndrome because they are not competent. And then there's the people who have imposter syndrome as a result of Dunning-Kruger, the Dunning-Kruger phenomenon. They are not aware of their own competence. And so for me, the one thing that I have to do whenever I start to feel the niggling doubt of imposter syndrome is I have to go like, no, I've done these cool things in the past. I know that I can do it again. I just have to contextualize that in circumstance. The more wins you rack up, and I hate framing stuff this way, the more wins you rack up, the harder and harder it is for imposter syndrome to find root in your brain. January, yes, because a lot of people are coming high. The best time is typically actually February or March. January, people are kind of like exhausted from the holidays, holiday marketing and things like that. And then also you have like most businesses, have end of year cuts happening in January, where it's like, okay, we just did our books for the previous year. These departments got to go. These people got to go. We got to save money here and here and here. So January is oftentimes like a very tough time for businesses when things are like economically tight, which right now in the world it kind of is. So you're going to see two things. You're going to see a lot of people cutting in January of 2026, and you're going to see a lot of people hiring in January of 2026. So it's a really good opportunity to push your outreach. Yeah. Review my ad. I felt so much better about pitching and showing up. Yeah. What if you don't have many wins? Well, you have to focus on the wins that you do have and then sort of like ride those and do what you can to rack up more. The other thing too is like, and I'm sure, Maria, you've heard me talk about this before, but you have to think about imposter syndrome in the context of what you are doing. If you are becoming a copywriter and a marketer, and this applies to all of you watching right now, whoever has felt anxiety or imposter syndrome, I have to ask you, when you are driving a car and you feel nervous, do you feel imposter syndrome? Why not? If you're a bad driver, and you know you're a bad driver, do you feel imposter syndrome? No, not really. But what are we talking about? We are talking about a learned skill that's cultivated through habit, that is gradually built on over time, that requires you to be in a situation where you can do great good or great harm to other people, businesses in this analogy, and which also requires you to sort of like, cultivate something over time to the point where it becomes automatic. Why do you not feel imposter syndrome when you drive? Why do you feel imposter syndrome when you write? I think part of that comes down to something that newer copywriters tend to have that more experienced copywriters tend not to have, which is like a lot of attachment to their writing. They don't see their writing as something separate from themselves. In a car, they see the car as separate from themselves. They see their driving as, oh, this is just a skill that I have to learn. And if I'm bad at it, well, I'll get better eventually. Or I'll just drive slower, which is also an option in this analogy. With copywriting, I think that once people start seeing it that way, it's like, I know I'm good, but I can be better. That's not a cause for imposter syndrome. you're writing. The moment you put a word on the page, it is not you anymore. It is simply it is a bit of putty on a spinning wheel that you get to turn into anything you want. That is also separate from your identity. So that's why I like the analogy of a table so much. Like it's not it can be artistic, but it's generally not artistic. It's a thing that people don't have a lot of emotional baggage around. So once you start treating your copy like tables, it's hard to feel imposter syndrome around that. You just try to make a better table, in my opinion. Uh, when we have a video about this on our second channel, check out our main channel page and check out our second channel. We just put out a bunch of videos about this. And yeah, a lot of coaches right now are thinking about launching copy. Yeah, that's an old joke. Um, yeah, psychology is hard, and one of the things too is also like it's uh, behaviors are habitual. If you a lot of anxiety and a lot of situational depression, not like chronic depression. A lot of this is just like sort of like defaulting to a habit of thought. And imposter syndrome can be one of those habits of thought. It doesn't mean it's real. It just means that your brain is sort of like settling into that. You got to be careful. I will have a motivational. I'll have my this video is for Maria. It is a pep talk about imposter syndrome. That's going to be on the second channel at some point. It's called Copy That Sells. If you go to our channel page, you will see a big old link for it. I stay soft. Anyway, we've lost the plot and gotten away from the copy that we're trying to do. So this is all copy that I've written because the access we're offering is so valuable, and because we're going to devote so much time to mentoring you and making sure we give you as much support and all the attention we can spare. We do unfortunately have to charge an appropriate amount to make this offer reasonable for us too. Just to explain what I'm doing here, there's two ways to go about pricing. This is going to be expensive. Buckle up, Buttercup. Like disqualifying people immediately. And then there's also going to be framing it and couching it so that the value of it feels reasonable and low relative to what you're getting. And that's what I am trying to do here. Because this thing is so valuable, because we're going to devote so much time to mentoring you and making sure that we can support you and give you all the attention we can spare. Again, I'm more relationshipy here in this particular part. We do unfortunately have to charge an appropriate amount to make this offer. How else could you have written this? We do have to charge a lot to make this offer work. That's a little bit more clinical. It's a little bit, hey, this is for the business, and you're our business. Here, I tried to frame it the way that I do feel about it, which is that like we have to make this offer make sense for us and for you. Low enough that you can afford it, enough value that it feels justifiable, and then enough money for us to focus on this rather than my problem, which is starting a new business randomly. No, it's not going to be crazy expensive like some other inner circle programs or copy MBA intensives or out there that charge as much as $10,000 for access. We're opening up our inner circle for only $1,500 per quarter or just $5,000 per year. That is less than $17 per day. That's a numerical dimensionalization. All for information and guidance and access worth far more to your future earnings than that. Is that copy okay? I'm trying to do price anchoring, but I'm trying to do it in a very like authentic and honest way. But if anybody here reads that and you're like, that feels really scummy, I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to hear what you think. I appreciate that. Thank you. I wrote that, so I care very much about it. All the stuff that Alex wrote, I'm just like, change this, change that. We need a relationship. We need to build rapport. We need to get back to our roots. We need to change these bullets. All the stuff I'm writing, I'm just like, please be nice. Had to reread that sentence. I didn't really grasp it at first. Which sentence are you referring to? Good. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm looking for some of it feels like it has the potential to be confusing. The all for information. That's less than $17 per day. Um, yeah, a lot of people. I've learned this recently. So I work in financial most of the time, and quarters are just how things are. And I realized recently that people don't think in quarters. People don't associate like a quarter is 3 months. So for only we're opening up our inner circle for only $1,500 per 3 months. Uh, every 3 months. That's a very good question, Aaron. It's a great question. And I think that that's because I think we're moving away from the cohort model. I think we're going to open this up every single month. And so like does that mean that if you join in the second month of the spring session, the spring semester that you only get 2 months? No. Yeah, let's look at this. Let's look at this. Would this price anchoring work? Inner circle programs or yeah, let's just do programs or some of the other inner circle programs, boot camps, or intensives out there that charge as much as $10,000 for access. Listen. If it were not for hypocrisy, I would have no advice to give. Yeah, take the college approach and run semesters. We could theoretically like open this up. This is going to be. We're only going to open this up 4 times per year. If you want in, this is your chance to get in. That makes it exclusive and harder to get in. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. And that way we have cohorts. People coming in, people going out. And more or less people are sort of starting at the same point. Like, hey, welcome to the new crew. This is the people that we've held on for from the previous semester, previous quarter, previous 3 months. That's interesting. That is an interesting angle. I think that that is smart. I would do a monthly cost because that's how I think of my budget as a mama. So I wanted to do that, um, but I didn't want to give people the impression that they could pay for monthly. The one thing that I think was wrong about the incubator offer was that it was a monthly program, that it renewed monthly, but it was still high ticket. And I just don't think 1 month is enough time to really like get into somebody's brain meat and like help them rethink about their writing in a different way. So, and so I don't want to, maybe I can dimensionalize that here, $500 per month, less than $17 per day. What do you guys think? This feels, yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. What do you guys think about this edit that Leah is suggesting? You think this is better? Okay. All right. Listen, 2 data points make a trend. Monthly makes it seem more expensive. That's kind of what I was thinking. Like this for me, it anchors things too high. People tend to think in threes. So let me walk you through the logic here. We anchor here, and then we anchor here, and then we bring it down to the lowest amount here. This, I feel like muddies it a little bit. Feels like an expensive subscription, and I don't want it to feel that way. I want it to feel, you know, yeah. And also, like, I wonder, like, this can be on the order form, the $500 per year or $5,000 per year. That can be just like a radio button on the order form, and then we would only mention this. So here's what I'm thinking. See, this I think is smart. The thing with the email is that, like, we have to think, like, what is the email for? What is the order form for? So, yeah, I think that's, more natural. We need at least 3 months to seriously change how you think about writing. So let's dig in a little bit. So it's not going to be crazy expensive like some of the other inner circle programs, boot camps, or intensives out there that charge as much as $10,000 for access. We're opening up our inner circle for only $1,500 every 3 months. Why 3 months? Because that's enough time to really dig into what you need and help you change some of your habits for the better. Probably never on weekends. The one time sounds better. Like the cost for 3 months, maybe. This is where we get into the really like the subjective, like the psychology. Everybody's going to respond to numbers a little bit differently. That's enough time for to really dig into what you need. Help you change some of the your writing and thinking habits for the better. That's less than 17. When you work it out, that comes out to less than $17 per day. And I can promise you this. We can provide much more than $17 per day of value to you. You'll know after 3 months with us. I like that. You'll know after 3 months whether or not we've been able to. What's a good word here? So, word your career. Or something your career for the better. You'll know for after 3 months whether or not we've been able to have a huge positive impact on your That's interesting. That's so interesting. Yeah, because yeah, pricing psychology is it's such a wacky thing, and people respond to it so differently depending upon different contexts. I love this stuff. Although I now take these people really know that they are cut out. They just need to keep pushing to the next level. Whether or not we've been able to have a huge positive impact on your trajectory. Yeah, I'm still noodling on this. When you work that out, that comes out to $500 per month, less than $17 per day. And I can promise you this, we can provide much more than $17 per day of value to you. And we are so looking forward to the opportunity to provide that value to you on a daily basis. I feel like you'll get people who aren't committed if they can pay $1,500 and test drive for 3 months. Well, it's not. It's a commitment. You have to commit for 3 months. Why commit for 3 months? That's enough time to really dig into what you need. Why 3 months? Because that's enough time for you to grasp the needed change to help you write and think better. Well, what is it? What is the intrinsic value of grasping a needed change? The way that I have it framed here for you to grasp the needed change, that'd be like me saying, like, it's going to take you 3 months for you to fully understand, the value that I've given you, or things like that. Whereas this, the way that I've framed it here or tried to frame it here, that's enough time to really dig into what you need. What I'm trying to do is frame this to be like a service, which it is. So maybe. Well, this is not really one-one coaching. We're going to have a separate thing for one-one coaching, and so this is like for the group. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is all stuff that we need to noodle on. So we need to. I'm going to put a note to myself. Noodle on framing. People want to see the end mostly before they decide. I think I understand what you mean. All right, but please take note: we don't want children or beginners with no money. Only people in stable financial positions should be investing their money and time in the copy that inner circle. You can't comfortably afford that investment. So a lot of what we're doing here is just it's sort of what we try to do in every single big offer that we do, which is like try to discourage people from spending irresponsibly with us. If you can't comfortably afford that investment, then you should be focusing on building your career with our free and low ticket material first. However, you think you are suitable for the inner circle. If you are ready for one of the most valuable forms of training you can receive, if you do want everything Copy That has to offer, then apply now using this easy form. That's going to be a link. We're not sure how many spots we're going to limit the inner circle to, but it will certainly be a lot fewer than 993. That's the number of people who asked us to tell them when this kind of mentorship was available, the same number of people currently getting this email. So if you're reading this, be aware there are 992 others who have just been invited to the inner circle too. Not all of them will be suitable, of course. We will almost certainly turn down quite a few, but we're letting everyone know at the same time. Our first inner circle call will be on Tuesday, January 6th at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Apply to join ASAP, and we'll let you know if there's a spot available within a few days of your application being submitted. Yeah, I don't think that there's a problem with the close. Yeah, perfect. Like honest to goodness, I think that there's not really a whole lot that needs to change with the close. I think we need to noodle around with how we frame the pricing because I think that our list, because we advertise ourselves as like the value option when it comes to copywriting education. A lot of people on our list are more price sensitive than a lot of other people, a lot of other lists. And so I want to be sensitive of that and like pay attention to that and care about that. So there's that. And so I think what we really need to do is like work on framing, work on relationships, work on bullets. I think that maybe front loading some of this is going to be impactful. Um, yeah, it's one of those things where from these conversations and from the Discord, I already kind of know what the list is looking for, and it's already stuff that we've sort of talked about. It really just comes down to like not so much what we're offering, so much as how we're framing it and how we're framing it differently from what we've revealed in the past. So that's kind of stuff that I'm noodling around right now. Anyway, that's all for me and Alex to sort of think about as we revise this. I think that we've spent way more time on this than we should have. And so, what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over and change gears. And now we're going to actually look at some copy that has been submitted for review. I'm going to try to do this quickly because I do need to write. Um, yeah, totally. And that's what we want you to do. All right, let's move on to this is Mateus. Seen an earlier version of this. I know that there's some debate whether this is a good strategy for the business or not. That's fair. Could argue my case, but right now I'd love a neutral look at the offer stack and whether it feels clear and compelling for someone who's already warmed to the service. Cool. So what that means is like we're going to sort of skip over like the framing, the angle, things like that, and we're going to look specifically at the way that the offer is constructed. Ah, yes. Zoom in. On the copy side, I changed the headline, cut the trash you flagged, and kept what you said worked. Thanks, gang. Reminder for people who run a business, use YouTube as their main platform. Niche down. The focus is on creators in the biz ops space, people teaching things like dropshipping, Amazon FBA. Switch the name of Tomato to the Content Alchemist. I like this a little bit better. Sound like someone you can hire. Oh God, yeah, it is sort of standard Sean shit. All right, so we covered this in our previous stream, so we don't need to devote a whole lot of time to going over the offer and the copy. Really, it's just a discussion of like a service to help people produce content and content marketing. Really repurposed short form content for like taking long form videos and turning them into like Instagram, X, LinkedIn content. All right. So let's look at the stack. How it works, our monthly schedule. Week 1, on board. Okay, so this is all stuff. Human with a brain and taste has to do it by hand. It's not some breakthrough miracle tech damn good system for people who care about these things. Yeah, I think so. We might try to do something with it in the future. I know Noah's working on something, but yeah, we'll figure it out. We may make like digest videos, something like that. Month 1, we spend week 1 calibrating your voice. Month 2, it's full flow, new content delivered and published every single week. So what now? You've got 2 options: keep posting long form, hoping a metric spreads, or start turning your content high performing assets that actually grow your brand. And if you guys want some insight into this particular marketing strategy, like content marketing strategy, check out the last Whetstone Wednesday that we did, where we sort of talked extensively about that. Here's a form below. Let's talk. Here's everything you'll get. Monthly retainer starting at dollars. Founders, experts, and creators who publish weekly long form content and want to turn that into consistent high leverage visibility across platforms. What you will give 30 minutes of long form video per week total, about 2 hours per month. Interesting. Let's see. 30 minutes of long form video per week. Let's move on. What you'll get 30 plus short form pieces per month, fully edited, captioned, and ready to post across 5 platforms. CapCut, shout out. Everything done by a real human. Voice matched, hooks optimized, storylines built, no AI sludge, no content mills. Tailored content strategy and monthly insights included. You'll know what's working, what's hitting, and how to double down. 30 plus minutes of long form per week, total of 2 hours per month. Is that a limit or a minimum? I think that's what's confusing me about this. Right here. Is that a limit or a minimum? And so I think that you need to spell that out. Because, especially if you're reaching out to people that do long form on YouTube, like, if you were doing this for podcasts, It's a minimum. Okay. You might want to make that clear. Like for best results, you will want to give us at least 2 hours per month, something like that. I think that is probably stronger here. One-off projects starting at dollars. Um, here's my opinion of this so far. All of this feels good. I like the way it's framed. Tailor content strategy, monthly insights. You'll know what's working. Um, One thing that you can do, and this works better if you're going in one off and then upselling to monthly, is you can actually spin this out and like make this like, for example, I imagine that you are going to be emailing people a summary of their results. What if you said that as a monthly retainer, one of the bonuses that you get is a special custom proprietary report showing exactly the numbers that you're hitting, what's working, and where we need to double down, etc. What of your content is working. Specialized insights that way. And that report, you're going to provide it monthly to your clients anyway. It's literally just a, CSV print of your dashboard, a CSV export, plus some insights. So this is one of those things where I look at it and I go, you have the opportunity to take this out, put it at the bottom, right here, and make it feel bigger than what it is, rather than like, oh, this is in due course with what you get. No, this is a bonus because you are a monthly retainer client. Obviously, you can't provide that if it's a one-off project. Yeah, and again, that's just standard stuff that you would get from like trying to craft a one-star offer. The thing that you want to think about is, this is something that you can reframe and turn into a bonus that rewards people for doing this instead of this. That I think is going to have a bigger impact, especially if you really make this feel special rather than just like you emailing your client being like, things are good, do more of this, stuff like that. Ready to post? I maybe consider using the word optimized for, each individual platform. Like, for example, one of the things that I do know is that if you are doing short form for YouTube Shorts, what hits is going to be different from Reels, and that's going to be different from what hits on TikTok. And so I think tipping your hand and showing that you are not only knowledgeable about that, but also like that you are going to be optimizing per platform is going to be something that is either worth mentioning here or earlier, and also definitely part of that offer because it makes it feel more valuable. Like, we will spend the time to custom tailor each short form piece to work, to work optimally on each platform. If you can do that, not only does it feel like work, like they see you doing the work, but also that feels valuable. Like, oh, I'm going to get the best results from each platform because they're taking the time to do that. So that's something you want to consider. Everything else is sort of basic. Like there's obviously other stuff that you can do, consulting, training, coaching, like, suggestions for improving your long form videos that will obviously give you better results on your short form videos. And we'll give you that consulting for free, et cetera, et cetera. That's all stuff that when you're, providing your agency or your freelancer services to businesses, like you can frame those things as offers. Like you would probably just do that casually in conversation, but like when you make it feel like part of an offer, it makes the offer feel bigger without feeling like in a disingenuous or unbelievable way. One off project. Kaylee, is that you?
Oh, hi.
Are you going to join?
I'm gonna join for a little bit.
I would love that.
Hello,
It's
everybody.
oh, so we need to. Right now, you were too low on the.
Oh.
I'm gonna have to reorient stuff. I can't even find my mouse. Oh my god. There we go. You're so tiny, and you're blocked by the Sean. Much better.
Wait, can I? My eyes like perfectly over the Sean.
Oh my
I
god.
tried.
You're just peeking over.
Yeah.
All right. So, and then one-off project starting at this. If you got a backlog and you just want a one-time content batch, we can do that too. I would do a starting at. But if you do a starting at, you probably it's Maria.
Hi,
Maria. We were talking earlier. She was giving some really great feedback on the lift that we're preparing for the Inner Circle offer.
Amazing.
Really good insights. So if you have this starting out figure, one thing I would suggest is like if you got a backlog of X number hours of footage, that allows people to really clearly see that a specific dollar amount is connected to a very specific backlog. And then you can sort of like price it accordingly through simple division and proportion. This right now, this feels really thin. Like you asked about the value of your offer stack. This to me does not feel this feels like grunt work, to be completely honest with you. And so if you want this to feel valuable, you have to do a little bit more with it. One of those things can be like, a list of insights, some, suggestions for optimization, things like that. That can even be like a bump or like, additions provided like and cost determined like in conversation with the client where you basically decide like, variable price per project, insights to help you optimize your long form content for short form, things like that. So this feels really weak. This feels, I give it a B minus, C plus, B minus. I think that doing those few small tweaks are going to really kick it up into like B territory, possibly even B plus, especially if you start framing stuff as like, because you are, committing to X amount of time, you're on this monthly retainer, you get these extra bonuses that are only reserved for our monthly retainer clients. And you would want to couch that like anybody who signs up for or commits to like multiple months. That's what this sort of stuff, that valuable insight stuff is contingent upon. That is how I would improve the value of the stack personally.
I agree with that.
Yeah. And then not really Clive Owen. That's funny. Yeah, all this, standard landing page stuff. I think that again, your grasp of landing page copy is strong. As far as selling yourself as a freelancer or agency, I think that there's places where this can be optimized and improved. And that's it. Do you have any questions for me before we move on? It's funny, like at one point we had like 40 people watching this copy review stream, and like the viewership was really high when I was doing everything except reviewing copy.
Oh.
The moment I started reviewing copy, which in my opinion is like the most valuable thing that I have to offer to people.
You scared them all away.
I scare them all away.
It wasn't me this time.
Amazing. Yeah. So again, I put out this offer. Oh, wait, he says. What are we waiting for? Gotta know. The suspense is killing me.
Ooh.
I might actually skip around in terms of the copy so that since you're here, you're not like bound to the chair. I want to jump to a few things. What do I think of the new headline? Oh, we call this an expansion of scope. Yeah. starts here for creators posting 30 plus minutes of video weekly.
I would change the call out.
Yeah, I would change the call out. This for me, like you do that in the offer, that qualification thing. I think better is like, calling all podcasters, calling all, streamers, calling all video essayists.
Plus, what is 30 plus minutes? It's kind of vague, right? Like it could be a video,
Mm,
it could be statics, it could be carousels, it could
yeah.
be
Very Alex coded headline. Well, that's the thing. So Alex, one of the things that Alex is really good at, he's really good at call out copy. I agree. But what Alex is really good at is calling out very specific people who would want to pay attention to a particular service or product, like German Shepherd owners. You know, people posting 30 plus minutes of video weekly for me is just too wide and vague of a net. Because what if they're posting 31-minute videos already? They technically qualify. Not exactly the people you're trying to talk to. And so my suggestion is to, calling all like podcasters, streamers, videos, like really drill down into the people that you feel you can help the most, the people that are really putting out long form that would benefit the most from your service, and call those people out. So, I didn't say YouTubers.
Oh, it says video. That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then I guess, is it the video actually being long, or is it how long is it taking you to make it? Like, in 30 minutes really isn't that much.
Yeah. So okay. This eyebrow, I give it a D for D's nuts. Anyway, get 30 plus short form assets per month. I like how you're framing that, short form assets. Like, you're not saying reels. You're not. Yeah, I like that. Again, I have quibbles with this strategy, but who cares? Per month for Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, X, and I would put YouTube Shorts or just YT Shorts. 100% done for you. No AI slop. Okay. This is a suggestion. It's an optimization. It's not a needle mover. It might be a needle mover. My biggest problem with this headline is this word right here. I think that this feels weak because of the verb. This is, grammatically speaking, this is called the imperative. Get, have, make, $30 per month, etc. I think that if you find a stronger, like, unlock, grow your following with, the imperative verb there is grow. There's an intrinsic benefit to that. Scale your business with, scale your online presence with, maximize your online revenue with, is all much stronger than get, because there's an intrinsic value to that.
Where's the empty post-it?
I have, sorry, my desk is a mess right now.
It's okay.
There's some.
Yay, I'm just taking one. I need to note this one next to it. It's like, I have an idea.
Oh.
And so I'm just keeping these little moments.
Even she takes notes on the things that I say. I don't think that's a healthy thing for a marriage, but that's fine. It's fine.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Anyway, does that make sense? In my opinion, that's this particular word is where you can get the most improvement from this headline. This is how you break through your earnings ceiling and stay top of mind between uploads. Yeah, this is very Alex coded for sure, and I love it. But I think this is fine. I like what you're doing here. Yeah, I think the biggest thing you need to do is really drill in with an intrinsic benefit in the verb that you choose. Get 30 assets. That feels like work. Grow my following with 30 plus assets that are done for me. Now we're talking. Anyway, I want to move on. Thank you very much for sharing your copy. I hope it was helpful. Again, these are small things that can have a big impact. So I hope that they really help. And listen, I hope that you prove me wrong with your particular strategy. All right. I'm going to skip around in terms of the copy that we look at. We just got this squeeze page. I'm going to link this. Actually, MAOR, I don't know how to pronounce that. He was next in line. We'll look at this and then we'll go to this because I think that you would have the most to say about this more than me. I have things to say about
The tour.
become the better, the book sphere. B,
What is
B,
what is
B.
what is better? Better? Or like
This is
betting?
either like prediction markets or sports betting or online gambling. It's something.
Got it.
All right, but we're going to focus on this for now. All right, let's zoom in. We can't see. All right. So this is a Facebook ad script to a cold audience, and it's a cushion for professional drivers with back pain, specifically sciatica. Question: what few things would you tell me to get better? For example, focus on X for the next 7 days, focus on Y after the next 7 days, or if you suggest better. Thank you. Translated. Okay, so we're not going to talk about grammar or confusion. Hook 1. I'm not getting behind the wheel anymore without this. Perfectly fine. You can do something with this visually that's interesting, but hook 2. I couldn't bear driving anymore until I found this.
Mm,
So I had difficulty walking for entire minutes after driving. No, got that. Hook 4. Here's how it saved my back when driving. And again, I understand what you're doing here. So the thing you got to understand with hooks is you don't need what's in it for me intrinsic to a hook. You can just do something surprising and shocking. Attention getting is different slightly more often than persuasion. Getting attention and then persuading somebody, two kind of different activities. And so for me, like you can have a what's in it for me or benefit driven hook. I could not bear driving anymore until I found this. You can also frame this as like, I within 7 days of using this, my sciatica was gone. That's going to be stronger and more specific while still also utilizing that referent to what could this product be.
that was my main qualm with it. Is unless this is highly targeted, if this is going to a broad audience, and if you're testing, then it probably is. That hook is not really speaking to anybody with sciatica. Or it's not really saying much of anything, unless the creative pairs well with it. But then the creative really has to pull a lot of work. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, and I think that that's happening. So I don't have a problem necessarily with the word this. Sometimes it falls into what Kyle Milligan calls poor man's intrigue, which is you're over relying on a grammatical function to build all your intrigue for you. The word this functions only to replace some other word or phrase or what have you. And so it's just over relying on that sort of like syntactical thing. Got it. So for me, like really what I want you to do, and we're going to release a video about this probably within the next week or so. We have the content grid coming out, Alex's content grid. And what you really want to do is you want to overdo your hooks and you want to think about your hooks in two ways. How do you get attention and make people stop the scroll? And then how do you visually portray that in a way that's interesting and will sustain that attention? You have about 2 seconds to do that with a hook, at most 4. And so I don't think that these are really working on. Here's what I want you to do. over the next 7 days. And the person that we're mentoring right now, I just worked with her and I basically gave her the same assignment. I want you to find a bunch of ads in other niches for weird things, weird products, dentistry, stuff like that. And I want you to sort of try to reverse engineer what the hook is doing, that first 2 to 7 seconds. And what I want you to do is ask yourself the question and give yourself the challenge. How do I do that, but for an anti sciatica driving pillow? I'll give you a specific example. I was looking at there was an oral gel. This company was selling through ecom, through meta ads, an oral gel. And the way that here was the hook. It had nothing to do with teeth or really an oral gel. It was the sound of like a really grating drill in the background, and there was a picture of like the dentist chair, and like a nurse standing beside it saying like, you're going to want to hit me once you learn everything that you're about to learn about this oral gel. Which, whoa. You have that sort of like the dental drill sound, which I think for a lot of people taps into survival instincts, that flight or fight or flight instinct, really attention getting. You have the dental hygienist saying and implying something very startling, like, you're going to want to hit me when you learn about this oral gel. What? There's so much intrigue there, and it comes from like the force and the aggression of the action and how like surprising it is, how attention getting it is. You can't not learn about an oral gel once you hear that particular hook. So how do we do that for sciatica? We hear a horn blaring on the highway, tires screeching. You know, we can talk like we show a chiropractor or show a surgeon like looking over you, like as though you yourself were on the gurney looking up after an accident and saying like, you're going to wish you had this pillow before you got into that accident, or something like that. Something that really taps into like fear and attention, whiplash, things like that. And again, like, I'm just coming up with stuff on the fly, but I came up with that idea for a hook based on thinking about a hook for an oral gel product. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's what I want you. Oh, yeah, this is a good one too. Like, okay, you hear horns blaring, like you see a person lurching forward as their truck moves forward inch by inch by inch in traffic. And then the trucker looks out the window in that sort of like dramatic fashion and goes, "My hips are killing me right now." And then hard pivot to like a person, parachuting in the middle of the highway and landing on the top of his truck and saying, "But your hips don't have to hurt when you have this." Again, it's ridiculous, but you're coming up with a lot of ideas. And go ridiculous and then pair it back to what's reasonable and go from there. The key thing is you're trying to get attention on the things that you're making. So that's my advice to you. Really like study and reverse engineer hooks, and then do what I and Alex call cross pollination. Really think of like, how do I take an ad from that niche and take the same logic and reverse engineer it and apply it for this niche. So, who's seen the movie Falling Down in the last 20 years? I don't think anybody. Have you seen the movie Falling Down?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
It's been a long time. Ah, disgruntled edgelord white guys. That's that. It's that movie Falling Down. It's Joker. It's like Christ. Those kinds of movies. For 5 years, I've been driving for more than 6 hours a day recently. All right, sentence break. Recently, the back pains radiated to my leg. I thought it's part of the job. This is too boring.
Mhm.
And Even stronger to the point where I could no longer tolerate drives of over half an hour. And even getting out of my car, my back.
I think what would be stronger and shorter if you're gonna go in this direction is to be like, "I could not drive for 5 minutes without my back hurting."
Yeah,
There you go.
tight.
It takes all that extra away, it gets the point across, and because it's less time, because 30 minutes is a long time to be driving a car.
Yeah.
So,
You want to amp stuff up, and you want to make sure that your copy like really, really drills down to those emotional essences really quickly. Yeah, hire this person to write your ads. Like, it definitely, absolutely. Um, the thing with this kind of like what you're doing right now is that it feels very the word is didactic. You're telling. It's not like a person like stepping out of a truck and going like, I couldn't go 5 minutes in this truck without my hip just killing me. And then hard pivot to like, an orthopedic surgeon talking into a microphone in a podcast and saying like, most people don't have the first clue about what is truly causing their sciatica and hip pain. It has everything to, and then cut to like an anatomical diagram of a person's hips being like little cattywampus or like bent forward in a what is it? An anteriorly rotated position, I think is the way it's called. You don't need to say that. But what you really want to do is you want to start revealing something that gives some insight. Hit the problem, aggravate the problem, and then give people a taste of like a mechanism or a reason, something that makes them feel like they have to keep watching. Yeah. So we're ignoring this is in translation, so we're ignoring grammatical comments right now. Until one night while I was on Facebook, I came across a Norvine cushion. Um,
I wouldn't mention it being on Facebook if you're putting this on Facebook.
yeah, I would say, it wasn't until I discovered the Norvine cushion that I finally found the solution to all my problems. Things like that. But before that, like, you can do your, I tried pillows. I tried Advil. I tried this, and nothing seemed to work until I discovered. And discovered, is I think a better verb phrase. I think Hebrew is where you're translating from. Came across versus discover are, emotionally weighted differently. One is, came across is passive. Oh, I just happened to see it. Discover is an active thing. You were looking for a solution. That's why the verb discover is so powerful in English. At first, I was skeptical, but I didn't want to go in the direction of taking pills or medical treatments. I I think that you need more copy here to couch this. This ad is not really clicking or really working for me yet. And I think that the reason is because that you're framing problems in ways that everybody else has already framed problems before. It's not unique or interesting. It doesn't give me a reason to like really lock in. Um, and then also at the same time, it doesn't reveal something that I did not already know. So I'm not getting those dopamine hits of like, I need to keep paying attention because, there's open loops, there's things I'm learning, there's things I'm discovering, there's things that like contrast with information that I've had before, things like that. Thanks a lot, Kaylee and Kaylee's husband.
You're welcome.
Hold on. Good luck. And then here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to edit my name. Get rid of my
Emperor of Ice Cream.
Yeah, it's a Wallace Stevens reference. Shut up. Kaylee and Kaylee's husband. I like how the names are below us too. It's perfect.
It's perfect.
Anyway, I really all the rest of this, is going to change as a result of you changing this. So really what I want you to do and focus on for the next 7 days is really, really, really do that exercise of reverse engineering and trying hooks that really get attention. These two, I think, are probably the closest. This doesn't work for me. Redo it. And then this is just I don't feel any way about it.
No.
So really drill into your hooks and really look and see what's working for businesses right now, and really go really far abreast of like, let me like, what's a very common hook that's happening right now? Here's why you shouldn't buy a Norven cushion.
Oh, the here's why you shouldn't is
Yeah.
huge right now.
It's huge right now.
It's like time and time again.
It's you think that people are it's fatigued. No,
it has not.
It's not.
Every time it's used, it always does better.
Yeah.
Every time.
Here's
That
what's wrong with a Norven cushion.
The eyes emoji. The looking over eyes emoji. There's some magic to that emoji.
No, that's not an open loop. So here's what I mean by open loop. So what you're doing, what that would be like a headline. And this is a video ad. There's no headline. So, cut that out. It can't be used here. That's what I mean by context. We need to change RIOA to RIOF. we need format. Format, there's no headline. What do I mean by open loop? What I mean by, like, for 5 years, I've been driving for more than 6 hours a day. And, let's change that to just like, I can't go 5 minutes of driving without pain shooting down my leg, without electric fire shooting down my leg. And it wasn't until I discovered this amazing solution that, et cetera, et cetera. So you're making a promise, you're doing a tease, and you say, but before I reveal what that solution is, you are probably feeling the same thing. Pain in your low back, pain in this, pain in this. And what you're doing when you create an open loop is you imply that you're going to get back to some topic at some point in the future. But for now, we have to talk about something else. You're creating a loop, and you're going to loop back to a topic in the future. But then we have to talk about something else. And then you close the loop and you come back to where you left off. Really common one is like, but before we get into the details, first I have to explain this. That is such a cliche. It's so common, and it always works. It really does engage readers. But before we go into that, first I have to explain this. It's not a tease. An open loop is its own thing. What it's doing is it's creating what's called a curiosity gap. Like, you are delaying gratification a little bit, which is a tease, but like, yeah, something like that. In your 30s, you'll discover Norven is important. You say yes. I'm not sure I understand this. Norven is important. You say yes. Marie, I'm not sure what you mean by this.
I don't either.
Like, if you discover Norven in your 30s, if you say yes to Norven in your 30s, you'll know your lower back will thank you in your 60s or something like that. That could be a hook. Something along those lines.
That's a very famous hook reel on Instagram.
Interesting. Okay.
How does it? I'd have to see the actual reel to know how it's delivered, because sometimes that can change.
Yeah. I'm super curious about that. I can hear my daughter screaming.
Oh, is it supposed to say it's important you say yes?
Oh, it is important you say yes. Yeah.
That makes it make way more sense.
LeBron James uses a cushion while driving. Even elite athletes rely on cushions to manage discomfort from prolonged sitting or driving. Yeah.
So then find out the one he uses and talk about why yours is better.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good one. Even famous athletes do this, and then you can get like a stock photo of like LeBron and then censor him or something like that. Change it enough so that it's not copyright infringement. My daughter is having a temper tantrum. Yeah. How do you get that into ad copy? Get what into ad copy?
Yeah, I'm not sure what
I'm
that
not sure what you're saying. Anyway, do you have any questions before we move on? That is my advice for you with this Facebook ad copy. Really focus, drill down on your hooks. Really focus on tightening things up. Really think in terms of like the important details that capture, hold, and then reveal attention. You have to think of it like you're building something. You're building towards something, and you want to make sure that people know that you're building towards something so that they keep watching. So that's my advice for you. If you're still on, do you have any questions for us? My daughter wants ice cream. Ice cream, ice cream. Yeah. All right. All right. We're going to move on. We're going to move to the next thing.
The algo plug.
The algo plug. So, context. This is a landing page copy, aka a squeeze page. It's just trying to squeeze one thing.
Okay.
Noted everything. Thanks. Oh, your browser lost connection to screen share audio. Restart your browser if this continues to be a problem. Oh, Christ. All right. Simple email capture for when my product or community launches. I watched a landing page masterclass that Sean said for a simple email capture, you just need a headline, maybe 3 to 5 bullets and a CTA. Yeah, it goes either way. I've done long copy for email signups. That's really common for what's called a hot list build. But for like just capturing leads, you really don't need a whole lot. And oftentimes we found that this style was best by test.
Market inefficiency detection system.
Market system built to spot pricing mistakes across sports books. Oh, that's funny. I actually have a friend who just launched an info product based on the same exact mechanism.
Literally was thinking.
Yeah, it's Pick Junkies.
Yeah.
It compares how different book values the same player prop and highlights the gaps. Those numbers don't line up. It signals an edge to capitalize on. Yeah, that sort of your standard bookie technical signal. I totally get it.
What's a player prop? I'm a novice.
Yeah, I am too, but I'm just going to assume that it's like the value that the value of the bet.
Okay.
Should the bullets be parallel? I think one of the things that I think I want to sort of first establish is like, okay, before we talk about formatting, which I'll leave to her, formatting doesn't matter. Kaylee has a great story where like there was this person who was doing lead gen and building a list that signed up for an email to get on a call for a paid product or high ticket service or something like that. And his landing page was just like a simple white background, simple like H1 text, and then some deck copy, maybe a couple bullets, and a very simple stripped down email form, no formatting.
It wasn't even, there was no pretty image like this. It was just text. It literally was like, I made this on front page, put it on the website. That's what it looked like. If anybody's used front page,
Yeah, it looked like, and here's the thing: his opt-in rate, because the copy was so good, his opt-in rate was stupendously high, and his traffic driving was stupendously good, so that people signed up for his stuff and bought his stuff. He challenged graphic designers. Listen,
No, the graphic designers would reach out to him, seeing how basic his page was, and then would try and pitch themselves. And he basically was like, "Listen, I've had over the past 2-3 years, whatever, graphic designers try and pitch me on this, and I'll tell you what, I'll let you do it if you think you can beat this conversion rate." It was like something crazy high, like 80% or something, and it just shut all the graphic designers down. Basically, they're like, "Yeah, I don't know if I can beat that." It was already doing really well. It didn't need it. So
yeah, it's one of those things where it's like idea and benefit and angle is always going to be more important than design. And we have a video coming out about this, I think, in a week or two. It's we literally, it's talk about skill stacking or skills that you can stack. And one of the things I make the point is that with graphic design, you can 10% optimize a business, but I've never seen graphic design 10x a business. A different angle, a different idea, a different piece of copy. I have seen 10x. I've even seen 100x one business.
but if you mess up the graphic design badly, then that'll completely
Yes.
ruin it. So yeah.
Like for right now, I don't think that this is designed the best. Like and I'll let her talk more about that. But more important is what we're trying to say is the idea. Is this the right idea? Become the better the book's fear. Now, what's implied by that? What's cool about this copy, what I think is going well with this copy, is that we're doing what's called, it's a type of dimensionalization called changing the frame. Like rather than saying like, oh, this beauty cream will make you look younger, you change the frame. With this beauty cream, your friends will accuse you of having a facelift. So what's the implication there? You look younger, but also you look younger in the eyes of people who now envy you.
Mhm.
Oh, way more spicy. Now, when it comes to that, are the bookies, the people that are facilitating your bets, is this something that people want? Or do people want their friends to be asking them for advice of what to bet on with the cool system that you have? When you're at a game or at a bar with a friend and you're looking at your phone and somebody like looks over your shoulder at the bets that you've made and they see all the green, all the wins that you have. I think the emotion that people generally feel that want to feel is pride rather than intimidation. So when you change the frame in this way for this kind of product, I suspect, I don't know, but I suspect that this is not something that people want or care about. Even people that understand these words, that intuitively understand better and who the books are, I suspect very strongly that what people want is to be a hero to their family, the envy of their friends, the destroyer of their enemies. And this sort of implies that last bit, but yeah, I don't know if it's really dialing in what you want. So that's very important to get right. And I think that the emotion is wrong. I think the algo plug, you know, I mentioned another business that I've worked with a little bit that I've helped provide some edits and copy editing for. The business name is Pick Junkies. There's a whole lot implied by Pick Junkies
Mm.
when it comes to sports betting and algorithmically taking advantage of asymmetries in sports books. The algo plug doesn't do it for me. So, you know, what would be a better name than the algo plug for a product like this? I just don't know. You might be locked into the algo plug. I mean, obviously,
I
you have the
think
domain,
yeah, I
but
think if you go with I don't hate the algo plug. I think you just need to change the imagery, right? Because when I'm looking at that, when I'm thinking sports betting, I'm not thinking plug. It's not really saying anything.
Pick Junkies have great. Listen, um, Chris, the algo plug guy.
Mm.
Seriously, go look up Pick Junkies. Kyle Milligan writes all the emails. That's it. If you guys want to study Kyle Milligan when he's not phoning in his copywriting info product copy, which he totally does.
Mm.
When he's writing copy, he actually cares about. He's actually a very good copywriter, and the copy that he writes for Pick Junkies is actually very very good. So yes, not only is he involved in Pick Junkies, I helped film and edit his launch promo live in the studio.
I was there. I saw
She was there.
parts
She
of
saw it.
I saw it. It
All
really
right.
happened.
So algo plug, imagery, the become the better the book's fear, C minus.
The other thing I will say, just a quick design thing, is it feels very smushed, which makes it a little like the word that you would call it is vibration on the eyes. And so if it was just a hair wider, you know,
Yeah, the layout of the page is the way that like as I zoom out or zoom in, dynamically this page is a mess.
yeah.
When this loads on the screen, everything above the fold, like where am I supposed to look? What you want people to look at is
the copy,
this.
but the first thing they see
Is
the
this.
yeah. And if that had imagery that showed what it was, had value, it would be okay, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
And so you're drawing attention to the very first 2 seconds. You're spending time looking at this really intriguing plug that or intriguing in the sense of the way that it looks, but then it's like, okay, you don't have any drive to look at the copy after that. You're just kind of stuck there, especially because there's such a wide gap between the imagery and the text.
Yeah.
So like your eyes have to do more work to get to the copy, and you want it to be the other way around.
Yeah. Oh, very, very, very simple page build. Low-key love that. But do we have...
Now this looks like it's showing in the proper format now, the way that you have it.
Oh yeah, it's just because it scooped it to the side.
Yeah.
Changed it. I wonder how it would look on mobile. Let's actually... This is how it looks on mobile. Look, the image gets all squeezed and shit.
Yeah, you gotta fix your dynamic imaging settings.
Yeah.
And the gap.
And another thing too is like on mobile, you want to optimize so that like the form and the button to submit are more or less anatomically where a person's thumb is going to be, which is usually about an inch from the bottom of a phone. Like if you just think of how you hold your phone and then where you click, that's what you need to think about when you are designing for mobile.
And the other thing is that submit button, you can barely see it. And so
yeah, people won't know where to click.
Yeah. Like you need to make the button obvious.
Yeah.
And you can put something else in the email box that's more kitschy and fun. Email's just kind of boring. You could throw like,
let me send you my best stuff, or give me your best email is a common winner.
Or I'm ready to.
Well, you want to change submit to I'm ready to.
Yeah.
I'm ready to get plugged.
Yeah.
Sex toys. Plug me, daddy.
Algorithmically.
She's terrible. I don't know. I don't know why I deal with her. I don't know why I tolerate this degeneracy.
I was waiting.
All right. Unlock early access to AI-powered, data-driven player props as soon as we launch. Exclusive community for bettors. All right. Unlock. Okay. Love the verb unlock. Early access to AI-powered, data-driven player props as soon as we launch. Okay. So, question. Are you only gunning for experienced bettors? Or are you trying to frame this such that anybody interested in sports betting can get involved? There's an obvious reason why I'm asking that. I don't know. Listen, I have gambled on sports. I am very not halal. I'm very, what is it? I'm very haram is what I'm trying to say. I have definitely gambled a lot. Love it. And so, but what I look at player props, and I understand the basics of betting. I don't know what that is. I don't understand what a player prop is. No idea. Not a clue. And so you have to be prepared in your copy when you're using what is called like inner circle coded language. The technical term for this is argot, ARGOT. You don't need to know that for copywriting, but there's a term, there's inside language and outside language. And if you're trying to speak to only people on the inside and gain trust and credibility with them, using argot, using inside language is good. But if you're trying to get people like me or her or people who don't know what this is.
Yeah, I have no idea what player props is. Yeah, and that was my immediate notice because you have the bullet there that says a system designed for any skill level. And Sean beat me to it because the second I read that, I was like, but what is this? I still don't know what this is. So.
And I think I want to make a point that this same person actually made earlier, which is that like the quality of the comments in these particular streams are pretty freaking phenomenal. And this is a great comment. This is a really good piece of feedback. Pick Junkies is a brand built around a guru. All Kyle did was he talked to his friend who was an accountant, and he said of that accountant guy, like, how, like, what's your system for picking amazing bets? That's what this guy did. And he uses the exact same system, asymmetries across books. And so, if there's a big gap or a big spread, we know that there's some sort of like sort of undervaluing in the bet. That more or less is an oversimplification of this system. But Kyle was smart because he realized that like the you need a story, you need a person, you need cred. You need cred. And I think that the problem with a lot of people that try to sell AI products, AI SaaS products, algorithmic products, algorithmic trading products, where they go wrong is that they remove the human. They don't realize how important the human is for anything related to AI. I sold one of my best-selling promos of all time. I think the best-selling promo I have ever written all time was for a trading system based on a algorithm. Literally a Monte Carlo simulated and optimized trading system that we then funneled through an AI machine learning neural net to determine like the variables that made the trade system more optimized. Yada yada. None of that mattered. Nobody cared about the results of that until we framed it as literally a person with 30 years of experience coding AI, literally, who, and this is true, gave a presentation on AI in 1991. How is that for cred? And also, literally wrote the book on algorithmic trading in 2001. How is that for algorithmic trading cred? You only get that when there's a person there. Maybe, but where's the benefit? The subtext here is easy or anyone. But who cares about easy or anyone if I don't know what I'm going to get from the system?
Yeah, what is the system? I immediately it's too big.
Yeah, exactly. This is true. Um, yeah, this is true. And betting is a lot like investing, trading more like, not investing. Where people before somebody buys, they'll Google, tell me everything about experts. Not necessarily the case. There's on the investment info side, there's a lot of unsophistication. Books don't fear you; they ban you instead. Yeah, and that's a more interesting story. Like, discover the system that got me banned from a book (parentheses) for making too much money.
Oh yeah, I've seen that format work really well. There's this gambler. He does the professional poker or whatever it is, and he puts out content where he's like constantly talking about how he gets kicked out of the casinos,
Yeah,
and it does that works.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Well, here's the thing: there are people, and this is actually very common in the info space for investing, trading, and also like sports betting info products, who are not only fine with AI but actually trust AI more. There's actually a sort of cottage industry of like financial services business that have been launching and have been making a lot of money selling robo investor services. Trades and financial advice that are optimized by a robot. So anyway, most of this is not working for me. Like, really, not only do the bullets need more benefits that people care about, but it also needs to be more deliberate. Like, this and this are at odds with each other. This, Like, why do bettors need a community to get an edge? Why can't they just hit the top of the algo box and outspits a trade? What is the intrinsic value of a community here? Now, here's the thing. I actually think that the community is more valuable than the AI algorithm. I know that. That is best by test. But that is still something where you have to spell out what the benefit is. So add your email, to lock in instant access. Why not just use the form below to sign up for instant access for free to get the first drop. This is confusing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
rewrite
little
that.
wordy.
Wordy and confusing. And get the first drop the moment the algo plug launches.
Find out when the algo plug launches by.
Yeah, want early access? Sign up below.
Yeah, there you go. That's it right there.
Done. Did 2 to 5 times more research. The phrase designed for any level would never enter their copy because you'd write to exactly who it's for. What do you think? Yeah, I'm a strong believer in the notion that if you try to write for everyone or anyone, you will ultimately write for no one. Now, at the same time, if you're gearing something towards newbies, you do want to insinuate subtextually in your copy that anyone can succeed with this. But that's different than anyone can do this. Do you see the difference? There's a difference in belief there. Anyway. I love this kind of copy, and I would be glad to look at another revision, but also we are about to shutter the Whetstone stream, so make sure that you get your copy in, for the next one. All right, we are going to move on to the next piece. We're going to whip through these.
The title of the document.
I hope you get better soon, John. Yes, today is the first best day that I've had in a long time. So that's actually something that I disagree with Eugene Schwartz on. And this is okay. I'm a huge Eugene Schwartz fan, and what I'm about to say is really advanced and sophisticated, and not every copywriter or marketer is ever going to get the opportunity to do this because they will not be working with businesses that will allow them to, or on the scale that will allow them to do this. I'm a big fan of Ed Bernays, nephew of Sigmund Freud, one of the pioneers of advertising in the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. Ed Bernays was the first person who ever had the idea to move away from your Claude Hopkins, just be a simple salesman, but on the page, to, hey, what if we apply what we know about psychology and propaganda, but to advertising? Ed Bernays, his books. His book on advertising is called Propaganda. Yeah, exactly. Engineering consent. So, I don't want to. I can spend an hour talking about this stuff, but we have to end the stream soon and eat. I'm getting very hungry. Oh wow!
I burped.
She burped, and she's only sexier for it. I love it. But yeah, there's two camps. There's that Eugene Schwartz direct response, Claude Hopkins, just sell stuff camp. And then there's the more, if you watch Mad Men, Don Draper shit, and then also get into Orgora style copy, big idea copy, it tries to do Ed Bernays stuff. You would not have the Marlboro Man. You would not have Ogilvy if not for Ed Bernays. That's very different from what Eugene Schwartz was doing in the 1960s. So, yes, he did. It was called Propaganda, and it's free because it's so old. Oh my God. All right. This is from Alex Sim, longtime fan, amazing dude. So this is practice value, a soft sales email. It's for coaching program for leaders and managers target audience is managers and leaders who want to improve their leadership skills. Great. So, by the way, if you ever want to study that particular niche, look up Simon Sinek, look up Tony Robbins, look up Daniel Pink. Those are all big players in that space. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Take care. Adios. Thank you so much for your contributions, man. Good comments, good feedback. All right. How Microsoft CEO saved the company?
Feels weird.
No. No, that's just not that's not landing for me. Are you in the same trouble as Microsoft CEO once was?
Not landing for me.
No. What's Microsoft CEO's secret saving the company? So, yeah, there's this. You know, what would be an interesting SL for this if we're going to stick with this? So there's some grammatical stuff. How the Microsoft CEO saved the company. Are you in the same trouble as Microsoft's
Yeah.
possessive CEO once was? What is Microsoft's what is the Microsoft CEO's secret that helped him save the company or something like that? So there's some grammatical stuff there that you need to sort of refine, tighten, and work on. I don't care about grammar, so we're moving on from there. I think that the problem here is not the grammar, it's not the lines, it's the ideas. We need to value edit this thing. I just don't see where the intrigue is here.
It doesn't. It also really doesn't connect to the thing that you're selling, which is improvement for leadership. I mean, I get that the CEO is a leader, but it's if you're improving leadership, generally you're trying to manage better XYZ. CEOs,
Yeah, how Satya Nadella, stopped Microsoft from imploding.
most leaders are not going to be CEOs. That's the other thing. Is like
Yeah.
they're not going to feel as relatable.
How
as,
one leadership hack brought Microsoft back from the brink.
Yeah, there you go. That's a way.
But also pay attention to the word choices that I'm using for those alternative subject lines. Stop Microsoft from imploding. Brought Microsoft back from the brink. Subject lines are so compressed. You have so little time to get somebody's attention and get them to click. You have to be either so weird or so beneficial or so provocative or so trustworthy that you cannot be ignored. And this is all just sort of stuff that would be ignored. All right. So, the Microsoft secret for saving your company, the Microsoft secret for boosting your revenue, the Microsoft secret for launching a second product. What was it that Steve Ballmer said? I actually just got this from a copywriter friend of mine named Jake Hoffberg that I'm working with. He was saying that Microsoft, Steve Ballmer was talking about how most businesses, they get to that $1 billion+ mark by being a one-trick pony. In Microsoft, our problem was we had to learn how to become a two-trick pony. And that was a big problem for the business. That happened in 2000, 2010. The two-trick pony, the second trick that they learned was cloud services, by the way, Microsoft Azure. So, yeah. Hey, first name. Your company and Microsoft have the same competitor.
Huh? Yeah, that's not landing for me. And this competitor might be killing your business right now without you ever realizing it. Just like how they threatened Microsoft the same way.
How they competitor.
We don't.
So they is plural. This competitor is singular. So I don't intuitively know that this is referring to this. threaten Microsoft the same way. I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to build intrigue. But the power of intrigue comes from the specifics that you choose voluntarily to reveal. A striptease is only interesting if the leg you're slowly showing is hot.
I love that.
I'm sorry to sexualize your Microsoft copy. Your copy isn't horny enough, is what I'm trying.
We just need a copy of that video that's like all the horny things that Sean has ever said.
Noah, please do not do that. If you ever watch this 4 hours into a Whetstone stream, our 300th Whetstone stream.
And now there's 14 people.
Yeah, a bunch of people dropped off. The moment I started talking about how your intrigue needs to be a striptease. Really, like, again, the problem here, like, let me see if I can rephrase. So when we're talking about the first line of an email, the disrupt section, if it's a lift, this is not a lift, this is value mail. So what I would call this is a stinger. Your first line has to really, sting somebody in the eye, and any stinger from a bee has a barb in it, so it has to really hook people in. Your company and Microsoft had the same competitor. I'm already confused. I don't know what you mean. Did you know that you and Microsoft are actually competing for the same competing for the same attention? Did you know that you and Microsoft are actually competitors? Did you know that you and Microsoft have the same problem? Question mark. Those are all things that could potentially get a little bit more attention. Right now, you and Microsoft are competing with the same other person. And it's not your web hosting service. No, this competitor is much closer to the heart and brain of your business. It's an internal competition. Let me explain. You're trying to build intrigue around this notion of like who this competitor is, what this competitor is. Like, I'm not feeling it. It's not specific enough. It's too vague and abstract. And I think rhetorically, copywriting wise, you're doing all the right stuff. You're trying to build intrigue. You're trying to open a loop right here. Functionally, you have the tricks down, but now you need to get the sort of the semantic, the meaning, the actual juicy bits that really attract people and build out specificity and intrigue. That's what you need to work on here. So it's not the utility, it's not this, it's not this, it's not this, because sneakily put you into bankruptcy. That doesn't really work for me. Internal competition, let me explain. In 2014, Microsoft was powerful but culturally stuck in the store ages. Internal competition over collaboration. Vague. Don't understand what you mean here. Leaders were rewarded for winning arguments, not for learning or growing. So, leaders had poor incentives is what I would put there. Products built to protect past success and ego, not to. So these bullets phrase a little confusing. You literally lose nothing by just starting with in 2014. Yeah. Imagine if suggesting, boop. In 2014, Microsoft was powerful but culturally stuck in the Stone Ages.
That is a much stronger open. It builds intrigue because you're like, wait.
We're immediately hearing a story about a company that we associate with the success and we want to learn more about.
But it's also the contrast of they have this power, but they're behind.
Yes.
How are they behind?
Boom. Amazing what a cut can do, right? One thing that I learned from a creative nonfiction writer named Phil Graham is this concept called referred pain. And oftentimes the problems of a piece come from somewhere else in the piece. And if you simply cut or move that, it solves all the problems. So Microsoft CEO made one fundamental shift to fix this immediately. He switched from a know-it-all culture to a learn-it-all culture.
That's a little unclear.
Unclear, vague. I'm not really sure what this means. Meaning, he drastically changed how managers were evaluated. For example, failure was discussed publicly. This
So
all
yeah,
feels
just delete that he switched from a know-it-all culture to a learn-it-all culture and meaning,
yeah.
and then just go straight to okay. He drastically changed how managers were evaluated. That's that becomes vague and boring.
Yeah,
It's not saying anything.
say this in a more interesting way.
Yeah, delete that he switched it from a know-it-all to a learn-it-all, and just remove that sentence completely.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to be there, and
Yeah.
then get straight to the point.
So Microsoft CEO made one fundamental shift to fix this immediately. He transformed the way he spoke to managers.
There you go.
There you go. Like,
Sometimes it's the most obvious, simple thing, the most clear thing.
Obvious Adams, man. It's literally one of the best copywriting books ever written, and nobody reads it. It's free. It's a
Gives
free
you
book.
an opportunity to open a loop. And how did he do that? We'll get to that. But first, let me talk about this.
There you go. The result, internal turf war is suddenly transformed into a collaboration learning playground. The key lesson comes with two parts. Yeah, I mean, listen, like this only means something to me if I have a stronger sense of what the problems here were. Yeah. Couple hours, short and sweet. Yep. First, your business strategy intelligence. External competitors won't have to do anything to ruin your business if your own internal competition is killing you from the inside. There is something in here that your copy is obscuring. The way you talk to your managers is killing your business from the inside.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if that was a subject line. Imagine if that was the stinger.
Yeah, that feels like a solid.
Obvious Adams. It's if you go to Google Play Books, it is available for free. You can read the whole thing. Download it as a PDF. Obvious Adams. It is one of the things that I do with all the copywriters that I mentor now is say to them, you need to have an obvious Adams moment with this. And it's usually when they are overcomplicating something or layering on too many details that they don't need. Just tell me the obvious thing. Why will this cure my butt pimples?
The other thing is that would benefit is how many words of this can be removed that I don't lose anything. Ask yourself that question. Is there a sentence in there that is basically saying the same thing twice in different ways because you were trying to figure out, how to transition it? Like,
Yeah.
delete the extra words.
When I was a mid-career copywriter, that was advice that I received 7 or 8 times in a row before it finally sunk in. And it's very good advice. All right. You make way more money when you start doing that. Anyway, once you identify the culture or mindset issue, you have to address it immediately in a positive direction, just like Microsoft did, or it became more impossible to fix. Think of it like a tumor. Once it spreads to your brain, it's too late. Again, there's something here that you need to sort of draw out and like intensify and gradualize, and like all your best copy came at the end, dude. So rethink this piece and like move some stuff around and see if you can like be more attention getting, be more focused, be more direct and to the point, and really communicate what you're trying to say about how like internal conflict distracts you from the mission that you have as a business owner, making more money and making the best product that you can. So how do you solve internal strife, or how do you solve internal conflict? Well, why don't we turn our attention to Microsoft around 2014? Ta-da! There we go. Oh, wonderful. It's our second. Thank you, Steve. Kayla. Who's Steve?
I don't know who Steve is.
Am I Steve?
It's Steve.
Giselle. Am I Steve?
Well, you have to change it to Kaylee and
oh man, I do.
And Steve.
God damn it. I hate it when you're right all the time. Oh. There's an old cartoon on the internet called Homestar Runner, and there was a character on there called Hey Steve. That was his name, Hey Steve, and all he ever said was Hey Steve.
Steve MacIntyre doesn't work for me.
Yeah, it doesn't work for me too. That was also an uncle of mine who we shall not mention ever again. All right. Show us on the doll where he touched you. Anyway. Oh my goodness. Anyway, we need to move on. You can go with the act fast angle to perfectly wrap with the CTA with a 30-minute call. Yeah, let's look at the CTA. I think that the idea is wrong, but yeah, I offer a 30-minute free. If you want to know the exact solution, identify and fix your internal competitor, I would again reframe that. If you need to cut the tumor of internal competition out of your business, wait for a call with me because I will show you exactly what you need to do. Simply click this link to book your call. It will only take 30 minutes of your time. There you go. So that is my opinion about that. Alec, again, as always, thank you for sharing your copy with us. You are mastering a lot of these tricks and techniques, these copywriting techniques. What you need to really do is drill into the details, the specific details that are intrinsically interesting. And one thing that might happen that you might do is like go through your copy again and look for like, did I do anything like that's really spicy or interesting? How, if I focus on this, does that change how I would structure this? And that's going to be really helpful for you. It's going to be helpful for all of you if you do that. But for Alec, it's going to be helpful for you in particular. Akash, hey, Sean, it's been a while. So let's share this tab. Let's zoom in. Let's zoom out.
A little intense. Perfect.
It's been a while. I decided to give copywriting another try, but this time it's a bit different. Context, I'm working on the No Man's Niche way now. Love that. Created a website regarding plumbing jobs in my city. Love that. Partner with I know. You're doing everything I fucking suggest, so I love that. I have been running Google ads for a week with CTR of 13% and a conversion rate of 16%. What the fuck? That's amazing. Those are fantastic numbers. That's so clicks of 13%.
Yeah, that's super high.
That's super good. The only way this could be better, the benchmark that we normally use for like it's clearly a breakthrough is 20%. That's your KPI. If you want a CTR threshold where it's just like that is my white whale, that's what I'm always aiming for, 20%. Most copywriters will never get 20% in their life. But that's what you're aiming for if you want like a true breakout promotion or scalable ad. Conversion rate of 16%, though, is a holy fuck number. That's fantastic. They come from simple ads like plumbers in Kolkata. This is my website. I love that. I love that. You're doing everything right. I love it when people do everything right. And usually it's by listening to us. I also created an orphan page, cool, which I am leading people to for emergency jobs. The separate ad groups ads are something like emergency plumbing services in Kolkata.
Perfect.
This is all obvious Adam stuff. It's so good. This is the emergency landing page. So we're reviewing some landing pages right now. Now, I would like to know if I can improve on it or not. Looking forward to implementing your advice. All right. So here's the thing. 16% from cold traffic for a paid service is already really good. Now, I can tell you, truthfully, few people in my life. Okay, emergency response. Pick an app. Let's open an application. Okay. Here's what I can immediately say. If this is the emergency response landing page, which it is, this actually, Kaylee, you probably are a better person to talk about the design of this.
Yeah.
But what I can tell you immediately from a functionality standpoint is if somebody is having a plumbing emergency, they don't want a fucking form.
Yeah.
They want a phone number or a person they want a chat box. They want a phone number. 100,000%.
Yeah.
Talk to somebody immediately. Get help now. Call our experts and we will connect you.
The text also needs to be bigger. The hierarchy of this text is a little all over the place.
What, Kaylee, is hierarchy?
It is the size of elements and structurally using the size of elements to draw the eye to an area first or in its sequential order.
So if we think about the logic of hierarchy and we just go with size, there are obviously many ways to do hierarchy. What is where the eye gravitates to first?
On this one, immediately my eye goes to this. What can we help you with?
Exactly. And if somebody has a plumbing emergency, if literally sewage, stinky, shit, piss filled water is flooding, overflowing your toilet, and you can't stop the flood of shit into your bathroom, into your bedroom, it's spilling down your hallway and into your kitchen, little turds floating all through your kitchen. If that is happening to you and you have a true plumbing emergency, hey, what can I help you with? No.
Yeah,
That's all wrong.
remove the get a free quote box. Just make Kokata Plumbers Emergency Plumbing Services Quick Response Plumbing Team. Quick response. You don't even need plumbing team after that.
Yeah, and like, why do you need shower installation
for an emergency?
For an emergency, keep all this focus on actual emergencies.
Just say shower repair.
Busted shower head, clogging, overflow, like, burst pipes, spillage, leaks. Like, actually do some IVOC data. Actually do some research into like the common problem. Hell,
in basic.
After you, ladies first.
I was gonna say basic. You just need bullets of the actual problems. We can fix these immediately, or we're available 24/7 to fix these problems. Bam, a list of all the problems.
Get help now with, and then the list, and then then you need some sort of catch-all, because people will obviously look for the thing that applies to them the most. So you need to fix the hierarchy. No. Form, no. With emergency landing pages, you need instant access. Call right now. The more immediate, the better. And again, talk to a person via chat is also very good. There are plenty of services that will take stuff that you put into a chat box and SMS message the actual client. And that's all trackable too with Google Ads. So look into those services. This page, no bueno. You gotta fix this, because if somebody has an emergency, you gotta make sure that they know that this is for them, that you can help them immediately. Not what can we help you with? Leave no uncertainty. You have problem, we fix problem. Call right now. That's the ad.
If you want the button there, like, oh, chat with one of us today, but you would have the number first, and you would make sure that that's what, like, we can help you, call this number. Yeah. Call right now. Bam, huge number. Or drop an email, use this link.
Yeah. But and then change the background image to like a leaky pipe or something. Just for that like little subtextual, little psychological thing. We are a group of local plumbers specializing in emergency response. It's a little weak fish, but again, listen. If somebody's having a true plumbing emergency, they are not reading past this. Get help. Put that number here and put it down here. Emergency call. Call this number right now. Then put the number down here again. We will answer you 24/7. So
you do better having before and afters.
Yeah, and having a promise like this, I think Philip is absolutely right. The comments today, like a lot of the conversation, like the questions, like the caliber of comments and conversation today has been so flippin' high. It's been so good. 30 30 minutes or less is an offer. It's a type of offer. Domino's perfected that. And if you can do that, oh man, if you could promise that, oh, so good. So good.
It depends on how many people you have working
Oh
for
yeah.
you.
Oh. Also reduces your cost of fulfillment. Yeah, absolutely. So anyway, those are my thoughts on the emergency page. That's what matters the most. Everything else is, sort of secondary. A person with an emergency doesn't care about this. This a person cares about. This a person with an emergency
Mhm.
cares about.
Yeah. Should be up higher.
Oh yeah. Um, you know, rather than lowest prices, have, like we're not going to kick you when you're down. Like we're not going to overcharge you for this. Rather than lowest prices, like we don't overcharge for emergency. We what is it? There's no markup for emergency response.
Mhm.
You get the same price as this. All of a sudden, that objection is just dissolved. That resistance is dissolved, and that's better than lowest prices.
Mhm.
Lowest,
There's another word for it too that people use in reference to contractors.
yeah. Go research some contracts. They do actually talk about that. No extra fees
Mhm.
for emergency response. Great, that works perfect. Absolutely. But calling us means you need us fast, and we understand. Call now, and we will quickly take care of it. Um, yeah, I would revisit this again. The thing that you're trying to do here is immediacy. Get people onto the phone, available for 24/7 emergency service. Click here to call now, and then I would definitely expand the list of services.
Mhm.
Drain cleaning. Again, installation. You don't need installation for emergencies. Um, you know, again. I would ask the plumber, or I would do some research into what the most common emergencies are. You can also do some Google keyword research and find out, like for example, if this plumber serves a specific region, chances are all the homes and buildings in that region were built around the same time and with the same contractors and construction companies, which means that a lot of the buildings are going to have the same problems. A lot of people don't realize that kind of stuff. That means that if you, and I learned this from working with service businesses, regional service businesses, each region is going to have more common emergencies than others because of the similarity of construction in each region. A lot of people don't realize that. So focus on that. Find out in Kolkata or whatever the region is that you're serving, what are people searching for first? And then you can optimize for those keywords. And what you want to do by optimizing for those keywords is make sure that those details, those things, they're always in order of how common people search for them, or conversely, how much money you can make from doing that particular
Yeah.
service. That's the second piece of the hierarchy. All right, testimonials. Again, if somebody has a true emergency, nobody's going to be scrolling down to that part of the page. But also in terms of design, like listen, I'm partially blind right now, but also even if I weren't, I wouldn't be able to read this.
Yeah, the text is all over the place. Like some parts have really small font. It looks like the font changes throughout the entire document. I would just stick to sans serif headers that are big, easy to read. And because who's calling for these emergency services too? It's homeowners. It's people that are older. They own the properties, or it's people. Yeah, like because if you're a renter, a young renter is not for the most part. Well, I mean, they would.
Ooh, oh, look at the mobile formatting on this.
Oof.
Oi, 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 oi. Let's go to Samsung Galaxy. This. Oh my god. Yes, this is a normal What's a Wednesday thing. Well, not it's every other Wednesday, but this is the second to last one. We announced that we're shutting this down today. We're gonna do a last one before the end of the year. But yeah. Anyway, so listen, if somebody has a plumbing emergency, hear me out here, and their sewage pipes burst and they have the turds floating in their kitchens and all that gross stuff. Guess what? They are not going to run to their desktop. They're not going to open up their laptop. they are going to pull out their phone and they are going to call and want to call. If you are not being so careful about, so it's obviously optimized for some mobile devices. Yeah, all right, a little better for iPhone.
Mm. It's still not great.
It's still not great. Like, look at how close the text is to the sides. Like, you need to, when you're looking at this page, you need to look at it from the perspective of different devices and then actually
You
like,
have to keep in mind the majority of people looking at this are going to be on their phone.
yeah.
They're not going to be at their computer.
And also, like, look at what happened when we switched to mobile. The phone number, the visible phone number above the fold is gone. There's a button to get help. Give me a phone number.
Mhm.
All right. I don't. Conversion rate is actually 100%, but their phone fell into the sewage because of this. You're funny. All right. So that's this page. This is the page that needs help. This is the page where this is getting the 16% conversion rate. It's already formatted a little bit better.
Yes.
But there's still room for improvement. I'll let Kaylee talk about that.
Okay, for one, Kolkata's most trusted local plumbers, you can have that bigger. That is so small, your eyes just kind of glance right over that. It still goes straight to what can we help you with, which is like the least intriguing thing ever. So I would maybe change that around a bit.
Yeah.
And then understand why you have get a free estimate, get a free quote. Like, I'm not so sure that you need 2 boxes, but maybe that's lent you to having more conversion. So I'm running test a page against it that removes one of those buttons. I personally prefer the get a free estimate button and just remove that whole, because it's more work when you see that box.
Yeah.
On the side.
Yeah. There's also dynamically a bunch of stuff too. Like, for example, you can press this button and like there's a name for this where like a pop-up overlay comes up that allows you to fill in the information that's a little bit better designed than this. That would be good. Sometimes we've often found that sometimes like having that two-step what's called micro commitments improves compliance and improves conversions. It doesn't always work. Sometimes it works.
But also on like a direct response design standpoint and hierarchy, when you click a get a free estimate button per se, and that box pops up, then everything else kind of becomes darker. Your eyes immediately know, okay, this is where I input information. It makes it a lot, really, if you can have less work, then you're getting people through the copy and the actions seamlessly. Whereas if they have to kind of look everywhere and figure out what's going on, it's more exhausting. And it's, yeah. So luckily for things like service-based industries, plumbing, as long as people can immediately see what it is, which they can, and if you're also targeting specific areas, which you are in Kolkata, like you benefit from that. But yeah, things to optimize would definitely be worth testing. The things that we talked about.
Yeah, and again, obviously this page is doing well because again, when somebody goes looking for plumbing services, they're usually high intent. So you're using the no man's niche method really well. Mm-hmm. Good job. And if anybody here is not familiar with that, back years and years and years, or watch the mega course, it's in there.
That was the word, high intent.
Yes, high intent.
That's what I was like.
Yeah. Here, misspelled professional. Professional. Yeah, we're not going to make. No making fun of the person in Kolkata. Lowest prices. That's something that works. Yeah, it works a little bit better here because they're not having an emergency. We don't have the kitchen turds. 24/7 availability. Yeah, okay, that works. Can I send my ad copy? Are you a member of Patreon? If so, then you needed to put it into the appropriate channels. So
when I said that's something I would do, it was about the typo. But I think your advice earlier about the prices, like saying something along the lines of, we won't overcharge you, or no extra fees is stronger still in
Yeah.
this case. I just wanted to clarify.
So look up other landing pages that have basically like a little small mini section that's devoted to pushing social proof. This is powerful.
Mm-hmm.
This proves that you have we are experienced local plumbers versus we've had 4,300 happy customers over the last 2 decades we've been doing this. Oh my god, I'm calling that guy.
Mm-hmm. Actually, a good landing page to look at would be the Shop Monkey landing page, because it opens with that, and it's so good. And you could just steal that format, and it would do amazing. And you could say, see what they had to say, and then you can show all the testimonials of all the amazing things that they said.
For all 24/7 emergency service, you know, again, like I don't think this works here. Like installation services is not an emergency service, so really think about, like, you have your page, your orphan page for emergency services, and you want to optimize that for those keywords, and then you want to find the regular old services that people need a plumber for, and then find out either, again, highest intent, most common searches, and then the secondary consideration there is like the items that make the most money for this plumber.
Full service plumber available 24/7.
Boom.
And then you just list more specific local emergency services. Doesn't really say much. That could mean so many things. So being more
Yeah.
specific about your bullets. What are these services that you're actually doing? You could have sub bullets that list what the local emergency services are, but
Yeah, of course. So I agree 100%. This could be more specific, but again, this is going to be a tweak. We already know that this page is working.
mhm.
And so really some of the stuff here is just going to be improvements, optimizations, stuff to ideally get you to that higher click rate, and then also, because it's going to play better with Google Ads, and then also like better leads, better conversions, more people converting and actually requesting a free quote.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, improve the size of this, like really draw it out, maybe make it a carousel, um, or like one of those dynamic accordion pages. But right now, like just text, put a panel around this so it stands out a little bit more.
Yeah, you don't even have to have a dynamic. Just make it bigger.
Yeah. And then also another thing too is like this is another opportunity to bring in those 4,300 happy customers. If one thing that you can do is actually, and a lot of businesses do this now, is actually show the Google Maps page. And there are actually web page plugins that allow you to show a Google Maps integration for a business that shows the reviews, where it is on the map, the phone number, etc. That gets a little sticky if you're trying to do the no man's niche method, where you're actually trying to, like, you have the phone number, you control and you track like who's calling and how people are interacting with the page and stuff like that. Integrations like that get a little wonky, but those are all things that you can do. Maybe just take a screen cap of how many positive reviews. That would be good. Quick service on emergency call 24/7. Again, you get a 10% off on your first order since you scrolled down here. I love that. That's
cute.
That's
Yeah,
cute.
I would keep that.
You want to have like some sort of code word, just say the code word, like I scrolled, when you give us a call, and we'll make sure to knock off 10%, something like that. Oh my God. So
Your logo on that color background in the very bottom here is like, it doesn't really matter. That's another optimization, but the way those colors are interacting is creating vibration.
yeah. Some of your stuff is just, contact us, just
to look more polished and professional.
exactly.
There are optimizations. Clearly, it hasn't sunk your business, but there are
Yeah.
things that will.
So, okay. I actually just had a conversation about this with Alex. It is non-compliant to do that. No, I had a conversation with Aaron about this. You cannot incentivize testimonials. That is so illegal. It is so illegal and so non-compliant. Do not do that. You cannot hook a review or testimonial to some sort of incentive, financial or otherwise. That is, I know people through other people who have actually gone to jail because of that. In Brazil, as a matter of fact. So
For that, I would say most times no, but if they do, just give them the 10% off. Like,
yeah.
unless they've already paid, in which case, like,
Yeah, if they call and they're just like, "Oh, percent discount after I use the service," you would say on the phone, "Well, you're on the page again. Do you need to use it again? You can use it for that."
mhm. I don't think most people are gonna care.
Yeah,
They're probably not even gonna notice because most people aren't even gonna make it that far, to be
and
honest.
that's the truth.
Mm.
And the one or two people that do,
And
like,
also, it's so small that nobody's noticing it, and you wanna keep it that way. Like, don't make that obvious, because then the people that really saw that, they really interact with you, so it's worth giving it to them, but
yeah, exactly. I agree, 100%. Yeah, but like, just add some polish. There's like some small design stuff that you can do to optimize the page,
Mhm.
the page experience, and really look at mobile when you're redesigning this page. Fix your spacing. Make sure that number appears when we switch to mobile too. And bingo bango, you're good. Again, so impressed, so happy that you are using a method that we've seen work repeatedly again and again that works for getting people local and international clients. So, uh, good job. No man's niche. The way. All right, let's move on to Roy. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. 6? Yeah, 6.
Oh, man.
But I think that we can. Oh, this is 22 pages long. Oh boy.
Hmm.
Um. All right. Let's zoom in. Is there anything short that we can do?
This one's short.
Let's do all the short stuff first, and then either leave the long stuff for like when I don't have work that I have to do and we aren't hungry and we haven't been on stream for 4.5 hours. Um, I'm going to give private comments to Roy. He also, I believe, is a boot camp member, former boot camp member.
Oh.
So he deserves some extra attention. So let's switch to shorter stuff and let's leave the longer stuff for a little bit later. I'm looking, yeah, this is all stuff that we can sort of address because a lot of it is sort of building off of comments that we've already given before. Okay, let's zoom in. 150 niche local gyms in Canada and England. Personal Facebook pages, Instagram DMs, names, SMS, WhatsApp. 7 replies in total, 4 warm leads to whom I sent video audits and got ghosted. Oh, so this is how much outreach you did. You sent 182 messages. You got 7 replies in total. You got 4 warm leads, but then got ghosted the moment that you sent them a video audit. So one of the things, I'm very good at analyzing data. When I look at this, what do I want to see? I want to see where the replies came from. What was your best channel? And then how did you talk on that channel compared to the other channels? So like this type of message got the most replies. Yeah. Okay. Cold email. People are so obsessed with Instagram DMs, man. And God, it's just such a mistake. I hate the gurus who popularized this because it is just such a fucking travesty that people have this in their head as a good idea. Good grief and good lord.
The thing about it do is it's not obvious when the message comes in. Like I've had Instagram messages from friends be sitting there for like a week before I realize I even got the message. So
Yeah, I mean, we'll do a whole. We have a video coming out, the dumbest form of outreach, which is about personal branding, and then we'll have to have another video, the second dumbest form of personal outreach, Instagram DMs. Oh man. Anyway, so it's obvious to me that this did not seem to work. This did not seem to work. Um, you know, these did not seem to work. This did not seem to work. Personal emails of owners. I'm going to bet that these got the most replies, and that's the truth. All right. One type of cold email I tested. Architects, wage war, and the beer for 40 cents.
I don't know what that's saying.
I mean, it's so weird. I can't ignore it.
Yeah, I'll give it that.
But here's the thing. I bet Mike, this is probably something very specific to something that Mike had to say. Hey, Mike, what's your favorite wage war song to train to after the show? And how is that beer? On a separate note, okay.
Oh, it's the bands.
Yeah.
Okay, it took me a second to put that together.
Okay. There is a fine line between personalization, which is a great technique for disrupting and getting attention. Yes, those are modern metal bands.
Yeah, I just realized it. I forgot. I was like, I know this is hilarious because
Yeah.
I've definitely listened to some architects.
First line is very front loaded. Feels like work to answer that. Yeah, absolutely. Because like it's disingenuous if you pivot away from that immediately and then try to pitch. That's probably why, like, yes, you probably got the most replies because it's so specific to people. How can you ignore that? But also at the same time, like, I can imagine people have a bitter taste in their mouth about using your services when, like, this feels insincere and fake and disingenuous, and you don't want to do that. Better is like, how did you find out this information? And then just draw attention to that. Like, hey, I saw on your Instagram page that you paid $17.80 for a beer at a Wage War concert. That is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, I've been looking at your Instagram page because, to be completely frank, I'm a copywriter or I'm a marketer. Don't say copywriter on the page. Nobody likes that. I'm a marketer who specializes in, gym acquisition and gym membership acquisition and fitness training, writing advertisements for fitness trainers, blah, 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 blah. And, your website was one that I was very, very interested in because of good thing, good thing, good thing. However, while I was checking out this, I noticed a few things that might be going a little wrong. Nothing major, just small layout changes. Like all that feels good. It's the lead up to this where you're losing out. If you want, I can record a quick 2 to 3 minute video walking you through what I just spotted. Want me to send it, Roman?
Yeah, and then I would want to see the video that you sent. I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm super curious.
I want to know, like, who were these 7 people and why did they?
Yeah, why is this result? And also, like, what was your follow up sequence?
Mm-hmm.
Did you follow my advice to reach out to people at a certain cadence? Oh my god, I actually have a swipe. I forget the exact name of it, but I just got the best set of follow-up emails from somebody who was pitching me. And like I ignored their first pitch, but I responded to their follow-up because it was so good. Oh man. So I have to find that and share that. Anyway, I'll do it on the Discord at some point if I remember. Somebody ping me in 2 days to remind me. Type of cold email I tested. Hey, John, I listened to your podcast with Michael. Really love the 3 C's idea. A lot of people struggle with motivation to come to the gym. And that first C, come. Works really well to get them started.
That's what she said.
Uh,
I had to say it. I had to say it.
the moment you get on camera, it becomes the horny stream. What the hell? I noticed your gem's headline says, "We help you achieve life-changing fitness." It's great, but it could grab even more attention with specific results or time frames. For example, transform your body and boost confidence in 12 weeks with our unique CrossFit training. Oh, I mean, if that's branded as problematic, it doesn't matter. A headline like this could help more people book a free session at your gym. If you'd like, put together a quick example layout with a few more improvements. Would you be open to it?
Here's the thing that I can say about that immediately. It's that if I'm a business owner and you're just sending me a one sentence and saying, for example, if you change your headline, I'm not seeing any value in that. I don't understand how copy works. I don't understand that sales in the way that a copywriter would.
Yeah.
And so it needs to speak to the owner of that business. What is this going to drive? Like, what are the actual numbers? And how can you prove that?
Yeah.
There's nothing to prove that by doing that simple thing. And also, okay, why don't they just go and change that themselves?
Yeah.
Like they don't need you anymore.
Why do I need you?
Mm-hmm. So
because the thing you need, you want to do this in a non-scuzzy way, is like, I noticed a few other things too. Would you like me to put together a quick sample of how I can improve your site? Oren says,
"Oh,
gained you a new client on Discord. All thanks to the Sean client acquisition system. Step 1, marry Sean. Step 2, profit." I mean, what can I say? It's truth. I was about to make a joke, and I'm not going to. I'm not going to make that joke.
Oh, but now I want to know.
No, I'll tell you in private.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So I can see why this could get some responses, but not a whole lot of like traction. People not really understanding like the benefit of your services or why they even need you for ongoing services. This one is better, but you have to not sound like a flippin' creep when you reach out to people cold. It is such a delicate dance when you reach out to people cold, and very few people ever master it. It's one of the reasons why cold traffic copy is the hardest to write. Every cold email you write is cold traffic copy. It's the hardest thing to write. Acquisition copy for cold traffic. Holy shit. Oh man, that is the top of the mountain. And that is unfortunately where most freelancers are trying to start right now. So you really have to think about the services, the benefits, the value that you can bring to people tangibly. Most people look at a homepage as like, do I really need to optimize my homepage? What's the benefit of that? Why do I care? And then like when you do the audit and you explain what's wrong with their homepage, then they fix it and they don't need you. So you want to make sure that you're framing your services in a way where they have no other conclusion but to hire you. Part of that is education, but educating them in a way where it makes it either one, feel like too much work for them, please do it for me, or two, where they clearly see the value of it and are willing to trust your expertise. And so that's the subtext. That's what you want people to feel when they read these. So anyway, I hope that was clear. I hope that made sense. I hope that was helpful.
The other thing is you can always try, and you can test this too, not to just go right into selling your services right away. Like if you're taking the angle, oh, I saw this on your Facebook, you could like have a conversation with them and then be like, oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you the whole reason I was reaching out to you. And so you build that rapport first, and then they get to know you. It's worth sometimes trying, but
yeah.
Yeah.
the thing with that is you just don't want to seem disingenuous.
Yeah.
You don't want to seem like you don't actually care about the thing that you're asking about.
Yeah. That's an important distinction to make. But yeah, talking to people like they're people.
Amazing how that
Yeah.
works in every context. I'm gonna share this tab instead. Facebook ad, a cat tracking device. This is my shit. I love this shit. All right. Let's zoom in. All
Too
right.
big.
I'm gonna hold on. I can fix it.
Our son is too big.
Context. Oh, amazing. Well, Akash, I think you in the stream might be a little bit behind. I hope that my advice was helpful. If you have any questions, throw them into the chat and we'll answer them. The double Uno physics goes to pull when responding to, hey, how is your training going? Oh, and then they actually try to sell you their training services. Yeah, absolutely. That totally happens 100%. It's one of the reasons why like DM outreach is not good, because all the people that the grift that is DM outreach, they're all trying to sell to each other. It's this fucking hot mess.
The other thing is like with Facebook, if you're not friends with the person, then they have to approve your message, and it's not obvious that it's coming through. And so if they have to go through extra steps to even see the message, that's already going to lower your chances of converting them.
Yep. Stop their scroll with an emotional, relatable story and persuade them to click through to the product page to purchase the tracker. Reader, cat parents, outdoor cats who want safety, peace of mind, instant awareness of where their cat is. I love this. Because this is the situation where like a clear call out style ad is probably going to win in a test. Outdoor cats explore unpredictable places. Cat parents can't watch them all the time. Tractive solves this by giving real-time location tracking without distance limits. There's also the option to create virtual fences and receive instant alerts on the mobile phone if the cat wanders into dangerous places. Okay, cool. All right. I mean, I feel like that would go off every single day, but that's fine. Offer 40% off the Tractive Smart Cat GPS tracker plus 30-day money back guarantee. Feels like a hell of a discount for what it is. Do people have to pay for ongoing access to the service? Because that feels like it would be a no-brainer. That feels like it would be a good deal because, like, yes, there's the physical product, the actual tracker, but then there's also the the app that you use to look at where the cat is. And so access to the app and ongoing usage of the GPS tracker feels like it would be a valuable continuing kind of offer. But that's besides the point. Drive clicks to the product page so the cat parents can order the tracker safely. Here's the product page. I love this. Oh, I love this. It's so good.
It's cute.
Oh, it's so good. Very decent. Oh, Robert Irwin. Oh, crap. Related to Steve Irwin, I think. Yeah. So, so we got brand, we got association, we got holiday sale.
It's good hierarchy.
It's a very basic product page.
This is one of those where, okay, the eye goes immediately to the photo first, but you're seeing what it is.
Yeah.
And you see Robert Irwin, which is like, okay, Steve Irwin's son, that's immediately going to grab attention.
No. Number 1 rated GPS tracker. That's great social proof. Good stuff. Features.
Looks clean. It because the design is done well, it doesn't look like it's a scammer kind of site. And you build that into the social proof. Yeah. This is so good.
We're not even sharing the tab.
Oh no! Just just need to clip it from that.
No, we're not clipping that. Nobody clip that. Nobody's allowed to clip that. This is what we were talking about. This is what we were sort of like gushing over. We think that this particular product page is doing just. I was going. No, we were the ones going crazy. Oh my god! All right, so we were like, okay, yes, clean, simple, rudimentary, but it is what it is. Great social proof. Love this design. Super clean. And then we clicked tracker details, and it took us here, and we were like, whoa!
It had an animation when it first
It had
opened.
a very cool animation where it first popped up.
You might have to reload the page.
I'm not going to. We're not doing that.
Fair.
We got to. You don't get to experience that. That was just for us. That the magic that just happened. Up to 5 days of battery life. That's cool, man.
Mhm.
Again.
It looks sleek too. The product itself is not ugly.
Yeah.
The logo is
Unlimited range and support. Verizon, T-Mobile. God, again, this is copy worth researching. This is copy worth studying. This is a great product page. Guys, this is copy worth studying. A lot of people ask me all the time, hey, Sean, how do I tell whether a piece of copy is good or not? When you land on here and it makes you react the way, that's good copy.
Mm-hmm.
It does not need to be fancy. It is what it is, and it calls out and tells people exactly what it needs to be. I talked earlier on the stream about the sort of divergent observations that Alex and I have been having in our careers, where because he's in ecom and in positions where like just saying the name of the thing is more often the best way to get somebody to buy the thing. Whereas I in info and services and like other types of products where basically what you have to sell is a box of air. The thing here, it's not a box of air. So direct is best. Whereas if you're trying to sell info or services or consulting or agency work or things like that, you are selling a box of air. So you have to make it sound really good.
Mm.
And so here, this is something that people wake up wanting. People wake up worrying about their cat.
Mm.
And they want to know where their cat is.
Know every detail of your cat's day. Perfect.
So good.
Cat people want that.
It's so good.
The very first bullet is exactly what it is.
Health alerts and activity. People love their cat. They want this.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's very feature focused, that's all it needs to be. And I talked about that in my features, benefits, deeper benefits masterclass. You get different colors too. It's so good. Automatically applied discount. Super good. Free shipping, 30-day refund guarantee. That is what it is. This interface was super good. Trusted by millions of pet owners worldwide. Social proof. It loads cleanly. It's designed really well and cleanly. Testimonials, what pet owners have to say. I bet you this was designed in Figma. What do you think?
Possibly, yeah. But then, like, someone made it in Figma, and then Figma's just prototyping. So, designed in Figma, and then maybe pulled over into Webflow or something like that.
That might be an access problem. That might be, like, for example, you can see here. Well, you can't see the URL. Crap. So tractive.com/en/pd. So let's go without the PD and go straight to the en. And this is what it looks like. So obviously they have specific product and or landing pages for their products. So that's super good for driving traffic to it. Oh man, this stuff is so good. I love it. All right. I'm geeking. Does your cat want you to know every detail of the day? Probably not. All right. Primary text. Okay. So I'm assuming this is, we need RIOAF format. What kind of Facebook ad is this? Is it like static plus copy at the top? I'm assuming that's the case. Or there's video creative. So I guess that means, okay, this is a Facebook, not an Instagram thing. This is, okay. I understand. You see this text, it's probably going to cut off like right right around here, probably sooner. It'll probably cut off like right here. To be completely honest, that's where the read more will appear. So if you want this to appear sooner, you got to write it so that it appears sooner. Um, we'll look at the video script in just a moment, but I want to read the primary text. We don't do that enough. If you're a cat parent who constantly worries about your outdoor explorer, give yourself real peace of mind knowing exactly where your cat is at any moment with attractive GPS tracker for cats, designed to keep your fur baby safe no matter how far they wander. Here's why thousands of cat parents love it. Instant safety alerts with virtual fences. Discover immediately if your cat wanders into dangerous areas. 100% waterproof, built for rain, snows. TUV SUD certified, meets the strictest safety and quality standards in the industry. Safety and quality standards for what? Guaranteed safe and high quality so that there's nothing that can harm your cat. That's the benefit. Rated the #1 pet tracker of 2025 by the New York Times Wirecutter. That's fine. 4.6 stars. Weirdly visually represented from 41 Trustpilot reviews. Okay. What is missing from this? There's something that feels very obvious that's missing from this. Works with any device on any cell phone network.
I would say the high ratings, I think that's weird to pair with why people love it. And
Yeah.
it's more the features would be a reason why people love it. And then that would be your social proof
Yeah.
afterwards. So I would remove those from the bullets, keep them in there somewhere, but just, yeah,
Yeah.
that's,
Thousands of cat parents love it, then have a bullet about it's so easy to use or it's accessible through all the networks and stuff like that, yada yada
or you
yada.
could even have see why 41,723 Trustpilot people,
Rated at 4.6. That gets
yeah.
a little mealy, a little wordy, but
Mhm.
I like the way that you're thinking.
Yeah.
That can be wordsmithed.
Yeah, there's a way. I it is yeah.
I mean, hear me out here. Here's why 41,723 cat parents said they loved it.
Yeah, there you go.
And then you go into your bullets. Hello. Hey, Jax. How's it going? We've had we've had a really good crew this particular stream. Like
It's a
really
fun one.
like the really good folks. I like it.
Really good feedback.
When you hire a real designer and not a guy who does nice things. Yeah, 100%. Not fully satisfied. You're covered by 30. Click below, claim you're 40% off. Okay. Video script. I was terrified when my little cat went missing for days. I just wanted to be a good cat parent, to give my kitty the freedom to explore and live a happy outdoor life. Sure, I don't think this is already not working for me. Why is it not working for me? It drones on too long. You need a hook. This is close, but it's not quite dialed in yet. You really need to study hooks for similar kinds of products. And for me, I love the narrative story angle. Don't get me wrong. I'm long form copywriter through and through. I love me a good story, but there's a time and a place for it. And here it just feels too long winded.
Yeah, you can just say, "My cat ran away and I found him in 5 minutes." It says everything.
There you go.
You don't need to tell a whole story for this. It's the idea that you cannot lose your cat.
Yep. Yeah. That's a hook right there. Never lose track of your cat again.
Yep. Just straight to the point.
Yep.
And that sells itself.
Yeah.
Like, "Oh, I won't lose my cat," because anybody that's lost their pet before, had a pet run away, knows how horrible it feels, and so you really don't need to, like, say much to bring those feelings
Yes.
of relief, like, "Oh, there's something," like and pet people, they're obsessed. They're high intent already.
Yeah. If there's one thing people love to do is spend money on their cats.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And dogs, whatever.
But for me, keeping him jailed indoors felt even worse. Boredom, depression, frustration. I didn't want him to, again, you're writing emotionally, which is one of the first big membranes of difficulty for a lot of newbie copywriters. A lot of copywriters just have so much difficulty writing with emotion in their writing. A lot of copywriters never learn how to do that. Ah, guys, Maria is super
Aw.
cool. Uh, she's on Discord, so you can reach out to her if she would be interested in talking to you. But yeah, she's dope, and it has been lovely talking to you, Maria. We'll catch up soon. All right. Where is the line between going direct and staying intriguing? Our product service either can be direct or intriguing, or is there one in between? The only way to know is to test. I know the it depends answer is awful and everybody hates it. The thing with going indirect is even if you go indirect, you want to make sure that you're going indirect in a way that's provocative and interesting. The problem here is that it's not. It is emotional, but like you have so little time to catch and keep attention in a video ad. And it's here where it's like the moment you start narrating, you start to lose people. Because I just wanted to be a good cat parent, to give my kitty the freedom to explore. That's not showing a story. It's telling.
Mhm.
There's no details for me to lock into. There's
Also, nobody cares what you think, they care what they think. So if you show like, you could just have the video creative show the cat running out the door, and then the person at the door going, "Oh my gosh," and then, "Oh, yeah, that's right," sigh of relief, pulls out phone, tracks cat, gets to cat immediately.
yeah. And again, you're telling a story here, but you're telling first and then showing later, and you want to flip that, especially for video ads. Oh my god. I also knew one thing for sure. I never wanted to go through that painful experience again or risk losing him forever. That's when a friend told me about this tiny device that completely transformed my anxiety into peace of mind, introducing the number 1 GPS pet tracker. Gives me accurate real-time location updates, and I can even set up virtual fences. Cool. I was surprised by how easy the collar was to put on, even on my impatient cat. Some of this is good. It's reasonably boilerplate. Plus, the collar includes a safety release buckle that opens if your cat gets snagged on something like a tree or fence. For outdoor cats, it's hard to imagine a safer, more reassuring option. It's not just me who feels this way. Over 1 million pet parents worldwide. Wow, 1 million holds 41,723 reviews on Trustpilot. Um, this is worded a little weird.
There's your opener. See why 1 million parents love Tractive
Yeah,
up there.
yeah. Here's why 1 million cat parents love it. There you go. Ad headline. Number 1 pet tracker. Yeah, meh, meh. Designed and tested by experts in Austria. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, again, on the back half, I think your copy is fine. You're clearly a competent writer. Where you're going a little wrong, and this is very common for people that are starting to try to go indirect, starting to try to build intrigue, is the emotions you're hitting are not right or in the right places. You're telling first and then showing later. You're being long-winded when with intrigue, brevity is the soul of wit. And so you want to really, really, really like get to the heart of what is going to intrigue people and draw people in.
Mm, try and remove as much eye language as possible. And yeah.
That, a lot of eye language is okay if the copy is really, really good and the stories are really provocative and compelling. If people can very clearly see themselves and there's no, how do I, and people want to hear from you. Like if people trust you, if people like hold you in high esteem, then I is okay. Me. We call that the Porter Stansberry special. Don't quote me on that. Jesus Christ. But I coded that as a joke, but Porter Stansberry was criticized early in his career as a publisher, editor, and copywriter because all of his copy it was I focused. I saw this, I noticed this, I did this. And a lot of people like Mark Ford and other copywriters like criticize his copy for being eye focused, but they didn't realize really what he was doing rhetorically, which was using I as a vehicle to invite people to imagine through an authority, through a discoverer, something about them. And so there's layers to this game.
Mm.
And when you're new, when you're still learning this stuff, I can be, talking about me, me, can be dangerous because you don't know how to use it well. When you've earned over $100 million with your copy in profit, not revenue, um, then you're allowed to use I whenever the hell you want. All right. Let's move on from this. I enjoyed this. There's some good stuff. There's some bad stuff here. Really, what I think is the thing with this is the your sort of boilerplate copy is solid. You have the fundamentals. Now what you need to do is sort of drill the harder kinds of copy, indirect, emotionally charged copy, and for that I would study a lot more of it. Halbert Richner from Ohio, and that one was tell first, then show later. When do you know how to tell first? Usually, when you're writing a sales letter and not doing a video ad. Think about it. Just think about it logically. If you're watching this video, you guys probably got bored at some points because I'm just sitting here talking at you.
Oh, well, there's 30 people now.
I know somehow. This is just you talking in abstractions about a thing. So what you want to do is you want to show people because video is a show-based medium, a visual medium. Gary Halbert was writing in a conceptual, a text-based, where you can make a claim and then show something to prove the claim. Different sort of rhetorical structure. All right. Let's close out that. Let's go to this. We are almost done today. This is the other one that I wanted your opinion on. So this is the CDD, sick puppy leash and collar. So for instance, a tell for structure would fit best in an email, for example. Again, that depends on email. Like for example, if you're trying to disrupt to get somebody's attention, tell first usually fails. But in body copy, if you of an email, if you make a claim, then you have the ability to show to support that claim. It really depends on what you're trying to make your copy do. All right. Close that. I'm gonna close that. I'm gonna go here. Okay. Warning, this copy uses Bible passages to reinforce a sales argument for BDSM relationships. You shut up. Take my money. This is in the pocket. Some people might get offended. Yeah. Yes, I know. I've actually have some experience selling similar kinds of products. So yeah, anybody watching this, we're going to be talking about sex.
Yeah.
Prepare to get either horny or offended. Just be prepared. This is a practice piece that should probably not. Okay, well, it's gonna. But it was fun to write, and hopefully will give you a laugh. Oh boy, now I'm worried. Reader, married Christian men between 29 and 32. This already feels like it's coded as a joke. This is not a demographic. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Leadership is required and dom sub play strengthens marriages. I don't hate that, even if it's a joke. Offer sick puppy leash and collar. All right. Action. Fill out order form on the next page. How do we get to the sales letter? I think a Facebook ad with a headline that challenges whether a husband is leading as he should or if his marriage is in danger. Example given. Are you a Joseph or a Jonah? Your wife isn't the problem. It's your leadership. Watch my section for it. And all you said was so true. I knew the only reason I am getting clicks is because of the high intent of the customer. Now I can make a better page. Thanks. Aim for that 20% conversion and then report back and let us know because that's what I want you to be aiming for. Christian is into BDSM. You would be surprised. You'd be so surprised. In fact, if you know Christians, you probably would not be surprised. I mean, the whole religion is built on BDSM. What the heck do you think happened to Christ? Anyway, This headline doesn't work. I don't think it works at all. Why does it not work? Here's a sad, unfortunate truth about most Christians. They do not know anything about the Bible. Not a goddamn thing. You went to Sunday school, right? For how many years?
Yeah, I was confirmed and I had all the things, baptized, and I don't remember shit about. I know Noah's Ark. The animals went on the ship in twos.
There you go.
Oh,
There
and
you go.
Moses he split the sea. And then he found the 10 Commandments. And I know the 10 Commandments and I remember our Father. But outside of that, when it comes to the intricacies of the Bible, it's
Kaylee, am I a Joseph or a Jonah?
I don't know.
Here's how I know this. Listen, I've read the Bible twice. I took not one, but 2 Bible as literature classes. And guess how I remembered Jonah? My mnemonic for remembering Jonah. There was an 80s song called Jonah in the Belly of the Whale. And it goes like this. I feel like Jonah in the belly of the whale. That's how I know the biblical story of Jonah. Oh yeah, he was the dude in the belly of the whale.
Wait. Okay.
I'm being completely honest. That's my mnemonic. And I know Joseph, that's Jesus's cuck father. Sorry. And so yes. Anyway, your wife isn't the problem. Is your leadership. So the problem with a lot of copy, I talk about this in my dimensionalization masterclass. Reference and references to specific things can be a great type of dimensionalization because of what I said earlier in the stream. It creates an argo, inner language, outer language. If people are inside the tribe, they understand the language. And it makes it a lot easier to sell to them because you prove to yourself, you prove your credibility because you know the argo, you know the language. I'm telling you right now is that this does not do that. This is just confusing. This is more it's just confusing. And that's a killer for copy. All right. I've impressed everybody on stream with my rendition of I feel like Jonah in the belly of the whale. Also, is there any other service-based businesses I can study other than ShopMonkey? Oh, for the landing pages. Yeah, like what I would do is I would actually like use a VPN, and then what I would do is like set your VPN to certain regions in the US or UK or like even where you guys are, and I would just Google search some random service near me. And you can use ChatGPT. This is one of those good uses for ChatGPT. Give me a random niche that is going to have people with very high intent. Like they're going to be searching for keywords where there's a high likelihood they would need the service emergently. And then ChatGPT will give you a whole bunch of stuff that you've never even thought of. Like that's a good reason to use ChatGPT. That's the best reason to use ChatGPT. And then search for that. And then anything that's being advertised or anything that's coming up in the first 3 positions, study those pages. Oh God. All right. I was brought up as a Catholic, an incredibly Catholic community, and I don't know the 10 Commandments anymore. Yeah, that's all right. We've established it. All right. This is probably our audience. Just past honeymoon. Headline: The secret to successful Christian marriage is love, right? Wrong. I mean, if these people are truly in the tribe, if you know what I mean, the secret to a successful Christian marriage is probably faith, love of Christ, going to church. I know a lot of Christians. They don't have this association. They have it. They have they do the virtue signaling of Christianity. Again, I'm sorry to be offensive to anybody that was raised Christian or is Christian. I am just calling it like it is. Christianity today is full of Philistines. Is full of wolves in sheep clothing, and I'm saying that as a former member of the tribe. So there are good Christians. There are absolutely good Christians. But you got to acknowledge that there are some that are just not so great. And all they are doing is putting on the airs. To Christian husbands everywhere, on a beautiful late spring afternoon 5 years ago, two young men graduated from the same Christian university. Okay. So this is the famous $2 billion sales letter from the Wall Street Journal. They were very much alike. Both had been young missionaries for Christ. Both were charming and both were well liked in their church community. 5 years later, these two men reconnected at a Christian leadership event. They were still very much active. Both had gotten married to beautiful Christian women. This is a good example of somebody that is swiping something and using the swipe to sort of like help them learn the patterns of copy and persuasion. Good practice. They both had two children and were both had fast tracked into well paying careers, but there was a difference. One of the men was in the final stages of an unexpected divorce. Oh no. He was living alone in an apartment, fighting to see his children again and wondering what went wrong. The other man was still happily married to a wife who was noble. Everything okay? Oh, yeah, he started crying. All right. Have you ever wondered what makes this kind of difference in people's lives? It isn't showering your wife with gifts or spending more time at home. It isn't that one wants to be married and the other doesn't. The difference lies in how each man follows the word of God from Psalms. The word of God instructs men to lead their household, and that starts with the relationship with your wife. Ephesians instructs that the covenant with your wife is emblematic of Christ's relationship with the church. That's hard to understand. And just as the church submits to Christ, so too does the wife submit to the husband. As the church submits to Christ, so also wives should submit to their husbands in everything. Failure to follow the instructions of God is what results in poor communication, lack of intimacy, and eventually divorce. Yeah. And that is why I'm writing to you and to men like you about the sick puppy leash and collar.
That's kind of a jolting.
I'm so invested in this copy. So here's the thing. Here's why it works. And this is a really good example of something that I have talked about in other videos, copy being assembled, phrasal templates and like the templates of persuasion sort of existing in the abstract and how you can sort of like fill these structures with different content and still achieve the same results. This copy uses copy that has sold $2 billion. It's just telling a different story. And then this is really leaning into scholarship, biblical scholarship. And I gotta be honest, like some people are gonna eat this stuff up.
It's true.
And some of it's a little, emblematic of Christ's relationship with the church. Maybe simplify that a little bit. Me, big dumb. But then like you get into this stuff and you're like, okay. And it's here where I'm just like, huh? Sick puppy leash and collar. The purpose of the sick puppy leash and collar. This is too abrupt. Failure to follow the instructions of God is what results in poor communication, lack of intimacy, and eventually divorce. There has to be other stuff here that helps me bridge the gap between my yearning, and I see on the other side of the ravine a desired self, a man who's respected by his wife, Kaylee, a man who's loved and adored by his wife, Kaylee, who submits. Kaylee, this is where you say, "Okay, Steve."
Okay, Steve.
And then you talk about how, well, really, there's a simple way to bridge that gap, and what you need is something to help you reassert that dominance. Now, there's another problem with this copy. What happened to the tale of the two men? Where are they? Did one of them use a leash to make his wife submit sexually and also to Christ for some reason?
A connection is a tough one to make, and
Yeah.
it'll be fun when it gets there.
Exactly. So we need an open loop, and we need to know that we're coming back here so that you can talk about this. And then as part of again, What is copy if not trying to build a bridge between where you are and a desired self? And usually that bridge is the product. Now, you need to find a way to get people from here to put your wife in a dog collar.
Well, also the name of it, the sick puppy leash and collar, just the just the name adds to the abruptness. Because you go lack of intimacy and eventually divorce. And your solution is this sick puppy leash. It is fun though.
Yeah. We shouldn't devote too much time for it because, again, this is a practice piece. It is joke coded, and like, we need to take other people seriously. I'm going to need a pretty long bridge. Listen, it's not about the length of your bridge; it's about the girth of it. All right. Anyway, join our inner circle where you can get more of me every single week. Link in the description below. Join that waitlist. Anyway, all right. So again, we're talking about true believer stuff. Again, the problem with this copy is not the competence of the problem, is the logical leaps that you're making between the different parts of your copy. Tell us more about the
well,
no. You want your copy to be a chode, you see?
Short and wide.
Oh my god. Anyway, why do people watch this?
I don't know.
How have we built a following? I've been the same way for like the last 5 years. I definitely embarrass my business partners, but it seems I still close clients. I just talk to clients the way I talk to you guys. She's seen it. Oh my! No, I shouldn't tell that detail. No, I'm not going to tell the story about I wasn't listening.
Yeah.
That was not okay. It was okay in the moment. It's not okay in abstract.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anyway, this copy, it's not okay. But the reason why it's not okay has nothing to do with your persuasion. It has nothing to do with the cadence of your sentences. You're swiping well. You're learning. You're structuring. You're great. But you're making too many logical leaps. I don't see the connection. Ways to do that. Having a little bit more copy to help bridge the gap. Another thing, too, this is a valuable one. Maybe I should add this to the CCC 3.0 note thing. I'm going to add the word breadcrumbs. Laying breadcrumbs. Laying breadcrumbs, aka signposting. You need to give some hint early-ish on in your copy as to where we are going. That's true. That's especially true if you're going indirect. So, came out of nowhere.
We need to fuck them in the face with ads.
That is an actual Sean quote. Philip's been around for a while. I said that in a meeting. I said that in a meeting with some of the best copywriters and marketers alive. and everyone clapped. We got the client though. Anyway, so yeah, so those that's my feedback. It's value edits. Line editing. You're clearly a good writer. It's the function, it's the value where you're sort of dropping it. Great. Amazing. Thank you for sharing this. I did get a laugh. I appreciate that. Okay. There was some copy dropped after 4. I'm not going to review that. Again, the stream has gone on long enough, and we need to stop at some point. As fun as the journey was, so we have 2 final pieces we're going to look at, and then we're going to call it a night. Lord, thank you for helping us nearly close on the Christian BDSM copy.
This is we're on the same avenue of relationships.
There's a theme. You're on this. There's a theme.
I'm
Kaylee and
on
Steve, man.
the dream team.
Kaylee and Steve. All right. So here's the context. A bridal brand in Panama, ours actually, is trying to target middle class brides. I love Panama. I have friends in Panama. I've been to Panama a bunch of times. One day I might want to open a business in Panama. The business is only 3 years old, and while it has some traction, it's yet to take off.
Okay.
Oh, it's a bridal brand not taking off. Okay.
When you say middle class, okay, middle like income.
Yeah.
Yeah.
USP is unique designs and unique custom dressmaking. Okay, maybe a
Okay.
little out of reach for middle class, but we'll get into it. The homepage is intended to get brides to ultimately enter our funnel with a direct message on Instagram or joining our email list.
There's a pop-up not visible in the screenshot, looking for honest feedback and how you might optimize this page if you were writing it.
Yeah. I can already think of a few things. I guess the biggest question that I have is like, is there a storefront? Or is this purely online? Now, if it's purely online, one of the problems that you might be running into, you can hear our kids.
Hmm.
One of the problems that you might be running into with virtual appointments and the business in general is that going out with your bridesmaids to try on a lot of dresses and pick one is culturally ingrained in wedding culture.
Yeah. The other thing I will say, when I saw this, the very first thing, while it looks nice, it's really hard to read with that contrast. And you're selling a wedding dress and you're covering up the wedding dress.
Yeah.
And so while this does look beautiful, when a bride sees that, they want to see the dress. That's what you're selling. And
Yeah.
so I would keep the styling the same. I think it's okay to have black and white, but think about how you can move things.
Yeah, move stuff around because the cool thing about fashion or like novelty fashion items, which is how I would lump bridal dresses. Let's be real. Most people wear it once.
Mm-hmm.
A few people have the distinct and unique privilege of wearing it twice. Yeah. Yes, I wore my wedding dress twice. The thing is though, like with fashion, and we're testing a lot of ads for a fashion brand right now. I wrote a piece of video ad copy that performed the best, but at the same time, it still did not drive as much revenue and still did not produce as high. It wasn't the control. It didn't beat the control. What was the control? It literally was just like a 3x3 grid of 9 ties of the different designs that they sell. Fashion and fashion copy, the more it can emphasize how good the thing looks and how you can imagine yourself in the thing that looks good, that's what does most of the selling.
If you notice, a lot of these big brands that have grown in the fashion space recently, it's very plain models, very subtle backgrounds, not a lot of detail, and it's just the figure and the form, the outfit, the dress. So the more that you can actually just focus on the dress itself, the better it is. And while like you can have these nice backgrounds, what have you, it's better to just make it very clear.
Oh, we're talking about the BDSM copy. Listen, to be completely honest, like I gave some examples of stuff from the previous piece of copy, but we're not going to dwell on that. I think what that copy really needed was like hints as to where it was going along the way, and like a little bit more of a connection between like BDSM and these how should I say, very overt Christian codes.
I would say it depends on what you're selling.
Does fashion have a brutal CPA? Sometimes, like for example, on Meta, we were seeing with video ads, like really good video ads, and statics and stuff like that, we were seeing like a $200-300 CPA, which was okay because we were getting a $200-300 average cart value. That's the advantage of selling premium as opposed to not. Um, but at the same time, like, you know, it's hard for fashion brands to optimize for LTV. That's a very like it's a weird cultural like mind shift that you have to completely relearn how you think about ads and acquisition. And sometimes it's just not worth teaching people how to think about CPAs that way. And so fashion, like, especially on Meta right now, like you're going to see $200-300 CPAs for certain types of products. Which is fine. Like, there's a scarf brand on Instagram right now that's clearly scaling. It's very obviously scaling, but her scarves are like $1,500 a pop.
Yeah.
A $1,500 scarf gives you a lot of breathing room for a very high CPA. You can outspend every single person on Meta to acquire one customer because that's all you need, and earn a very, very nice profit. So those are all things you want to keep in mind. Would you say the copy is not as important compared to design for fashion brands?
Not
Not exactly.
necessarily, but I would say the photographs are really how you photograph stuff is way more important when it comes to clothing because people want to see it.
Yeah.
So that's where like color accuracy actually matters. That's where like can you see the garment, how it fits on somebody, like how it looks on the person, on the model itself. Does the model like does the dress wear the model or does the model wear the dress? Like things like that can impact it. Because you really want the focus just to be on the product itself.
Yeah.
And so the copy should still be good. The copy is, but it doesn't need a lot,
Yeah.
it does not need a lot.
So, and then on that note, beloved bride, we celebrate you. As a headline, I'm not sure if that works. Hey, you were a bride.
Yeah.
Would you respond to copy like that?
No, I would not.
Why?
It's not telling me anything.
Oh,
You
why?
celebrate me? Cool. Like, I don't know you.
There you go.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
And then book virtual appointment.
Yeah.
Like, you better go it'd be better to go off maybe the feelings of, "Oh, it's struggling to find the dress. Have you tried tons on and you
Yeah.
just can't pick the one?" Like, let us help you.
Yeah. Like, what makes your brand different? What makes your brand special?
Mhm.
You know, it ain't celebration.
Maybe, yeah, depending on the price point, if it's how much they're cheap. They're really beautiful dresses, and they don't cost a ton, so that would be something to go off of even. Because,
Yeah.
I know my wedding dress was like 2K, and that was cheap, like, going into the actual store, that was on the cheaper end of the dresses they had there. So, like, these
Yeah.
and they don't look like they're $300 dresses, so that would be an angle because there's a lot of brides that are, like,
Yeah.
really looking for that. I think if you're
Yeah.
also targeting a middle class bride, they're gonna wanna spend more than $395 on a dress.
It depends. It's middle class in Panama, which
Mm.
Panama is it's on the come up. The people are getting richer there, and so here's the thing, and this. We were talking extensively about the psychology of pricing before. There are tests and situations that you can do where offering a discount up front immediately cheapens the product. Immediately cheapens it. Because there are some things that are special. Some things where you are culturally associated with, like, I want to spend money on this. This is my day.
Yeah.
And then you immediately cheapen it by giving a discount. So, there's that. So this is one of those classic cases of, like, fashion is very barbell shaped. You either go for value, get the most for the least amount of money, or you go for premium, like spend the most because you get the best. So middle of the road is a very, very, very it's a dead zone. It's a dead zone.
Structurally, like, aesthetically, it feels like it's touching, As far the idea
Oren.
of you don't need to spend 3K on a dress you only wear once would hit for a wide demographic. Yeah.
You're probably not wrong on that. So what is that? In copy, we call that selling against alternatives.
I would test something like that and see.
I would test it.
I would definitely test it. It's worth testing.
Create an orphan page, drive traffic to that, or something that builds off of that. And really emphasize that, like, what is the problem that you are solving? Rather than like speaking to this, which, bride, you are unique, you are beautiful, you are loved more than you can imagine. You are the why behind each of our dresses. I I want to say something really rude about this. But I'm not going to, because that word was canceled in 1993. So what I'm going to say here is that what you really need to do, if you want to go with that angle, you don't need to spend 3 kind of dress you want to wear once. What is the problem that your product solves? Obviously, it's beautiful. That's great. Beautiful for the value. It's a good spot to be in, but you also have to overcome some of the objections that people have. People associate price with quality, so you need to address that. People associate discounts with a lack of quality, or with skeezier tactics. They don't associate discounts with premium. Another thing too, if you were going with you don't need to spend 3K on a dress you only wear once, that's your chance to sell against alternatives. Instead of this copy over here, you have a chance to talk about that particular pain point. This is your day, and you don't want to spoil it by stressing about money.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. And then that's your sort of inroad to talking more about what your business can do that other businesses can't do. The fact that you don't have a store means that you can save money on the custom dresses that you make.
But also, like, weddings are really expensive, right? So get the dress that looks like 2K and have more budget for the other things, like get that caterer you
Yeah.
really want, or, splurge on the limo,
So
like,
this is the author of the page right here. The feedback is awesome. Clarifying point: we do sell primarily in store. Girls come in for the experience. Now, okay, where is that on the page? Again, what I was saying at the beginning of this was that, like, selling wedding dresses online is hard because of that cultural experience. People come in for an experience for this particular thing. There's a whole fucking paradigm that people have in their head that you have to lean into.
you could do pop-up shops in other boutiques and then advertise that on your page. Honestly, that's what I've seen. Like, literally, when you see the designers that are offered in the boutiques, it'll just be a catalog of their dresses, and it'll say where to find them, and then it just puts the stores. It doesn't even have the prices. You have to go to the actual place to see the prices.
Yeah.
And so it might be worth something.
We did that a few times in Osaka. Like, there were a few pop-up stores like near where we were staying, and like we're like, oh, this crazy artist with this crazy jewelry, and we walked to the store, and then it's like, it's like 100,000 yen for like, like an earring or something like that. It's like, no. And then we bought it. So really the thing here is, like, yes, you can advertise pop-up stores. That's a whole marketing strategy that goes outside of the scope of what we're talking about here. Book a virtual appointment, find your dress, tell me about how I can find my perfect dress, or schedule an appointment with you guys in store. So do I mostly think about the pictures that I show? No, to be honest. Like, so she actually saw my process. So the winning ad that I wrote, I literally just popped into a Google Doc that she was working in, because she was writing most of the copy for it.
Mhm.
And I was just like, I have an idea. And then I in 5 minutes was like, poop, 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 poop. And then that was the winning video ad. Because really, for me, when I was thinking about the copy for that brand, I was thinking about signification and the what that product was for. Why do people wear a tie? Why do people wear a scarf? Why do people care about wearing, a scarf or a tie made of a rare material with a custom design from a very weird part of the world, that's has a very limited quality or quantity like that almost nobody sees. Because you want to stand out. It's because you want attention on yourself, but you want a specific kind of attention. You want like there's tight shirt, muscles, Rolex, very expensive sunglasses, gold everywhere. There's a flashy kind of I want attention, and then there's a classy kind of attention. So I was really thinking about for that particular brand, the kind of attention that people wanted. And I wrote the ad around that and spoke to that particular, I would call it a deeper benefit or a deeper desire, a recognition of prestige and class. So for me, I was thinking about the emotions, the sort of like unstated assumptions that people have um, when they buy a premium luxury product in the fashion industry, fashion niche. I would approach this differently. Calling out a person's desire to be considered high class and to have prestige in the eyes of others. That's not the angle for this page.
Yeah, especially since it's a wedding.
It's a wedding.
So
different emotions.
It just kind of prestige and class already inherently are associated with a wedding dress. And you don't need to really sell that idea about it. People already know.
To be honest, when I think about physical products, especially fashion or any sort of prestige or luxury item, where like you can just save so much, like people. Why do people spend their money on Hermes bags? It has nothing to do with the quality of the product. It has everything to do with the associations people have with the product and the deeper benefits they're hoping to get from being associated with that product. And so, very frequently, when I'm writing this kind of copy, I start with a deeper desire or a deeper benefit, a yearning for recognition, for example, or like a yearning for prestige. That's where I start. Future pacing through a process of fitting a dress would give an impression of a bespoke service.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Even if like your header was a video and it's like either a zoom in on the dress of it being made or a model like
Yeah.
turning so you can actually see the different areas and elements of the dress.
That's interesting to me. Show a video of the business at work fitting the model. Because what does that do? That overcomes this book of virtual appointment objection. Like, I want to go in and try a dress on. Man, I'm not going to sign up. Why? You showing a person in the store getting that done. Oh, I see. I have. It has been demonstrated to me what is going to happen to me.
Yeah, you can also play off the emotions, and so the mom with the the tear in the glass, and everybody smiling, and it's the dress, and it feels relatable and not you know.
So another, this is just a practical business thing. If you're testing this with like video ads and like top of funnel creative, like video creative, just take your best one, recut it so it fits on the front page.
Mhm.
You already proved that it's the winner.
Mhm.
So just use that. Use the elements of that.
I will say when you visually see it, it does feel expensive, and so I like that. I like the logo. I like the most of the design.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, totally. All right. Writer Clark, are you here? That's how I would reapproach this. Like everything else is sort of like secondary to this because you're going to gain or lose 80% of your traffic here, and then you're going to lose another 80% here.
Mhm.
And so this is what you want to really dial in. And then everything else is just designed to overcome objections. Definitely includes a little bit more social proof, maybe a little bit higher. Has the brand been featured anywhere? Has the brand appeared anywhere? Are there any write-ups about the brand? Can you pay anybody to write up the brand? Things like that. And then, front load that a little bit. As appears on some trusted source, this trusted source, et cetera, et cetera. And all of that sort of makes this feel credible and believable and good. But like the thing that you really want to do is emphasize, like, demonstrate the product, how beautiful somebody looks in the dress. And oh, by the way, you can look that beautiful too on the one day where everybody's eyes are going to be on you. That is a really, really important thing, like emotion that you want to draw out, literally or indirectly. Do you have any questions for us before we move on to the last piece of copy we're going to look at tonight? I like looking at this kind of copy.
Yeah, it's
I like
fun.
doing this stuff.
I like it.
Shaw. I love Shaw. Cool. There you go. I remember your wedding dress. You look great in it.
Oh, I love my dress. I want to wear it again. I wish I could wear it again.
Do you want to get divorced and then get remarried?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
So I can wear the dress.
Hell yeah. The third time's the charm for me.
My dress, I saw it. It was the first dress I saw. And I tried on a bunch after, but I knew it was the first dress. I saw it right away. I was like, oops.
That was the one.
That is the one I'm wearing.
Okay. All right. So Clark is not responding. So I'm going to assume that the person is either flabbergasted by our brilliance or dead or both. Side question. You mentioned in the past that you have ADHD, yet here I see you sitting for 5 hours. Yeah, no, for real. I should have quit 2.5 hours ago. This is a symptom of my ADHD. The hyperfocus, my inability to direct my attention to where it needs to be, is a symptom of ADHD. Yeah, it's no bueno. It's no bueno. I absolutely need to stop the stream and write a report. It's due. So yeah, I'm gonna end the stream very soon and do that. Anywho. All right. Oh, it's another video ad for a pillow. Another video ad for a pillow.
Pain pillow.
Another pain pillow.
A pillow. What's this one called?
I don't know.
A pain pillow.
All right, for the pain pillow. How can I tap into that hyperfocus? Again, I have ADHD. It's a deficit of where I can direct my attention. I have no fucking control over this.
This is what you do. You find something you really love. And it just really interests you, and then you sit at your computer and you do that for the next 6 hours. That's basically how it works.
Yep. I do love looking at copy and reviewing copy and stuff like that. So, we're about to. we have a kid coming.
Oh, 2 kids.
Oh, wow. Hello.
I love your drawing. Look, this is Saoirse's coloring. Yeah.
And I did it a lot. And I did a long time.
You did?
I did it a long time.
Oh, it took a long time?
Yeah, I made it cover baggy. And it for you.
Oh. I'm not crying, you're crying. Shut up, don't look at me. What are you doing?
I did that. Thank you.
Chaos. All right, we're gonna do this quick.
I'm gonna say adios and
Adios.
Adios. Say sayonara. Yeah.
What do you say?
She's speaking Japanese. Are you speaking Japanese?
I don't know what you
Goofy. All right. I love you, baby. Thank you for joining me for the stream.
Goodbye, everybody. Everybody, goodbye.
I hear my kids laughing over this. So I'm going to end the stream very, very soon and go play with them, go eat dinner, and all that fun stuff. Would you mind closing the door so that I can... Oh, thank you, thank you. All right, just started the project today, 4 hours into it. So this is more of a first draft feeler, looking to see if I'm moving in the right direction. Okay, so you want to value edit. This is just the video script. I'll work on the primary text and the copy later on. Great, smart decision. This is an ergonomic pain relief pillow, institutional aware, and the ad is based on some of the most common objections that this product addresses. Likely add more if my research deepens. But want to see if these are good to start. Try to keep a non-pushy, friendly, casual tone. Note, client has a legit person to deliver the messaging in this ad, an actual orthopedist. Cool. Who's a buyer and a fan. Questions. Does the hook work? Is the structure okay? And about the transition to the CTA. So these are all what I would call, these two are function edits, and this is a value edit. So value edits are the most valuable thing. We will focus on that. Hook. Picky sleepers and orthopedists love this flower-shaped pain relief pillow. I should know. I am both. Not really grabbing me. Automatically cradles pillow center. Okay. Yeah, as far as hooks go, look at what the advice that I gave earlier. As far as hooks go, this is not the best. It's not the worst either, but hooks, they're a volume game. You want to have like a really good crystallized like ad idea, and then you want to try a bunch of different hooks for it. Early morning shot, woman in nightwear, yada yada. She lifts up like a trophy as she delivers the opening line, pillow's top. As soon as she says, "I'm both," the video pauses and the split image is created. The left side is just the pause video. Still, the right has a photo of her in typical doc's attire with overlay arrows on either side. Picky sleeper, left is orthopedist on the other. Okay. That could work. But, ultimately, like, it's going to be the visuals that make that work and add credibility. But, picky sleepers, that's the call out. It's fine. But also, like, how many of you would consider yourself a picky sleeper? What is a picky sleeper? Where's the identification of picky sleepers? Where's the tribe of them? I don't know. I've never heard of that. Come with me as I show you how it's different from the many, many other pillows I've had to toss out before. My mornings are finally pain-free, so weird, doesn't feel very organic in transition. Cut to demo, she's now in bed. Overlay, subhead text, arrow graphic showing her neck spine alignment. Cool. Cut to the 3 sleeping positions. All right. Watch how my head automatically... this copy is very similar to the other pillow product we saw. No offense, but it comes back to what's unique about either of them. If both pieces of copy are very similar... It's all good. See ya, buddy. I don't get any neck or pain or soreness when my body is aligned top to bottom like this. And look, no matter which side I turn, my head slides back into the right position. Perfect because it's can you tell it's bedtime? All right. We need to wrap this up because I tend to shift from back sleeper to front. Yeah, I think that this right now structurally is working a little bit better for me than the other pillow copy, but the problem is that like this is a good call out. You're solving the main benefit. You're solving the main problem and providing a benefit. And then the problem that I have with this is that this is an orthopedist, a person who's uniquely qualified to talk about why other pillows are bad and why this pillow is good. So why wouldn't you leverage that? Is the question that I have. My pillow height OCD is gone. Again, like, one, you're going to offend some people by doing this. Some people get really offended when you trivialize mental health disorders. especially for commercial purposes. And so calling something OCD casually when you don't have OCD is going to offend some people who are very vocal online. Why? Because they have OCD and they might be retarded. That was a joke. They are not retarded. Or maybe they don't have OCD. One of the two. I forget. Anyway, my pillow cannot be too high or too low. That's my number one deal breaker as a fussy sleeper. Um, I kind of like that. There's something there. You want to tease that out a little bit. Pillow name is pretty close to ideal by default, but comes with an additional layer of foam if I want to add height. So okay, adjustable heights. That's a benefit to make it the perfect thing. And then what's missing from here is you have a feature that provides a benefit. What is the benefit? Comfort and good night's sleeps. You don't really talk about that here. And then you also don't dimensionalize that. What does it mean? That means better mornings. That means better moods. That means better, when I'm in the OR, I need to be well rested, stuff like that. You need to dimensionalize the benefit of these features. No more jaw pain or numbness. Okay. Benefit and outcome. Other pillows I've tried were way too rigid with their bumpy edges, putting so much pressure against my face. They forced me into one of two states, wincing in pain, or could barely feel I even had a jaw hours into my day. This name's pillow stays flat against my face, and it's soft and cushiony. My jaw says thank you each day. I'm going to trust that you got that from research of the pain points that people commonly have. For me, that's, maybe maybe that's a pain point. Like I don't see that being a common thing. I think, at this point, like I'm going like, all right, you know, if that doesn't feel applicable to me and I haven't been sold by then, I'm just going to click off. So, that's one of the reasons why so many ads like this really rely on like teasing and then building out a mechanism. Like, what is the mechanism for this? That's really missing from here. I think this structure, the way that it's structured, isn't really working for me right now. On music or white noise to fall asleep. Sound in my ear. Pillows flower shaped in my ear. Contact with the night. I was able to try it out without any risk. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Like I think that the problem is not the transition to the CT. I think the problem is like the presentation of the ad, like the details that you're focusing on versus not. I don't think the hook is really working right now. Maybe it could with some finessing. Structurally, like again, it feels like it's missing something that really grabs me and like sort of pulls me through and makes me understand why I want this pillow and not the pillow that I use. So that is really the issue with the piece of coffee. Now, I'll look at this pre-lander. Let's look at this. No, this is too long. This is too long. I'm going to give feedback on this privately, separately. I love me a good advertorial slash pre-sale page, but it is late. I'm tired. I don't want to read 22 pages, and I need to write 22 pages. So, guys, this was a fun stream. We had amazing people on. Just to recap, this is the second to last Whetstone stream that we're going to do. We are going to switch this kind of service into our inner circle. Waitlist down in the description below. We are revamping our business. I'll make sure to get right with if you're on Patreon, you will get what you pay for. I promise. And then we will work it out from there. Thank you all for your feedback on our copy. Thank you for your interaction. And thank you all for being generally awesome and great people to serve. Yes. Thank you, Kaylee and Steve, for the reviews. That was a really fun one. That was a fun one. I will see you all later. Take care.